as we're loading in, guys, I realized Myriad and I did not coordinate how we're going to do this opening. So, Myriad, welcome. We're here. We're on EGC. Oh my gosh, it's like we migrated. Are you ready?
More than ready. Another day here at EGC, the EGC Masters Summer this time round. Day 2 of the elimination weekend here, the very first weekend of the tournament. And my god, Wham, do we have a spicy lineup of matches today?
Guys, I was telling Myriad from yesterday's games, yes, the first round is always like, Seed 1 against Seed 16, Seed 2 against Seed 15, but now we're getting into the real stuff. And the lineup we've got for you today is an absolute destruction, or it will be. I feel like today is the day that we might have a lot of upsets. And honestly, I'm here for it. I want this. I need this in my life. And I think the whole lineup that we're casting today is definitely going to be a destruction, as we can see. So you guys can see the bracket there in front of you, Marine Lord versus B. And Myriad, you mentioned you had some statistics for us here.
Yes, I mean, it's always a fun thing to look at, right, before these matches in the head-to-head on Liquidpedia to see exactly what the history is like between these players. Both Marine Lord and B, obviously, incredibly capable players. Marine Lord, has without a doubt made very much a name for himself in the last few years. But, looking at the head-to-head specifically, the last time B was able to win a match from Marine Lord was all the way back in 2023 in the Sultan Smackdown number 2. And, that was the last series B won. And the last game that he won against Marine Lord in a professional series was all the way back near the start of 2024 in Energy Slapfest number 1. So it's been a long time coming here for B. And we're going to see if he's able to shake up from what the past history has shown and really put up a considerable fight here because, obviously not to play down B, but Marine Lord is just truly on another level compared to most of the competition.
Now that series definitely a little bit on Marine Lord's side, but Anadan versus Papipo, I think, is where the real rivalry and matches will start. Both of these players, they've touched the top a few times now. They've gotten to that top 4 position here and there, and Anadan pokes his head in, then it's Papipo. And I feel like this is a pretty evenly matched situation for us. Giljardi did get to take a map from Anadan yesterday, but this is a best of 3. Anything can happen. And I would really like to see who comes out ahead here. What are your predictions for this one, Myriad?
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Anadan Papipo, like you said, it should be quite close, without a doubt. Beasty and Vortex quite similarly. I mean, Beasty has been pretty firmly number 2 for a long time now, training just behind Marine Lord, sometimes going down to those 3-4 spots, sometimes back up to number 2. Vortex, however, has been looking in incredible form lately as well. Louis and Wham, that should be quite a spicy one as well, without a doubt, because these two have pretty intense history in terms of matches. They often go very, very close. So these matches, God, it'll be as sweaty for the players as for us.
Well, if you think about any of those guys, we'll talk about them in a bit, but it looks like our match is 3.5 minutes away. But let's look at this draft. Now, I did ask a few players about what will be changing for these drafts. And of course, guys, we have a patch next week, so I hope you're ready to see less of Lancaster. What we can see for this week, we'll still get the usuals. Now, we did see Marine Lord got Mongols, Lancaster, and HRE on his side. A pretty solid draft considering what maps we have here.
Yeah, I have to say, this draft here, I think Marine Lord just stole the show with this draft, if I'm completely honest. I mean, we see the standard sort of starting bans here. Interestingly, B banned out China from Marine Lord in that first phase, and Marine Lord then takes HRE as a result after banning B's Rus in turn. Then B follows up with his own Rus ban. You can't give away both Rus and HRE, that's for sure. B does take Jushi as a trade-off, so he does have one of the best civs in the game under his belt. But taking Lancaster as a second pick for Marine Lord, the civ is just incredibly powerful, and I think it matches really well up against these other top civs like the Jushi, like China, even HRE and Rus, I would say. Of course, only some of those are in play. And then, taking something like Knights Templar, although most people know them for their strength on those water maps, the strength on hybrid maps, like this Dry River as we've seen come out in game number 1, up against B's Japanese, this is a place where they shine as well. But the Japanese are no slouches either, and B's Japanese especially has been shown to be quite surprisingly effective in the past.
Now, with B picking Japanese, I feel like he picked the civ that most likely has a chance of doing something against KT. When you gave your opponent KT, you know you've already given them a slight bit of an edge, especially on a hybrid map such as this one. Now, this is a situation where Japan, they do have a lot of things they can pull out of their pockets, and KT, they are just a dominant civilization in general. And I feel like B, he has pulled out some pretty crazy shenanigans in a lot of these events already, so we know that things can get a little spicy, but it also keeps his strong civilizations that he might be more comfortable with for Carmel and Gorge, which are two pretty standard maps, I would say, in this regard, especially for the civilizations that he does have left. But yes, Marine Lord definitely got the draft that he feels comfortable with, and B going for something a little bit more unorthodox, which I'm happy to see, that we don't just see the usual civilizations on the field, we actually get to see something else from B2. But now, as we're going into Dry River, Marine Lord's favored. In this case, what do you foresee being B's like trump card? What is he gonna pull out of his pocket to make this a viable series for him?
I mean, you have to use the strength of your timing as an advantage here for being this matchup, especially, right? It will come down maybe to some Shinobi play early on. Could perhaps prove quite fruitful on a map like this, where there's quite a bit of interaction between water and land. But then later on, when we get to that castle age, it's going to be quite a bit about the raiding, right? I mean, Knights Templar relies on map control for their economic bonus. They need those pilgrims. They need the pilgrims to arrive to the sacred site, and they need to, raise their hands at the sacred site to claim that God-given divine goal. But as we load into the game here, game number 1 between B and Marine Lord, B spawning in the southern eastern side of the map, as the Green Japanese facing none other than a made Marine Lord in the color pink as the Knights Templar. And Dry River, one of those maps, right, where each of these little ponds in the center, 6 of them in total, contain 4 shoreline fish to be gathered from, which is a fair bit of food. I think that's 2,000 food per one of these ponds, and this is high gather rate food for villagers. Slower for fishing ships, but still, that way, of course, you don't have to expose your villagers if you do. So some do have 5, actually, looks like. So even more food available here for these players. And this will be a heavy point of contention in this game, without a doubt.
I like the fact that Marine Lord's actually going quite aggressive with the scouting, but we do see that from both sides. The Green Scout also going right behind Mr. Marine Lord's base. So with this, he should be able to see what's coming for him, because he has different spears. And I don't know what the move is going to be here, because what we've seen a lot with Spearmen is, of course, just the normal deer pushing. And you can see, the deer instantly being killed here by Marine Lord. He knows that this is a usual play, and that's exactly what I was going to get into. Now, for the last week, we're going to be seeing deer pushing with Spearmen as usual. But now, next week, when that gets nerfed, ladies and gentlemen, there will have to be other avenues. But it doesn't look like B is going to be able to do anything this early on with the spears, so a little bit of a dead investment here, but we'll see if he keeps the tempo going when Marine Lord does try and utilize this water, because with the presence of the spearmen, you're obviously making sure your opponent doesn't just go out on water and take what they want.
Yeah, there's a very interesting early game dichotomy on maps like this, right, which is the question of spear investment versus dock investment versus age-up investment here from either players. Of course, both of these civs very, very capable of fighting in that dark age with those spears. Of course, Knights Templar having that wood to food bonus, which serves them extremely well on these types of maps. Whereas Japanese, not only do they have the ability of upgrading their spearmen with just a little bit of gold mining once they get that forge up, which is now on the way for B, we also have the cheaper barracks, of course, enabling even more spears earlier on without needing to gather as much wood. And that can often lend itself to very curious investments here on either side. But Marine Lord is going to play no part in it. No dock, no barracks for him. Just straight for the age up with the Kingdom of France. Now 25 seconds out for him. And B is just going to look to match without throwing up a dock of his own.
Now, this is pretty interesting to me because I feel like B with those 3 spearmen, we can see those dots are all around the map. Marino just chopping wood, dropping them to the skies, to all the gods receiving them, needing no drop-off place. With all that wood in his pocket, he is going to be very comfortable going out on the map and either docking or just making units and pushing back those spears. The thing is, with B's situation, he now has delayed his age up significantly. So Marino should be able to answer to this, but we do see with him 5 on wood right now, and we just saw that he spent a little bit of it. I'm wondering what he spent it on, though. So we'll see that in a second, but it looks like that scout needs to be a little careful because the Pokey Spearman and archery range, yes, that's what I mean. He already had the answer in his pocket. By just getting that much wood, he can get the age up, he can get his archers out, and then go for water right after, just because of that archer follow-up directly. But Kura's storehouse coming out of B, though, that's not very water of him.
No, it's something that's interesting, right? I mean, there's already archers on the field for Marine Lord, so going for that Cocker Township, it's a big risk, right? It's a big risk with archers on the field already. And I mean, 12 free farms from the Kura storehouse, which will later be boosted by the daimyo from the town center of the Japanese. That's a lot of food to give over, even on a map like this, just for the promise of maybe some damage being found by the shinobi. You can see how well Marino is playing this already, right? A single archer is enough to push away the spears, give him the space he needs to start placing those docks down and begin gathering that food for himself. The only question really is what level of investment we're going to see in these docks. One is up now already, of course. By the way it's positioned, you would assume that the one just south will be a next natural follow-up for Marine Lord here. But B, on the other hand, he did push in one of those deer packs, if I'm not wrong, we mentioned earlier, right? Did he push all of it in, or?
No, those ones were cleaned out.
Oh, yeah.
Marine Lord, the man had a plan.
Way too quick.
But now, with this archer, look at that power already. The fact that he's this confident to move across the map just shows you exactly this archer play. It's a sign of dominance. He's already just sitting back, relaxing, getting the water, what KD does best. And now those spearmen, they just don't look like their investment is going to be paying off here, but it does look like the stable is coming down there from B, so he is looking for an answer to this already. But I'm expecting Marino to already plan for that follow-up pretty quickly on. So as we can see now, the first pilgrim is making his way out onto the map. Horseman now being followed up with, and that pilgrim is going to be open for harassment, but Marine Lord is ready because he went for France. So he is definitely going to have an answer to a puny little horseman.
This is something Japanese have struggled with in the past as well, right? Knights in the feudal age. They can be better now than sort of ever before, I would say, in contesting in that feudal age up against even knight civs, thanks to that cheaper cost of the Yumi. Just such a strong archer when you reach these critical numbers, especially aided by the Yumi bannerman as well for that additional damage. It can make for a very, very scary composition, and you know, the longer lasting food of Japanese, courtesy of that Kura stores, and of course their good berry gathering rate with that Tawara upgrade, means that they can really, really put up a fight in these feudal ages, even though they might have a composition disadvantage, as they often do against these knight civs in particular. So the level of investment from either player, something we'll have to see. However, B is definitely committed to this feudal age already, not only with Horseman, the space from earlier, but now Yumi as well being added, and working his way towards that mana as well.
Now, what I am really surprised about is seeing that B is going for the +1 range defense behind this too. So yes, he did see some archers, but that is a pretty heavy investment to go for as an upgrade when you're playing against a man who you don't know is going to keep making archers. And with these 2 Chevaliers, they are going to make this a little bit harder for him, but they're so beautiful when they run Myriad. Those are some spicy horses, but you see, he hasn't felt the need to actually invest in any military prowess on the water there because he realizes, I just have the better units right now. But behind this, ladies and gentlemen, you see what B is cooking, and that's going to be a lot of Yumis. We've seen how many archers can come out of Japanese here, with a little bit of a samurai mixed in there too. This does mean that Marine Lord is going to have to be careful. But the thing is, when you have that many pseudo-knights out here, it does not feel that scary to play against a bunch of Yumis.
The Pseudo Knights indeed are the answer of choice and the right one here for Marine Lord. Theoretically speaking, if B does not add any more spears, Marine Lord could just mass nothing but Chevalier Confrere in this situation, as the Pilgrim does get spotted out by B. He goes in for a charge with the Horseman, but Marine Lord is quickly there to meet with the Chevalier and escort the Pilgrim safely towards that side there, which I think that's 130 gold, right? The distance, if I'm not wrong. We can have a little look. Should be the maximum.
It does feel like he has gotten his max distance right there, but we'll see how much it gives. And 130. Beautiful. That's what I like to see, especially the fact that Marine Lord can keep these safe. The thing is, B's numbers, they're starting to get a little bit scarier, and with him having +1 ranged defense and ranged attack, this is starting to feel like a pretty scary mass moving his way. But again, the Knight numbers are not slowing down. Marine Lord is just constantly producing and making archers behind it in smaller numbers. But now, with that mobility, he's going to find a way to actually do some damage.
Marine Lord does have to be quite careful though, right? We spoke about his investment into Chevalier Confrere here, which is definitely the right choice. However, the upgrade differential that you highlighted as well, Wham, it's pretty significant at this point in time, right? Both Steeled Arrow and Undermesh in for B, whereas Marine Lord doesn't even have a Blacksmith yet. The Yumi Bannerman is now on the way as well, courtesy of that Daimyo mana for him. So B, with this mass, can actually start making a push fairly soon here and dealing significant damage if Marine Lord is not prepared. He's now adding in Spearman as well. Quite surprising.
Now, getting those spears is definitely going to be the focus for the Yumis, but it's going to give that opening to actually just get the horses on top of that mass from B. The thing is, B's army just doesn't have a lot of things that can stop those Chevaliers. When you get to 10, Myriad, you know how this gets. They just run right through you. And I think now, with B moving out on the map, this is already risky, because he can be caught out with that little group, and instantly this becomes a much, much harder game, especially with the possibility of losing a Bannerman in this case.
The health scaling is not something to be underestimated for the Chevalier. For those who aren't aware, every single time a Chevalier gets close to another, both of their health get boosted. The more of them are together, we can see already +6 additional health on all of them, as they are brothers in arms indeed on those horses. The number swell keeps swelling for both players here, and I mean, the spears are going to do nice to cancel out a few of the horsemen here from B, but it's just a bait and switch, Marika. It's just pure Yumi and Samurai.
This is disgusting, Myriad. You saw exactly what those Yumis did. You all, Twitch chat, you saw that poor horse. It looked like it was made of paper. That looked like a horseman. And it doesn't look like that upgrade is going to be... It's going to help, but I don't know if it's going to be enough against that mass. It does still feel like a very scary group that you have here, but it shows that B knows his units. It does look like the ship being added is going to make this a little bit better. The Yumis now going to get engaged on, but the horses are right at the front here. The horsemen not doing too much. The archers are trying to kite back, and they do a pretty decent chunk of damage, but with the ship firing at them as well, they do need to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, this pod control is actually really crucial here for Marine Lord, and it's one of the main features of this map that can really help turn the tides in your favor. Oh, there's a little bad leg on that Pilgrim, causing him to just limp a little bit towards that site. But having access to these ponds here, right, and being able to make an arrow ship on them makes it so difficult to engage in these positions if you do not have that control as the archer ships. Although with this kind of Yumi, they can fall quickly, that is still AoE range damage being dealt by them. And obviously, Marine Lord's not going to let it fall without a fight. But the site is firmly in B's side of the map, and thus under his control now with this mass. So Marine Lord did switch it already towards the one in the north, as engagement does come in.
It does look like this is a very bad engagement for B, though, taking a lot of fire damage from that ship. He is just breaking through those Yumis, but either way, it doesn't feel like it is a complete destruction just yet. We can see the destroyed value from both sides. Marine Lord a little bit ahead, but the army value is looking quite scary for him. The Yumis, though, you can see him kiting back. He wants to get away from that ship. He's learned his lesson. The samurai is now being the front line. Look at those Yumis just target firing, but the horses are taking a lot less damage now. It seems the +1 range defense did its work, and they are going to need to kite backwards. We can see the income per minute also being so much more for Marine Lord. He's going to be able to replace all of those units if they do go down, and B, he's going to be struggling.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but question a little bit B's decision here to invest so heavily in the samurai, right? I mean, sure, these are not hardcore French Royal Knights or Rus Knights for that matter from the Knights Templar here. They are only the Chevalier Confrere, but they are still very capable up against these feudal age men-at-arms like the samurai. So having, not investing in those spears to be able to offset those charges and keep your Yumi mass somewhat safe it's pretty rough in this situation, as the samurai did nothing but serve as cannon fodder in those fights, and as a result, now B finds himself really in the back foot, pressed against his base.
The great thing about the Yumis is you can usually just have more, but right now he needs about 100 more to take down this. You can see the horses don't care about that ranged fire. They are going right on top. They're ready to even take a little bit of a dive into that wood line if needed, but the Yumis do push back a little bit as Marine Lord is kiting back in. We see the archers just picking off everything they can. Usually you don't see Knights Templar with more archers than the Japanese, but the numbers are dwindling, and it does look like this is going to be a very quick game one here for Mr. Marine Lord.
Yeah, you put it perfectly, Marek. I mean, having equal number of Yumi or less than enemy regular archers is a horrible spot to be in. Similarly as having, the same number of archers as longbows up against the English, that's not a spot you want to be in. As Marine Lord just dancing around this wood line, knowing that this wood is crucial to Beast's composition right now with the amount of Yumi he is making. Double the cost of wood these Yumi are compared to their food. So without wood, B cannot maintain this mass. And you see him already struggling as Marine Lord just ruthlessly dances in and out of the TC range, just keeping these B numbers low, and already is so close to the castle age.
Marine Lord going with Genoa here. This is just going to put him even further ahead because, as we can see, B is struggling. He's going for another bannerman, more samurais on the way. But the problem is for B, not just the fact that he's pushed off of that wood line, but his food is going to slowly start running out too. We do see that the villagers are out here on the deer. They are running for their lives, trying to get all the food back there as soon as possible. But B is about to find out in about 15 seconds that he is going to get very, very cooked by all these chunky horses who are going to be of the veteran variety pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord is just playing this one flawlessly, as typical fashion from Marine Lord, I have to say. He's almost making it look easy. And with the stage up behind this, 51 archers on the field for Marine Lord, veterancy straight away queued up, and I mean, B knows that there's just absolutely no hope at this point anymore in this game any longer. GG gets called.
And it just shows you that Marine Lord knows when to pull out, he knows when to push in, he was playing it safe, but at the same time knowing when to engage and when not to. Now, we do see Max Vills here from B, pretty standard, I would say, for KT to be a little bit behind, but it did feel like Marine Lord with those ships, he was pumping. But the resources gathered, it tells you the story of KT, and honestly, I think all of us would have said KT has the advantage here. And B losing Japanese to this is probably not the worst. I don't think this is going to be discouraging him in any case, but that military value graph, it might feel quite discouraging.
Yes, I mean, Knights Templar on these kind of maps is something you have to respect, right? It's a pick that has fallen once or twice when they have been at their strongest, like on these maps, right? So we know that it's not unbeatable. But you're always fighting such an uphill battle, and, I mean, B knows that, right? So he might not be that discouraged by this loss. However, it is only a best of 3, right? So having throwaway maps like this, sure, you can afford one, but the issue with that in these best of 3s is that as a result of throwing away a map, essentially, is that you are only one game away from losing the series at that point in time. So it's a very risky gamble to make. It may pay fruit for him potentially here, as he does have Jushi up against HRE on Carmel. And Jushi, can be an interesting one in terms of that faster age up against HRE. They can often get most of the relics if their timing does come in just in time. But HRE, Mareka, I mean, we know all about HRE, don't we?
Oh, and we know there's a 5% nerf coming to them pretty soon to a ladder game near you, but HRE got through, and I think this is something we're going to be seeing in these best of 3s, where those stronger civilizations, they will make it through here. But on Carmel, probably one of the maps that I think both of these civilizations feel quite comfortable in. There's a lot of food out there. They are going to be very, very happy to make use of that. And I think B will still need to play a little bit better than Marine Lord here, but we've seen what Zushi can do. Like you said, there's that fast castle that they can also match. But honestly, on this map, I think the deer utilization is probably going to play a little bigger of a role in this matchup. Now, if he does make it out of here, we do have two comfort civilizations from B, but at the same time, Marine Lord has two very strong ones in his pocket still. So it's going to be a tough one. So, Myriad, walk me through. How do you see this whole playstyle going on Carmel between these two?
Well, like you mentioned, there's just a ridiculous amount of deer, isn't there? I mean, there's just so much food on this map, and Pro Scout is something that both these civs historically have done so well. And with such a big influx of food, safe food for either side, normally the deer will get split evenly, of course, unless there's some aggressive shenanigans. But it means that there will be an enormous amount of units being pumped out from either side, leading to a very action-packed game. And that is likely what we're going to see as we load into game number 2 between M8's Marine Lord in the color pink, sporting in the south side of Carmel as the Holy Roman Empire, facing 3DB in the color green as the Jushi's Legacy, the most feared player from Russia, looking to make a stand here in game number 2 as he finds himself one down against who's arguably the best in the world.
Marine Lord has made a name for himself. Definitely a player that I think a lot of people are excited to see go all the way here. Marine Lord, he's probably the current GOAT here. And I feel like B has a very uphill battle, or anyone in this bracket, to handle Mr. Marine Lord. But now, I want to take a look at that HRE base. Could we see what a potential chapel position would look like? And it does look like, oh, this is Carmel, of course. He could get a decent one over there. It is a little exposed, and when you are against Zushi, it does feel a bit scary. But Marine Lord, we've seen him actually go for some other variety of landmarks as well. I don't think he's going to be taking any risks. We know Marine Lord, he feels confident. Oof. Zushi as well, as we are getting pointed out to look at all those beautiful little berries that will just provide food for a whole army if he does go right over there with the garden.
And this is a possibility on this map, right? We have seen this before. This is kind of like the jackpot you can hit here as Zushi, where you get triple berries in one spot. And that amount of food, upwards of 100 food passively per minute, on top of those Pro Scouts, means that you can just pump to your heart's content as the Jushi's Legacy here. However, he goes for the safe one, Marika.
That's a very safe one. Guys, that's super safe.
Oh no, B.
Guys, I don't think this is B, guys. I don't know what's happening.
Do you think he's going to cancel it? Let's see. Imagine. No, it's way too late, right?
But this is not the B we know and love. This is B. The man is a risk taker. B is the guy who will go out on the map and destroy. He will pull something out of his pocket and make sure you regret everything you've ever decided. But he's playing against Marine Lord. So maybe he's taking a little bit of a note here and saying, like, maybe I should not be taking big risks and I should play it safe. So a very safe choice. Still a very juicy Meditation Garden. But it does look like our observer also predicted that Arcane Chapel position perfectly.
Yeah, it's definitely playing it safe here from Marine Lord, right? Just like you said. I mean, the Arcane Chapel, tried, tested, reliable. It will always give you the result that you want, which is, of course, that ridiculous 40% additional gather rate within its influence. The mine work, we have seen it pay real fruit in the past, right? Courtesy of those cheaper and, of course, unique upgrades as well, namely for the horsemen, the spearmen, and those knights in the castle age. Now, you know, part of me was wondering that maybe there might be something Marine Lord tries, just playing knight on knight with that steel barding, +2/+2 armor on those knights up against the Dali horses from the Jushi. But, you know, it's not something I think either of them really tested, potentially. They might not know, or at least Marine Lord potentially might not know how that fight goes. And, of course, it is risky at the end of the day. 20% attack speed is no joke on those horses, even with the 2 additional armor for Marine Lord. So he's just going to go for the economy and just look to outscale in that mid-game sort of section with the HRE.
This is something you need to do, because Zushi, a civilization that loves pro scouting, your early to mid game is kind of what sets the pace for the rest of the game. And this is what I love about Marine Lord's build right now. We see the moment he aged up, he was ready to click up Pro Scouts as well, going for that early mill, just ensured that he was ready to get it. And Zushi now starting it a little bit later, as we know, it will just come in so much faster. But because of this, both of these players do need a stable, so it does take a little bit longer. B already having 2 in queue, and Marine Lord will soon follow. Now, there's more than enough D on this map to go around, so we see a little bit of a spearman production building being built there, and I think a barracks is just going to make this even nicer for Marine Lord to deny some of those deer.
Yeah, there's great value here in going for a barracks as HRE, right? I mean, you're going to be dealing with a lot of lancers on this map from the Jushi's legacy, so getting those spears out early just to harass the scouts, annoy them a bit. Of course, Jushi can also get scouts out much faster than HRE can, so they'll have an advantage in pro scouts in that regard, so the spears will help offset that as well. But these spears will scale well too, won't they, right? When it comes to that cast stage, they can really keep an eye on those early few lancers from the Jushi's legacy, as B is very likely to be the one who does age up first, courtesy of that faster build speed.
Now, what I love to see here is that the Zhugunu follow-up is already in session. The thing is just, when you go for a stable, you already have the Zhugunu counter in your back pocket. So Marine Lord is getting a bunch of scouts and investing a little bit more into them than B. We see B only going for 3 scouts now, starting to gather the deer. But the question is now, is this just not going to be really good for Marine Lord? Because we can see he's already got a pretty solid amount of sheep under his TC2. So the question is just, are those spearmen going to be able to deny some of these pro scouts? And or are those Zhugunu just going to make this a lot harder and force Marine Lord to make some horsemen instead of just cranking out scouts nonstop?
Yeah, you do have to be careful with the level of investment here in units in the feudal age, right? We see the dance starting already. I mean, the spears countered by the Zhugunu, be making some of his own spearmen, probably in anticipation of some horsemen potentially coming out from Marine Lord, which are now in queue. Wheelbarrow as well, already halfway done there for Marine Lord. Nice little sneak in for him. That's definitely going to help scale his economy even better in this initial phase here. Glad to see all that Ark and Chapel. We can afford that pretty comfortably. Spears on the other side, harassing the scouts just a little bit.
And just shutting down or slowing down the pro scouting a bit is going to be so important for him to just stay up to date with this. Because getting something like Wheelbarrow just means that you had your villagers on gold when you could have been having them somewhere else to try and get resources to make more units. So this is where B, now forgoing those upgrades to actually just make Zhugunu, he's going to have that superior mass for now. Because we've seen the HRE economy. This is not lasting forever. Now, a man-at-arm joins the ranks of that army, and this is going to be so much harder to kill, especially if Marine Lord does go for a handful of them. But now archers also being queued up. Now, with the amount of Zhugunu, he's definitely going to need to be careful. He does spot out a few of the Zhugunu and the spearmen here at the back, but the men-at-arm, he's pretty tanky. He's not going to go home in too much danger. But we do see the blacksmith coming down now. Marine Lord, he realizes, hey, this is still Zushi, and I've seen the massive Zhugunus. I know what this looks like, so let's just get ready for that.
It's definitely something you have to respect here as Marine Lord, don't you? Especially because the gold mine is going to run out pretty quickly for him, and the second one does seem to be quite exposed there on the front, so he needs a unit investment here to, you know, really get access to that secondary gold that he will need very soon. Only 300 left in that initial one. And as you mentioned, Jushi, with those Zhugunu, even better than the Chinese Zhugunu, they're a very scary unit in this feudal age, so Marine Lord reinvesting in units, getting his blacksmiths, iron undermesh on the way for him, just like B's steel arrow, so that will be mirrored in terms of damage, output, and denial. And the horseman still finding value here on the back of this, distracting B and keeping him in his base, so B's investment is pretty much just going to be used defensively here.
And that's exactly where Marine Lord wants to keep him, because like you said, that gold, that horseman taking a lot of shots, going down as well. Spearman will be paying the price next, but the next gold is now available for the taking, and this is what Marine Lord needs. So a lot of players, they say that HRE is pretty good on this map because HRE needs a lot less gold than most civilizations, but you have to keep in mind that is only because they get to castle, and when they do go for the cathedral, they do get double the gold from those relics, and that's usually where they shine. But the problem is just if they can get the knight, this becomes so much harder. Cathedral now coming on down. and being built with 12. So he wants this and he wants it now. Mount Lu Academy also coming out pretty quickly here from B. So not seeing that Feudal Age fight we had hoped for, but definitely a little bit of a move out there on the gold. We do see the pink blobs absolutely everywhere surrounding that gold. So now the next fight is, of course, just going to be for the relics.
Yeah, and those relics are likely to make or break this game for either side, without a doubt. We see all of them condensed in towards that center, so soon enough that center plane will become a bloodbath for either side here as they look to ruthlessly contest the relics. Of course, Marine Lord desperately needs them for that Regnus Cathedral, plus 100% additional gold income for every relic he gets, taking it from the standard 80, which is the equivalent of about 2 villages, up to 160 gold per minute per relic, closer to 4 villages that is. So Marine Lord, if he gets at least 2 or 3 here, ideally 3, then he's definitely feeling very, very happy with himself. Whereas B, you know, he definitely wants to have the majority, so he really wants to get at least 3 here as well to feel in a pretty comfortable spot. And the follow-up of that really would be quite interesting to see, because as to how aggressive either player is after those relics is really going to determine the course of the game from then on. As I'm not sure which Civ scales better exactly, but because of the Mount Lu Academy, B is going to be able to get out those Lancers really, really quickly.
And he is making a ton. Marine Lord also investing in his own Knights, though. He recognizes that this is the usual way that the Zushi gets played. What I was very surprised about is Marine Lord did not have his Prelates in position to pre-pick up those relics. And it might just be because B was so active on the map. He instead prioritized getting resources. So keeping that Prelate in the chapel, ensuring that everyone's inspired so he can keep making units. Now, I know Marine Lord, and I know that's probably a very active decision, knowing that he needs to get as many resources as possible to handle the Zushi early castle spike, the power spike that just comes from getting all those lances. But now, Marine Lord has a pretty comparable amount of them, and the fight is breaking out, but the archers are trying to fire at those, and they're barely doing any damage.
Ololo comes in as Marine Lord moves in for the relic. It does get sniped out quickly by the Zuganu. Crossbows on the background doing very, very good work here from Marine Lord, turning the tide somewhat. However, there's a lot of Zuganu, so the crossbows as well as the archer backline quickly falls here from Marine Lord, and actually be able to break through this fight with those Lancer numbers, with that effective, beautiful focus fire from the Zuganu. And Marine Lord is still stuck on just one relic with little army to speak of.
And now the problem is those relics are going to be so hard to capture, because you can see there are green blobs everywhere. There's absolutely no way that Marine Lord can just slide in, grab a relic and come back. And like you said, those golds, they're limited edition, Myriad. They're going to be running out pretty quickly, especially when you have such a heavy gold composition here. Now we see B picking up yet another relic and going home to safety, and the front gold now being depleted as well. So there's one more gold mine he has safely, but it is not going to last for too long. We do see that he's still making knights, still making crossbows, so this is a very expensive army from Marine Lord, and he still has to invest in those upgrades as well, especially with this amount of Jugunu, with the amount of lances on the field. He's going to need that penetration on every single bolt that comes out of those crossbows, and he does not have the gold to get those upgrades going.
Yeah, absolutely. The gold is going to become a severe issue here for Marine Lord in the near future. I mean, losing out on the vast majority of the relics here, only one, that must feel so terrible when you went for that Regnus Cathedral. I mean, you need a minimum of 2, really, to feel any kind of contentment with that Regnus Cathedral. So being stuck on 1 here, looking very unlikely to have any chance of picking up a second one for himself. Marine Lord really on the back foot, and you can see the strength of that Jushi supervision. Consider the Mount Lu Academy able to pump out these lances so quickly and completely dominate this mid-map. And Marine Lord is likely to face a brutal onslaught very soon.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough position to be in, because when you make crossbows against lancers or knights, you do feel quite comfortable in that composition, right? The problem is just when the number of lances outnumber your crossbows. It usually doesn't spell for a very easy time, but B now moving to the middle of the map, he feels confident enough in his, a military presence, because that's a pretty big presence, to move out and just take what he wants and what he needs. Marine Lord, though, getting horsemen now as the composition here. And my question is just, is that set of horsemen going to be to do a little bit of eco damage, or is he actually hoping that those horsemen can take care of those Jugunus? Because right now, they're just the cheapest unit he can get. Oh my gosh, Marriott, I realize what's happening. Twitch chat, I hope you're seeing what I'm seeing. That looks like an Imperial Age from Marine Lord.
Yeah, it's something he's really considering, right? Like, we just see a couple of units being added in the queue here and there, whilst building up that massive Swabia destined bank as well. Tower going up now near that frontal TC position as well, with the Archon Chapel, kind of confirms our suspicions. Fortification coming through on another outpost as well, and there it is, the Palace of Swabia coming smack down in the back of the base here. Very, very safe position. And, I mean, this is kind of the only decision Marine Lord has access to, frankly. You can't contest this mass anymore in the center. You can't hope to break through here as Marine Lord, so trying to survive this mid-game with a heavy economic transition with a Palace of Swabia is kind of the only way you can hope to crawl back in this game in some sort of way, really. But the problem is going to be this massive Lancer mass from B. I mean, with only a bit of siege on the field for B, maybe some trebuchets, you're going to start breaking those towers, and I think Marine Lord will be hard-pressed to hold.
Well, my big question is, what is the upgrade that he decides to go for? Oh, we get bombard towers. That's the upgrade he decides to go for. Because with the amount of gold he's got in the bank, he does not have access to getting any more unit upgrades anytime soon. We do see the army pulling back now with him hitting the age up. He knows this is my moment to attack, and I cannot delay any further. It does look like Marine Lord does want to poke these back at least a little bit, because there's still a lot of villagers there on the gold at the bottom, but he doesn't want to overcommit here. That is still a pretty scary army to engage into, but we see what's happening at the front here. He's bringing that relic to safety as well, because he knows if he loses this, he is stuck. Now, I don't know what he's going to be doing against this, but with the amount of horsemen that he's getting, he might go for that upgrade instead. The problem is just the food is also running a little bit low right now.
Not only the food, but the gold as well, right? That southern mine is the last one Marine Lord has access to. No more gold for him besides this 10 left here. And he just barely has enough for an elite upgrade here. And it is going to be the crossbows as the unit of choice to upgrade. I think prudent choice, really, on the defense. But, yeah, I mean, how else are you going to get gold here as Marine Lord? You have no choice but to maybe sneak a key up on one of these double golds on the flank, but even that won't be easy as the fight does come in. Marine Lord feels hard pressed to make some sort of stand here as he charges in with his cavalry and the crossbowmen dealing damage behind it. The mass from B, though, looks really, really good. Now, in the base, it'll be a bit harder for these Zuganu to focus the crossbows. Of course, they don't have the range that other archers would have, so they can't access that backline as easily. And now moving under the relic boosted bombard tower as well means that these trades are not really going to favor B here so much. However, he feels pretty confident in his position despite that, because of the food access, right? Being able to take the whole map for himself like this, B can actually afford to just keep pressing forward through this bombard tower. He just doesn't care.
You can see the destroyed value from Marine Lord. It was climbing significantly, but B, he was able to clean up everything. Those crossbows, he was taking a fight without having his upgrades for them yet. So these things were just not doing the damage that they would need to as Imperial Age crossbows. Now you can see Juganu still picking off villages, and even though you've got Swabia, you've got nothing else. Textiles being upgraded for the villages as well, and 200 gold in the bank, plus the little bit of relic gold coming on in, is the only thing he's going to be able to have access to. Behind this, B is just doing an insane amount of damage. You see those green units just streaming towards the base. There's nothing stopping B. The thing is, B can even move out on the map and get the external food if he needed to. It doesn't matter that the deer is depleted. He's still got access to the ball and everything else. And Marine Lord, he's had enough.
Beautiful swing back here from B in game number 2, equalizing the series and taking it to that final third game here. Very nicely played, just understanding his timing so effectively. I mean, we know B does play a lot of Jushi's legacy. He knows this civilization inside and out, and proving it here in this game number 2. Just one single decisive fight in that mid-map, and the game was essentially over.
Yeah, he was in a pretty good spot after that push. See, this is the crazy thing about Zushi. You win one fight, and it feels like there's nothing that you can do to actually shut them down, but especially on a map that is so punishing for you to lose even just a bit of your army. So B played this amazingly. The fact that he could keep Marine Lord under control and pick off a few units along the way. We do see, just like we saw earlier, those Juganu, they were cleaning up a bit. But B just understood his civilization so much better. He knew exactly where to aim. He knew exactly what to target fire here. And you can see, he ignored the knights completely. He knew the lancers was going to be able to handle them. But just like that, I think this deciding fight here just told us exactly how this game was going to end. B looking fantastic. But guys, we do have our final matchup as well on Gorge. And this is Delhi against Lancaster. And honestly, Myriad, I don't know how I feel about this. This is where your big brain and your top tier skills is going to need to give us some insight on exactly what we can expect from these two on there.
Yeah, this is not a matchup you see very often, right? This should be a pretty interesting one coming in here. I have a little bit of experience with it myself from either side, and there's a lot of ways this can actually be played for both sides, I would say. I mean, typically, we have that situation of just Lancaster Castle combined with those manners and just even potentially ignoring the sides here from the House of Lancaster, letting Delhi do their thing and Lancaster does their own thing. But honestly, I think even Abbey of Kings can have some applications in this matchup for them, playing for that feudal, just having... I mean, at that point, you'd essentially be playing just a stronger version of old school English, right? You'd have the yeomen, you'd have the spears, as well as the lords, giving you an additional 20% extra health, making you really strong in those fights. And with all the sides so close together, all in line in the center, it's quite possible on this map. But Delhi historically has been quite the civilization on this map as well. One of their home turfs, I would say, and they're not to be underestimated. The mass they can get to in feudal, especially with that cavalry, the Ghazi Raiders, is something Marine has to be very careful about. But a lot of ways this can go. It's hard to predict.
And it seems like a lot of players are not sure where that boundary is of when do I dive under the manners. And the thing is, that's at our rank. Guys, these guys play hundreds of games in these types of matchups, so they know exactly what the limits are. And B, you can trust that he knows exactly what his limits are. Marine Lord, though, I feel like he knows Lancaster in and out by now. This is a map, this is a civilization that favors Marine Lord's playstyle. Marine Lord, when I say his playstyle, he can adjust to most things, but he knows when to be greedy and when not. And that's kind of the tagline of Lancaster. I get to be greedy or not. So we'll see if B can actually try and shut that down. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the game to start. Let's hop on in.
And game number 3 here, the deciding game here between Marine Lord and B, as Greedy B, spawning in the north side of the map as the Green Delhi Sultanate, facing M8's Marine Lord in the color pink as the House of Lancaster. We are on EGC Gorge, and Marine Lord, yeah, doing something that has become a staple of this meta so far, opening with that barracks, and this makes so much sense even against Delhi, right? It's just, there's so many matchups where this makes sense for the House of Lancaster. You have the faster gathering rate from the sheep innate to them, the only civilization in the game with such a bonus. Allows you to pump those spears quite quickly without having any danger of idling your TC. Maybe shove in some of these early deer packs, giving you superior food. And with that food, I mean, the world's your oyster, really, as Lancaster here. You can either play really heavy feudal, you can go straight for castle after maybe 3 or 6 manas, and Delhi are going to have a tough time stopping it without idling their scout, as we see now.
And this is what we saw from B in the first game as well. He knew exactly what was coming, and he went ahead on the rest of the map and tried to shut this down. Now, he does pay with 2 of his sheep and Marine Lord. He's probably feeling pretty happy, because now he's got a ton of sheep in his pocket, and he is going to go out to the other side. He didn't get to push the deer as easily. We do see B still idling that scout, though. Still trying to shut this down, but he's going to pay the price of most likely more sheep if he's not careful. Now, the spearman has his eyes set on the scout instead, but just like this, B has shut down that deer pushing. And the second deer pack is quite far away. Another sheep goes down. And this is a pretty expensive price to pay. Now, Marine Lord, he has the advantage on the scouting. He can go onto that side of the map and get a huge amount more sheep than he wants. But Marine Lord, he is probably still pretty happy with this.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, yeah, you have to consider what kind of a trade-off you're making here as B, right? You denied the day, at least the initial pack. But there's a second one that other side, which Marine Lord is already moving towards to start shoving in. And you lost, I mean, how many sheep was that? That B had lost, like 3, 4 maybe? And meanwhile, Marine Lord just hoovering the rest of them up. So even if you denied one day pack, I mean, how many sheep have you given over here? And you know, Marino's just going to have those sheep anyway, despite not having the day. So, did you essentially just cancel out any advantage you might have gained anyway? It's tough to say, but I feel like that wasn't worth it.
It feels like a pretty tough price to pay here. And just like that now, Marine Lord, you can see he's putting that Lancaster castle far forward, protecting his gold. But this is just going to mean nobody is going to come across the line for too long. And protecting the berries, as we are shown here too, in a way protecting the stone too. So if he wanted to be a little bit greedy, he gets to. And now the question is just, that amount of sheep that B got, is it going to be enough to produce enough Ghazi Raiders to get in under that Lancaster castle, or is he going to need to go out on the map to do something?
Yeah, there's something to it, right? You can potentially go stable straight into a blacksmith here if you are B. Prioritize that on the mesh and look to punish excessive greed here from Marine Lord with a dive once it comes in, pulling out the injured Ghazis under those manors, and you can really get a lot of damage done that way, even start torching down those manors. 2 spears can't really do too much work in stopping upwards of 10, 15 Ghazi Raiders. We'll have to see whether that's the plan here for B. It's something he has done in the past, so very well could be. Standard play for Marine Lord on the other side, just a Lancaster castle, a little bit of gold mining still underway, wanting to upgrade those spears, potentially moving into survival techniques as well, maybe, if he wants to go for what is still relatively safe there. Even though they did get killed, they're pretty retracted right behind his base, behind those wood lines, so he can opt to gather them fairly quickly if he so chooses.
Now, my question to you, Myriad, is how many manors do you go for in this scenario? Because you have the food you need, right? And you're getting a little bit of Dia behind this as well. Is this a situation where Marine Lord can comfortably go for 6, or is he going to need to start being careful after 3? But look at that, the blacksmith coming out first instead of just usually getting a stable. Now, this might just be because, you know, Ghazi Raiders are not going to do too much at the early stages, but you can get your upgrades a little bit faster this way.
Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense, right? As you mentioned, you will get those upgrades faster, and that's really kind of what matters here, because, yeah, you're not going to get too much value here from early Ghazis. There's a couple of spearmen, there's the Lancaster castle, manors are coming up now, and you're likely not going to get very severely contested on those sacred sites, so even with a later investment into units here for B, chances are you will still get a triple site lockdown, as it is the stable follow-up afterwards. Makes complete sense, and it is under mesh first, as we predicted. Whereas for Marine Lord, I think you have a few options. You could just go, potentially, for a 3-mana fast castle here, use those initial O's Guard to offset some of the sacred sites, maybe decap a couple of them, and even fight up against the Ghazis if you keep pumping them out, maybe with some knights as well, in turn. You could potentially even greed up to 6 and go for that fast castle, but then you are letting the sites go for quite a little while, and that income is going to mount up drastically for the Delhi. 125 gold passively per sacred site. That's 3 villages worth of gold income. With 3 of them locked in, that's 9 total villages. So, for talking passive income, Lancaster does it well, but uncontested, Delhi also does it with great effect.
Now, we do see that Marine Lord goes for the upgrade, so this is going to mean he's going to be teaching B some manners here. The thing is, those manners are pretty far out, depending on where you're pushing from. It does feel like the answer, of course, you want to protect your gold, you want to make sure that it's covered, but we've seen this a lot. If there is a push coming from one side, if your manners are in a bit of an exposed area, they do go down pretty quickly. So, even though Marine Lord is pretty much in the driving seat right now, B is going to be ramping up that unit production pretty quickly. You guys see now he's almost got 5 Ghazi Raiders on the field, and with 6 prelates, this is going to be a pretty hard spot for Marine Lord once they start diving. Because the great thing is now, B does have +1. He gets to dive with the Ghazis, And he gets to bring them back to heal if he wanted to. So this is the very unique thing about Delhi. And what we've seen out of a few of these games at the top level, they do feel quite confident going with those Ghazis just a little bit deeper than usual because they are able to bring them back and heal them back up. So now Sanctity almost in, and we're going to be seeing a lot more movement. Oh, look at them. They're just finding their way straight to the gold mines of sacred sites.
Exactly. Triple lock here for B, pretty much uncontested by Marine Lord. A few additional space being produced here. Clearly fearing somewhat of a dive here, so prudently adds more just to keep himself safe. Definitely a good choice. And it is going to be that 6 mana investment here for Marine Lord. So going essentially all out, really, as you can with Lancaster here. I mean, it's essentially death, I think, if you do go for those 9 manas and is punished accordingly by the Delhi. Marine Lord, he's still making space, right? And he's actually moving out of the site. Is the question here that he's gonna invest heavily in this feudal age as a result of this 6 manas? Or is he just going to go straight for castle after a few more spears?
Now, I think he's in a pretty good position to actually do a little bit more of a feudal fight. As we can see now, with 6 manas, he's going to get a decent amount of units out of the muster the nobles if he so decided. But the thing is, he's not being greedy here. He's keeping his options open. Archery range coming on out too. The yeomen will be coming out soon. But the Ghazi Raiders being a little bit spicy right now. They're chasing right after those Woodvilles, but one of them will go down. And it doesn't look like a villager will go down at all. The spearmen are in position too. The Ghazi Raiders just did not get their shots off. And that is a pretty expensive loss already.
Yeah, it's quite the investment to make by B with that dive. He did have undermesh in. He did cause a lot of idle time though, right? So not too bad for him. A bit of an even exchange, I would say, in terms of idle time for Ghazis there. And he still has those triple sites locked in, right? More of the upgrades are coming in now. Muster the Nobles called in for Marine Lord as well. And it does seem to be a unit investment, like you mentioned, Marika. And so he's going to have the economy padding of those 6 manas and is now moving into those units to start contesting. I mean, theoretically, B could have maybe even just moved into a cast stage here quite early if he wanted, but instead he's reinvesting, right? And now we see those scouts being made. So Pro Scout has finished for him, so the scouts are going to start picking up the day, which will really expedite his food income as well.
The problem is, he's now investing in a few more archers, he's getting the scouts out, but our big question is, what is he going to do about those demi-lances that are about to collapse on him? Those guys, they do pack quite a punch, and with the amount that he has of them, this is not going to be easy, especially with just a bunch of archers. Now, we do see the archers looking a little bit feistier, coming out, focusing on those spears. He wants to make sure the Ghazi Raiders don't take too much here, but the Sacred Site does get decapped, and he is going to only have 2 of them for the gold, which is a pretty solid gold income. But when we look at the incomes between these players right now, Marine Lord, he is feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, these Demi-Lancers are going to be a great buffing of the front line here for Marine Lord. There's no real direct answer to them outside of those Ghazi Raiders, which do additional damage to heavy, so it will play into effect here, but there's quite a few spears to worry about here for B as well, and you can see just how quickly those yeoman numbers are climbing. The income is actually favoring Marine Lord pretty decently here. About 300 additional resources per minute for him. So as those yeoman numbers build, and they are superior to these Delhi archers, once the count is even, he can really start putting on the hurt onto the other sacred sites as well. But the main thing is that he decapped one, right? No more looming timer. That's minus 125 gold income for him as well. So Marine Lord, pretty content with his position, I'd say.
And he is going to feel content staying here if he so chose, but it looks like he does have a little bit of resources in the bank here. It can go either way now. He does have the scout on that. He doesn't want to lose him. Does pull him back just in time, and the yeomen are starting to fire back, but he does need to be careful here, because B, he's still going to be able to take a few good fights here. The yeomen now, they are making their way forward, but the Demi-Lancers are trying to find that moment to charge on top. Ghazi Raiders being a little bit far behind. They don't get the charge off just yet, though. And at the same time, you don't want your Demi-Lancers to take too much damage, because your whole point is getting them to castle so you can trade instantly. It's a bunch of units with an instant veteran upgrade. It's so nice to have, especially when you're House of Lancaster. Now, it does look like Marine Lord is about to click up that age up. House of Learning coming in now for B as well. And House of Learning, you guys know, when you need an education, it does take a while, so he's not going to get those upgrades too quickly either. So Marine Lord will still have a little bit of an opening to take these fights, especially considering daily upgrades, they do take quite a moment.
Exactly, but this age up is going to pay real fruits here for B. He's going to be able to get those relics up ASAP with the scholars that he has in position already. A lot of them now we see moving across the map already for him. Marine, however, not far behind at all. He recognizes just the sixth sense of these players is honestly incredible to witness sometimes. Marine Lord knows exactly what's up, and White Tower is on the way for him as well. It's going to give him 3 free Earl's Guard to pad his front line even further, putting it in a nice safe place there on the day pack and giving him an angle on the large gold vein in the south as well. So very, very great spot for that White Tower there. And he's going to contest this side. The rest had been decapped as well for him. Marine Lord feeling the pressure of Castle somewhat, but not really too much, as the relic actually, one of the scholars takes a few stabs for his brother there.
Hopefully it's worth it. They just want to bring back the gold home. That poor scholar, he's forgotten, but he will be remembered as the man who fell for the good of the nation. Now B, though, he instantly goes into an elephant. And guys, we know and love elephants. The thing is, they are so hard to take down, and especially with a huge amount of army, as we can see here from Delhi. Now, getting a few knights in between as well, but it does look like these demi-lancers are out for blood. Now that he's aged up, he wants this. The yeoman's upgrade is ticking. Demi-lancers just don't have a way to connect just yet. The elephant, he pushes them back.
Yeah, the elephant is something you have to respect here, right? You do have a lot of spears as Marine Lord, so theoretically, if you get a good surround on this elephant, you can take it down pretty quickly. However, B's not going to let that happen, right? This elephant is just going to be just a spear on this front line. It's going to be so tough to maneuver around, and he's going to have very, very good trades in his favor as long as it stays alive and not surrounded. B's upgrades coming in quite quickly. The Yeoman upgrade is just now finished for Marine Lord, so he's going to be able to do significant damage with them. He does have to be very, very careful up against this elephant here. I gotta say, B might be overextending his position just a little bit here. He has no further front line to speak of outside of this elephant, which is now getting chased quite fervently by Marine Lord's units. The spears, if they get close enough and get a wrap, this elephant is likely to die, already on half HP and falling relatively quickly here for him. Lancers in queue for B as well. Kilji Hone Steel on the way in for him, now halfway done. These Lancers are going to do great work, but there's so many Yeomen and Spears already, Marika.
It feels like B overcommitted there just a little bit too early because of that veterancy upgrade that kicked in for Marine Lord. His veterancy, it took a little bit longer. And once it did kick in, it looks like Marine knew, okay, this is where I pull back. But the thing is, B needs to find damage. He's playing against Lancaster. Oh no, and it looks like he is extending quite a bit now. Does B get a few Lancers? Not today, he says. Fortunately.
Yeah, it's quite something to see that even 3 Demi-Lancers are not actually able to take out one of those scholars, despite being on top of him, thanks to the Piety upgrade, of course, and the reduced stats of the Demi-Lancers, but the elephant falls here for B, abandoned there on the front line, the slow move speed, unable to keep him safe as a result, and Marine Lord with 35 Yeomen, 14 Archers now, O's Guard as well as Crossbowman in queue is looking to press his advantage in this game number 3. Lancer count looking really, really good here from B, very solid. He cancelled the additional elephant he had in queue. Spears falling here on the front line for Marine Lord, but they can be replenished so easily, and Crossbowmen are on the way for him as well. But Marine Lord has to be a bit careful. He might be the one overextending here shortly. The Steeled Arrow 2 is in, and it's not in, and Undermesh level 2 is not in yet for B, so these Lancers are taking so much damage from the Yeoman.
They took a lot of damage, but they did flank, and I want to give that, point out that B outplayed Marine Lord in that last fight by just ensuring that his Lancers were coming from 2 different sides. He made it look like, hey, you're only up against 3 of these, but in the end, there were 4 extras to just rain down upon him. But I wanted to point out our little food situation we've got here. Marine Lord out there on the deer, very happily eating away. But B is now running out of food on his side of the map. That's still a pretty solid amount of deer. And as we know, Lancaster, they're not that reliant on food, as they do have those manners ticking. But B has a timer here. He does not have the ability to farm transition out of this. This is not a position that Delhi wants to be in when they run out of food. So now with those berries being the last on his side, he's going to need to make something happen now. And the problem is there's a white tower. He's going to try to make it happen under.
Yeah, and he's going to be hard-pressed to do so because of that white tower, right? The food is definitely becoming an issue here for B, and that's something that is quite something you have to be worried about in this matchup in particular as Delhi, because you pump units so quickly and so effectively. But food is a limited resource, and the Delhi farm transition is something that is often quite painful indeed. Whereas, like you mentioned, House of Lancaster, Marine Lord, he has those manners to tide him over in his transition. He still has those deer as well as berries available for him. Very good spawn there in that southern side, and securing it with the white tower means that he's going to be just fine, really. Now, the army from B is looking quite scary. There's a lot of lancers and a lot of archers here. Not that much anti-armor for Marine Lord yet. Crossbow numbers are building and spears are recouping as well. But in the long game, I mean, this is going to be quite content to sit back like this. When the farm transition does have to come in, it'll be pretty tough for B to keep remassing as he takes a fight now, feeling pressured to do so almost. The spears are falling pretty quickly. Not all of them were in position at the start of the fight, so they get sniped out by the archers pretty quickly here. Marine Lord already kiting back with the yeomen as well as the crossbows, but many of the lancers do fall as well to these crossbows. But the backline for B is also looking rather healthy behind this too. Archers doing a lot of work. Howda's about to come in as well, and the additional range is going to be really useful for these archers too, as he presses ever forward. B does, but his food count is really suffering. There's no more bank for him to speak of, spending all of his resources on this front line. But Marine Lord is still feeling confident enough to take this fight out in the open, so not even feeling the pressure to go under the white tower. And I don't think enough damage was done here for B.
Yeah, this is now that moment we talked about where the food runs out, the food income will plummet after this. And it looked like a pretty good fight here for B, right? And everyone in chat might be like, yeah, B took that pretty well, but the problem is that replenishing rate now. And Marine Lord behind this, he got the upgrade to get more manners. He's ready to replace this type of army. He's ready to take these fights because he knows that when it comes to the resources, he's the one in the lead here. B taking an amazing fight, but the problem is just the army remaxability is just there for Marine Lord. And now he's getting double broad axe behind this. He's just getting his upgrades nice and sorted. And B, he is desperately trying to make more lancers. What I absolutely loved from Marine Lord's composition there is he got a few Earl's Guards in the mix as well, just to absorb a few of those archer shots. And it allowed him to just turn the fight yet again in his favor. And now B is farm transitioning. And this is not a sentence you usually want to say as the Delhi.
Definitely not, right? And he does have some sacred side control, at least for now, to help out with the farm transition, giving him at least some gold while he can refocus most of his economy onto wood and food. But you can see how badly that food income plummeted for B. 300 food per minute as the Delhi is a horrible spot to be in now. He's looking for a raid with the Lancers behind this, which will definitely be something he needs. Some damage is pretty much crucial for him at this point in time in order to give him the space needed to make this farm transition and maybe sort of claw himself back in from a macro perspective here. As the Lancers find the wood line, quite a few of them here. Idle time already forced. Marine Lord is running with the vills, reacting quickly. Just have some units at home to defend, more and more being produced, and I think this will get pushed off eventually. Some vills will fall though, but not quite enough.
He's desperately trying to make that critical damage that we talked about, but just with all of those villages that he pulled them directly to the army instead of trying to garrison them in the TC, which most of us would do. You would pull your villages back, try to get them in the TC, fire back, but no, Marine Lord knew, I might be sacrificing 3 of these, but I'm going to be getting very expensive units to go down. And now it does look like Marine Lord is banking up a little bit, and he could potentially go either way, right? This is what I absolutely love about his composition right now. And we can see here, he's also getting Billmen. And as I say that, more Spearmen in the queue. These Lancers, though, they're desperately waiting to do some damage. And B, he's at 400 food per minute. That's my full sentence.
And that kind of sums up the situation of the game. You can see him spending all of his wood on farms as he so desperately needs. And I do wonder here from Winlord, do we actually have synchronized shot research yet? I don't remember seeing it. And did we also have the Shire Levy called in? So, yeah, we don't have it researched just yet for him. Do we have Shire Levy? Okay, that did get called in, right? So, the reason for that high yeoman number is the additional padding from the levies there. And, I mean, Winlord is playing it really, really safe. After that mid-game settled down, the relics were gathered. He didn't get too many on his side, not that he really needs them here. But now he added the additional manas. He feels very comfortable with his spot. And you can see the resources, Marika. We know what's coming, and it's disgusting, isn't it?
It is. I can't believe he's doing this in public. Ladies and gentlemen, the final week that we can see Lancaster just going this greedily to Imperial Age. We see the Wingard Palace, and you guys know, when there's win in the name, it says exactly what's about to happen for Mr. Lancaster here. And with almost 2,000 wood, he could even farm transition. He has all the choices. Mangonel's not coming through, getting a pretty decent shot off, but they need about 20 more of those shots to make this a reality for B, because behind this, Marine Lord is just going to be pressing one button and remaxing that army in a split second.
Yeah, and even up against archers, the elite spearman that is lucky to pump out with that garrison command is going to do great work on the front line for him. And of course, he can easily just get the riders as well, demi-lancers as well as hobblars, which he can quickly upgrade. All of these units are going to do so effectively against B's army. He can choose whatever he wants, and B just has to reactively respond to it when it's already too late after the investment has already been made. Synchronized shot now being researched, elite on status on the yeoman on the way as well. And once that's in, we just have to see what Marine Lord chooses. But he didn't go for anything in the Wingard yet, so that makes me think that we're actually just going to see him go straight for a Gunpowder Regiment.
Ooh, no, he clicked the button. Maria, top left corner, it's coming. He's getting some units in there, the Wingard, and it is going to... Oh, I love the fact that we're getting synchronized shot as well. So this is going to mean that front line is going to be extra tonky. We see lots of spearmen coming on in, and this is going to make that army just a little bit better when it comes to dealing with the handful of lancers and a little elephant along the way. Now, the yeoman 31 is not enough to make sure this army melts, but it doesn't look like B is spending much more on military either. We do see a few more prelates or scholars getting made, but he's not spending any food. He's saving up. Myriad, my question is, does he want to wait till Imperial and actually take the fight then? Because this is a pretty risky situation to be in.
It's a very risky situation, and that would be an even riskier decision. But what other options does he really have, right? He can't keep fighting this in Castle Age. He will lose out on army quality and on income. Really, Imperial Age, with the Palace of the Sultan, getting those elite Sultan elephants coming in, is really the only hope he has of stemming the tide of this massive Lancaster force coming his way quite shortly. Now, the siege is going to help equalize somewhat here. This is a common situation we see when a civilization has the weaker army and the weaker economy. Normally they go into that siege to turn the tides of battle, but most of the siege is left exposed as the archers are chasing 5 mangonels and 4 springolds all abandoned here on the front line. But they are doing good damage here. Marine Lord not taking the fight too well. The Sacred Side causing a little bit of bunching more than he would like. But still, this is good trade-off for him, as most of the Springles did die. Only the Mangonels are left. Elite Spearman Tech is in. Elite Yeoman Tech is in as well. Incendiary Arrows over halfway done for him too. So even though the engagement was decent there for B, about as good as you can possibly hope for, it's only the first wave.
That felt pretty good from B. He was actually taking that fight very well. I know you said they were abandoned, but it felt like Marine Lord thought he could take that quite confidently as well. And it just showed that, hey, maybe he does not have all of that. And Scuttage not getting upgraded for Mr. Marine Lord yet, which means those manors are not producing gold yet either. Now, B, he did spend some of his resources to try and get a few more elephants, and now getting a few more springolds. He saw how that previous fight went. He knows this is a ticking time bomb, but he's still going right for it. He's still making units. And I don't know if this is just a situation where he's in and he's like, okay, I need to make units. I'm going to die if I try to age up. But now, them falling back to a keep, probably his safest move. Mangonel shots now looking for a very deadly shot. Spearmen at the front line, they're doing a lot. Oh, Maria, that was a destruction.
Yeah, that was just brutal, right? The Mangonel is desperately looking to find some damage, but the spread from Marine Lord is exquisite here, right? And he's not going to force the issue too much. There's a keep going up. He's not, there's no real time pressure here for Marine Lord. Sure, B might be able to go imp now, but it'll be so long before he gets together a serious mass of those Sultan Elephants. And even there, I mean, Marine Lord can so easily just pivot into Hobbelas as a result, which B doesn't have too much of an answer for outside of those 3 elephants. And they can fall quite quickly as well. I mean, Marine Lord, now we have the Gunpowder Regiment on the field to Reboldequins along with that Culverin. He can start working down this keep slowly as well as the siege from Marine Lord. It wouldn't surprise me to see more siege being queued up for him as well, but for now it's only more and more garrison command. The level of value obtained from that Wingard Palace cannot be understated here, and Marine Lord is just going to keep squeezing it for all it's worth.
Now, I honestly think Marine Lord is just struggling to end the game for a while, and that might give B the opening, because we saw that farm transition. Guys, he's on 1,600 food per minute. This is no longer the B we saw 5 minutes ago. This is a pretty comfortable B in terms of food, etc. And you do see a lot of it has been pulled off to build Palace of the Sultan. And yes, Marine Lord does have the Culverin. He's still gotten a little bit of an advantage here, but B has been using those mangonels amazingly. And if Marine Lord keeps making these small mistakes and bad engagements, he might actually give B that opening. But it does look like Marine Lord wants to engage the moment this Imperial Age strikes.
Yeah, and I'm quite curious what the plan is here. It looks like he's just going to forego the keep entirely and dive directly in. Clearly, Marine Lord really puts a lot of respect on this B Imperial Age, and Delhi Imp is definitely very scary, but you have to question whether it's really worth it to dive so directly onto the keep. But if the siege gets cleaned up, that's definitely going to be worth it, as all of the Mangonels outside of one get cleaned up here from B. The choke points, which previously worked in his favor, are now working against him. The Sprinkles getting sniped out by the Yeoman as well. The Elephants are doing a great job on the front line, but so much siege has fallen. But behind this though, the Lancers finding decent value, finding the Culverin. I'm not sure if it will go down. No, the Reboldequins are going to keep it safe. Some archers connecting from the flank for B as well. And looks like B actually holds quite well.
That was amazing by B. And I don't think we saw it from the bottom there, but the Lancer flank changed this immensely. And all of a sudden, Marine Lord feeling a little bit too confident, diving under that keep, fighting in that choke point, just ensuring the Springolds get to mow down the front line. Now Marine Lord getting a Springold emplacement. And when you're going for a Springold emplacement, it's usually not because you're feeling too confident, especially in Imperial Age. So this is now a very scary Delhi army, and I want you guys to look at the resources per minute. B is pretty happy with this. Upgrades now all getting queued up. He is probably going to let those elephants coming on out do some good work. The thing is now he's got to ask himself, where do I attack to actually do optimal damage? He probably just needs to get a few more units out first. We do see 2,400 food in the bank. He can turn that into anything, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, B more than happy with how that fight went in the end. It looked a bit scary there, losing all of the siege, but Marine Lord as well just threw so many units under that keep to try to get immense value, which he found some value, but you have to question whether it was enough. Be now confident enough to start throwing keeps up as well, moving towards the southern Zager side. Marine Lord is in position, however, so this is going to get discovered. I don't think he quite has the army numbers to fully contest this once B's army is in position. 5 elephants now, but big synchronized shot on the backline again. Half of the archers just vanish from the face of existence. And now the elephants on the front line are met directly by the spears. One quickly falls. The second one is soon to follow now as well, falling as well. Tower Sultan Elephant behind this as well, moving into position to start melting this front line. Mangonel doing work as well, but the elephants are falling so quickly. The incendiary arrows as well as the Billman upgrade from these spearmen means that the negative armor reduction combined with the additional damage means that they just melt. to this Archer fire here, and B, struggling to remax. More elephants coming in. We have to question whether these elephants are really the right choice anymore, as they can't even manage to close the gap on the Yeoman before half of their health has vanished. The keep is still going up behind this. Marino starting to now focus the villagers that are building it. Will it go up? I think it actually just might go up just any second now. Yeah, it's enough. It's gonna go up. But at what price here for B? Most of his army has fallen. His income is looking pretty healthy. Mangonel falls as well. But there are 0 archers on the field left for him, Marika.
That was a counter throw to the initial throw. These boys are just throwing rocks at one another. And honestly, now we'll see if the Manners are going to be talking loudly enough to keep this going. Because now B is getting more elephants, but you see he's got a lot in the bank. I'm wondering what he's waiting on for that transition. Is he just hoping to get more archers? Is he hoping to do some kind of switch? Because right now he's spending every bit of wood that he has, but he's not spending that food and gold. And the thing is, if he doesn't, this is a ticking time bomb. This is still Lancaster. This is still Marine Lord.
Exactly, and part of me wonders what exactly can be spend all that food and gold from here, and I guess he made his choice as more elephants and more scholars are in queue for him again, which, I mean, technically should be very resistant up against those yeomen, but we see the armored elephants upgrade is still some ways out for him. It's something he really needs at this point in time. More scholars being queued up to expedite that research speed as well for him. Do we have biology yet? I'm wondering in queue. That's something, whether it's in already, that's something I'm quite curious about on those elephants. Well, one of the tower elephants does end up falling here for Marine Lord. That lack of move speed really hurting him, and yeah, no biology yet for B either. Still missing so many of these crucial techs. Instead prioritizing incendiary arrows first, which makes sense, but I mean, ideally you want both, but it still takes so long for him. Still, and the game is a slight stalemate for now, still, right?
The problem is just those upgrades are going to take about the same amount of time as that Numidan Voldemort series a few weeks ago. It might just take a few millennia to get this up and running, because those arrows take a while to do. And now Marine Lord is moving out on the rest of the map with those villagers. He feels pretty confident getting towers up, getting that vision, and slowly hammering away at B's existence on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, still just more elephants. That's all B's going for. And this is typically a very capable composition from the Delhi in this position, but you really have to ask yourself, at what point do you start adding something else to try to push back the tide of this Lancaster army? But the reality is actually that I'm not sure there's a better choice B has. You could go Ghazis, but there's so many spears on the field. You could maybe go men-at-arms, but the yeoman will just kite you to death, and the armor reduction from the spearmen means that they will do even more damage than previously. It's very easy for Marine Lord to just flex into some crossbowmen or even hand cannoneers afterwards. B, finding himself under heavy pressure. Triple culverin on the field as well will do great work against the elephants too.
My question is just, where are those scholars and why are they not speeding up the university upgrades? These bad boys, we see blacksmith upgrades still being queued, but now when elephants around, we're going to see if this is going to be enough. The boys have been pulled, they're healing up everything, hoping to make this work, but it looks like the front line will stop them for now. Synchronized shot getting a pretty decent hit there on the back line, but the elephants are looking scary.
Yeah, there's just a lot of elephants here, and they're not falling quite quick enough here for Marine Lord. Now, one of them did fall. The second one now fell as well, but there's still so many here for B. A total of 13 elephants now on the field, more in production from the Palace of the Sultan passively this entire time. And we're starting to get to the point of a pretty critical mass of elephants here. And really the best choice you can do against that is mass spears as well as mass culverins here for Marine Lord, which should be on the cards. I'd love to see more gunpowder regiment coming in for him. The Robodoquins will also do very well. B does get discovered by the keep, trying to move in towards that gold there. Gold is becoming a big issue here for B as another clash comes in. Birthplace 200 out of 200 going into this fight once again. You can see just how fast the front line melts from Marine Lord to these elephants. they're actually not doing quite enough work up against them. I'd love to see some focus fire coming in from Ringlord. There it comes. But with Armored Elephants now in 4B, you can see how little damage they actually take from these Yeomen. But these are trades that still favor Marine Lord in the long run. Just the value is there. The garrison command being spammed non-stop. So much res coming in passively from the manors to sustain this behind this. And as long as Marine Lord kites, he's going to keep trading favorably here. Another wave of spearmen in position here. Looking to brace the wall there. Culverins turn around, fire as well. Focusing directly on the Sultan Elite Elephant. And once these fall, the damage output from B will dwindle significantly, down now to half the elephant count that there was before, and Marine Lord is starting pushing back. B can't break through here.
It just feels like B is throwing units at this, but the problem is Marine Lord has so many more rocks to throw. The elephant's now being on top of the Yeoman, though. This does feel a little scary for them. They're trying to make it here to the backline, and all of a sudden B looks like he's taking this trade. It feels like a big back and forth, and just like that, the elephants now getting shut down, finally. They do get distracted here by the spearmen on the side, and the Yeomen are trying to focus fire, but again, it just feels like it can go either way. The spearmen getting focused down so quickly. The scholars keeping him alive in this, ensuring that those elephants are staying alive for now. The Ghazi switch finally coming out behind this as well, but the problem is just that replaceability from Marine Lord. Instantly, another elephant going down, and these are so expensive. We see gold per minute from B. He's on 400 right now. Marine Lord, he's drowning in gold. This man can get all his T3 done and still have gold left over.
The bank is just insurmountable here from Marine Lord. So much gold income to supplement that ridiculous 6k bank he has. He can do a full tech switch into whatever at any stage he desires. And I mean, B, you have to wonder whether he may have misjudged his timings just a little bit in this Imperial stage, right? Even now, there is no incendiary arrows on all these archers yet, and so many fights have been taken. Behind it, biology is going to be a distant memory, I feel like, soon enough, as that is nowhere near even being in queue yet. And, you know, we have seen there's so many scholars for B, but now there are additional ones garrisoned finally, now in garrison now, but still so many not garrisoned. Many of them in these production buildings, but that is not aiding any external research, especially for that university technologies that B so desperately needs. I feel like if he had the university techs earlier, maybe this fight would have went way better for him. But for now, Marine Lord is just pressing ever forward.
And those siege units he gets at a huge discount will definitely help him. The manor is just doing the talking. We have 7,000 gold in the bank. This feels like an army that Marine Lord is just going to constantly replace. As you guys can see, he's at 200 pop right now, and B is spending every bit he has to try and stay at 200. Even if he does win the next fight, he needs to win the next 4 fights to actually get back into this. The elephants getting picked off even more. Another synchronized shot coming in, and this is honestly a game I'm going to sit down and clip afterwards just to show you all the death and destruction coming out of that synchronized shot. Lancaster, they are feeling pretty good.
You just can't keep putting these scholars if you're B, right? You can see how much it's hurting his research time, and they're not going to do that great in a fight either. I mean, there's so many yeomen here from Marine Lord that if you're not careful, a synchronized shot can wipe out not only half your archers, but half your scholars as well. And they do so much damage that, you know, sure, you can heal the elephants, but the culverins are going to break through that damage eventually, and the pathing is going to work against you if you're B as well with all those scholars. Really premature fights here from B, I think, but still, he's doing his best to stay in this game, and he has done a great job of it so far, right? I mean, still, there's so many free technologies coming in for him, a lot of value being gained in turn, allowing him to keep fighting in this Imperial Age, but the writing is on the wall, isn't it? The bank from Marine Lord is not depleting at all. It's still 8,000 now, up to 8,000 gold in the bank for him. The income is still looking so healthy, whereas B is really struggling for that gold at this point in time. Meanwhile, triple sacred site on lockdown here for Marine Lord. It's going to start to look to fortify them as well behind this. B is sticking to his guns, still archers. Now, incendiary arrows is soon enough eventually going to finish. I mean, it's been coming for so long now, Marika.
Oh, this feels like one of those instances where you're watching the cake bake and it's 4 minutes away, but you're just watching it come. Guys, that cake's been in the oven for a while and it's just not finishing. Culverts, they're in danger here, but you can see now B knows he needs to try and win another one, and he's trying. You see the archers, he's just doing his best. But like you said, those arrows, they need to add some fire to them. The Culverins focusing on that last little elephant we've got in the fight. The Scholars healing up the archers, healing up anything they can, running over to the elephant because they know this man is the guy who is keeping them in this game. All of them just making prayers around him. That elephant is living to tell a tale, but he will not live long if those Culverins don't get shut down. Now the archers, they are doing their best, and we can see the numbers are constantly staying up to date. B is doing his best here, but the problem is just, synchronized shot. Myriad, you called it. Scholars paying the price.
So many of them went down there. Many are left half HP as well. They were all corralling around that one Sultan elephant, praising to high heavens to heal him up and make him healthy again in the face of so many flaming arrows from these yeomen. As B once again just locked in this slightly losing stalemate for what feels like so long now. I mean, you can see the last 20 minutes have worked against him so severely. Over 20,000 more destruction value here for Marine Lord. It's just insanity behind this. Garrison command just keeps getting pumped. 3 garrison commands in queue. More Culverins on the way. Now Mangonels being added for Marine Lord as well, just to completely overpower the back line from B as well behind this. B did manage to muster a bombard on the field, but I feel like it's starting to be a too little too late. And incendiary arrows must be under a minute now, surely. Must be under a minute.
Myriad, it's okay. It's okay. They're coming soon. Guys, they've been here for a while. They just wanted to keep you guys excited and waiting. Crossbow upgrades also coming in, but luckily a little bit faster than our fiery arrows joining the party as well. But guys, I want to point out the fact that B has shown us an interesting way of dealing with Lancaster. Not with all the negativity that we found around the whole thing, like, Lincoln's Lancaster in the late game, they are just unbeatable. B has shown us that you actually can do something against them. There's actually a way to try and break them down, because even though B did not win these trades, it doesn't mean that he hasn't shown us that this is actually something that you could beat. You just need to outplay your opponent significantly. So I'm really excited to see what this Delhi play inspires for us, especially when the nerfs are coming in next week. The Ghazis, though, they're trying to find some damage. Elephant coming from the back line, but luckily, there are some units in position, and where Marine Lord's siege will not see the light of, or will not go down today. But it looks like this fight is it for B. He's trying to push this now. We finally have the upgrade for the arrows. You know, it's coming, Myriad.
At long last, after what felt like, I mean, let's be honest, it was half the game he was waiting for incendiary arrows to come in. And finally it's in, but let's silk bowstrings is next, right? Which will definitely help as well. We'll give these, it actually allowed these archers to, I think, outrange the yeoman, if I'm not mistaken, once silk bowstrings is in. But, I mean, biology is in queue now as well. There's 2 universities up finally. But how long for that to come in as well? There's still only 7 scholars being garrisoned. 10 minutes for biology. Another, you know, there'll be another, the start of another era in this game, really, if it gets to that point. But we see that Marine Lord is starting to get the siege ball going, doesn't he? 5 Mangonels, 3 Culverins, aided by a tremendous amount of spears and yeomen as well to further pad that damage. I mean, B's been taking decent trades here, but decent is not what he needs.
It's not, because Marine Lord saw what B was struggling with. B was not able to to walk around those synchronized shots. That's the problem here. So the synchronized shots definitely did a lot of the work, and Marine Lord took an oath and he made Mangonels, because that's exactly what he saw B would not be able to handle. And you've seen that. He's perfectly been able to target those archers at the back. The problem is just, I feel like B right now, he's able to hold it. I don't know how. It feels quite strange to see this happening, but those mangonels need to get a deadly shot off. The thing is, they're about to... Oh, I called it. Oopsie. Sorry, B.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Marine Lord. That's my fault.
It's, I mean, B's doing his best to fight here, right? He really couldn't be playing these fights any better than he already is. His micro's on point, but there's only so much room for micro. As micro shots come in, pretty good connections on that left-hand side of the Archer mass there. And, you know, not the worst damage to suffer, but now they focus the Bombard as well, and the Bombard falls for B as well in this game. Elephant's pushing through in the front line. B's clearly pissed off as he pushes ever forward with the forced march coming in here to close the distance. But does he have the mass to actually take care of this siege here from Marine Lord? And frankly, I do not think that is the case. Realistically, with the bank that Marine Lord has, if he would just remass into an even higher quality army, the game would be even more one-sided. But Marine Lord knows that there's just no need. There's no need to make any luxury high-end units here for him, even though it might make these fights even easier. He's perfectly content just spamming trash units, yeomen, spearmen, fully upgraded to the gills here, almost. There's a couple of blacksmith upgrades missing for him as well. But that's enough. That's all he needs.
It's the slow push, but the question is just, how is the slow push going to end this game? B now on 19 wood though, and I think that might be the answer. We now see that B is not going to be able to remax those archers constantly as he has. And with 4 relics, he's been keeping himself in the game, but the problem is, it's just not going to be enough gold in the long run. The House of Lancaster does have that extra bit, and now the Rams, we see Vodka showing us those villages. They've got their flames out. They're just burning down Rams left, right, and center. You are not touching this keep, they say. But B, let's go see how many minutes do we have before the silk bowstrings. Could we hover over that bad boy so we can see when that's coming for us? Oh my gosh, Myriad, it's watching paint dry. It's coming on in.
It's painful. It's absolutely painful, isn't it? I mean, I understand B's difficulty, right? Some people might say there's a world where he just garrisons all 30 of his scholars and gets these upgrades in just a few minutes, but you have to keep in mind he was being pressured that whole time. The Culverins were working his infrastructure, his keeps, and if he doesn't make some space between himself and his opponent, then Marine Lord has free reign to triple lock the sites, fortify all of them with keeps, towers, and make the positions essentially impenetrable for B, even after those upgrades come in. So it's really not as simple as just sitting back here and waiting for B, even though that may, in hindsight, have probably been the better option, as this clearly isn't working out, right? I mean, B's trying his best, but I think when it comes back to the drawing board, he will consider that may have been the better choice, but even then, it was so difficult in that position as well.
The problem is, there's a lot of spearmen now on the north side, and yes, we have an archer composition here from B, but the spearmen are going to be doing pretty well against this. Oh, we see another beautiful runaround here from B. B is absolutely showing us he means business. Elephants doing great work at the front. Mangonel's now getting taken down too. And all of a sudden, B's pushing back the army. I don't know where the rest of Marine Lord's army is, but it feels like there's so much missing here. And he's just giving B the opportunity to now push him back again. The thing is just, look at B's food. He's still struggling with this. He's producing as much as he can. And Marine Lord's almost ready for a wonder.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he needs at this point is 4,000 stone, and the Wonder is going to become very accessible for him. Of course, he has very different plans for that bank, I'm sure. And I was going to say, we might see a remass here into some hand cannoneers and maybe some knights or hobilars here for Marine Lord, but do you really need it? I mean, look at this. It's just spearmen and yeomen doing tremendous work with some culverins to add further damage, and B is just taking bad trade after bad trade. And at the end of the day, we don't have King's College, so no real additional value in those hobilars, or knights for that matter, if they were to go for Collar of S's, which, I mean, actually wouldn't be too useful here either. There's no frontline, there's no armored units for B outside of those Tower of the Sultan Elephants, but there's not many of them on the field left either.
And we can see B is out there on the map trying to get every little bit of wood that he still has left. But the problem is just the wood is running barren. He's been on the other side of the map. He's cleaned up most on his side too. But it looks like yet again another connection coming in here. Silk bowstrings, ladies and gentlemen. It has almost arrived. And all of a sudden those archers are going to be extra spicy. 8 seconds left. And biology will be here in the next 20 minutes. Do not worry.
No, I mean, the game's been going on for so long, locked in this position, that I feel like biology may have some room to turn the tide at least somewhat here. But I mean, definitely would have been nice when B had an up 13 elephants on the field and biology was. We were talking there, now it's a distant memory. Well, it's becoming a nearer memory for him. Silk bowstrings is in, so biology is next for him. And he still has wood access, he still has plenty of food, of course. The farm transition has been working effectively for a long time now for him. Oh, but the mangonel shots again, just deleting a section of that archer backline here for B. Now you see some additional Earl's Guard being mixed in here for Marine Lord as well. As the elephant count has suffered, he knows that there's not much to stem the tide of these Earl's Guard. And I want to wonder how many keeps Marine Lord has, because for those who aren't aware, every keep up to a cap of 4 increases the damage of Earl's Guard by 1. And there's quite a notable little bonus for them. Berkshire unlocks that bonus to a total of 6 instead. So it looks like 2 keeps for Marine Lord. So 2 additional damage on those Earl's Guard. The White Tower and a regular keep for him. So, I mean, against archers, they'll certainly tank very, very effectively, allowing the siege maps to move ever forward. Now, biology is only a few seconds out finally. 10 scholars are definitely helping the research speed a fair amount here. Only 23 seconds. A lot of guards in queue here, but I mean, with the banks of these players, you have to ask yourself, is it too little too late?
It feels like it might have been. This is something I feel like B could have used much earlier, and then this could have been a very different outcome, because now Marine Lord still has so many resources in the bank. B now finally spending every little bit he can. We can see every time he gets a little bit of wood, he spends it on another archer. He knows he needs to take this. Biology is now in, and all of a sudden, elephants are still going to die to culverins because the numbers were just too healthy at this point. Now 36 scholars being the main composition of this army, and the relics also now going to get shut down there from the Dome of the Faith on the front. So this looks like Marine Lord has finally broken the B bank, and he will be able to dive a little bit deeper than before.
Yeah, I mean, it took upwards of 54 minutes here to break B in this game. A tremendous effort by him to stem the tide of the oppressiveness that is Lancaster. All that passive income, all that additional value from Wingard, passive gold as well from Scootage. Just so many things going for them, and on top of it, a really powerful army as well alongside that safe economy. B fought tooth and nail in this game number 3, really made it look competitive. But at the end of the day, Lancaster, with all of their bonuses, proving yet again that they are the kings in these extended post-Imperial games. No amount of value can be matched by other civilizations as Lancaster can. The scholars making a desperate last hold to SB's population is falling steadily. And I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw Marine Lord below 200 out of 200 in this game. Most of the infrastructure from B is now falling to the mangonels, to the culverins, and it must be slowly sinking in for him as well.
Now, this is actually a game that I think exposed quite a bit about both of these players, and I think a lot of these players watching this, they're sitting here and they're like, okay, so this is where they struggle. This is where they might have an opening. But honestly, this also gives us a lot of information about B. That B has the ability to take down Marine Lord, even though we looked at those win stats right before this game, and we thought this was going to be a little bit easier for Marine Lord to do. But B, he made this a lot of work for Marine Lord. And I think that finally, we might get a little bit more hype around Mr. B behind here, because he's not been making it to the top ranks of the tournaments for quite a bit now. But definitely excited to see his playstyle return, because he does spice up the game just a little bit more. Now, we do see that B's holding on for dear life, and he does want to take another fight to just see if he can close this out one more time. But Marine Lord's got 16k food in the bank, and he says, bring it, baby. I'll make more.
Exactly, and it's worth keeping in mind, right? B is not eliminated from the tournament after this series. He'll have a second chance in the losers bracket, where he's going to have a pretty comfortable position after winning his first match, of course. And now Marine Lord feels confident enough to call the boys forward, start dropping a keep, smack bang, where B's long forgotten and long ruined infrastructure previously had been. And at this point, we're getting close to a landmark victory, really. So, like, B has to be forced out of this game to abandon it, and it's tough. You know, these kind of games where you fought so hard and it was looked so close at different stages, you don't really want to accept being knocked down to the loser stage, so he's going to keep making a valiant effort despite that. But the numbers just aren't there anymore. I mean, the bank, it's B's bank looks like it's the feudal age still, right? And meanwhile, Marine Lord, if only there was interest on banks of resources in this game, then Marine Lord could join the Rothschild family at this stage. As he just keeps pressing forward here. And there's little left for B in this game.
B is making sure that Marine Lord has to work for this. He's like, you know, I'm not giving you this win. You gotta make sure you earn it. And he is fighting tooth and nail. You see those archers just knocking down as much damage as they can against these mangonels. But finally, he does break through the big B.
Incredible series here. I mean, damn, Marine Lord. B made it competitive though. 3-1 is 2-1 is definitely a good result here for B, I would say. I mean, 51 game against Marine Lord, not an easy feat.
Oh, definitely not. And you can see this was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And you can see Marine Lord's army, he was ahead for a while. But at the same time, you've just got Marine Lord in a position where he did not look as commanding on Lancaster as you've seen him on the other civilizations. And maybe this exposes a little bit of a weakness here for people who have been saying that he's quite hard to beat. But yes, it does look like Lancaster will prevail yet again. And B will have to fight his way through from the bottom side of the bracket. Now, with best of threes, anything can happen. I think most pro players will say this. Best of threes leaves little room for mistakes. So definitely not going to be an easy time for anyone, even in the lower bracket. So Marine Lord now advancing to the next round, and we can just see these beautiful fights coming out of these two. Marine Lord trying to snipe as much as he can with these yeomen, but he was struggling there for a hot moment. Look at that beautiful flank we talked about. Exactly what he needed at some point.
Yeah, B had some absolutely incredible moments in this game, right? I mean, even here, taking a really nice fight here against when this keep went up. He didn't get a synchronized shot, however, when that keep went up, he really secured his spot to go Imperial Age, and from then on, extend the game away further and put up a fantastic fight. If only maybe he bided his time a bit longer with the scholars to get that research in. If only he got incendiary arrows and biology in ASAP with 2 universities, and maybe try to raid a little bit behind or make some space for himself otherwise, but it's so tough. I mean, you're being pressured by triple cavalry and you can't just sit back and do nothing. You're going to lose so much infrastructure. It's such a hard game against Lancaster.
All right. And guys, it does look like we are going to have an interview as well with our dominant Mr. B. Oh, Mr. Marine. Oh my God. Maybe I'm spelling the future. So, Marine Lord, the chimp, the champ. I almost gave B the win there. I'm sorry, man. How do you feel about this? Do you feel like this was a lot harder than you expected?
No. After the draft finished, I didn't really like mine. So I felt it would be a pretty close one. And I knew he would snipe House of Lancaster with his Delhi, which is not a good matchup for all. So I think I just got slightly outdrafted.
We actually thought that your draft went pretty well for you. So how would you see this as a bad draft for you, just for the rest of us? Because I think a lot of us would have seen your civilizations, and I think Twitch chat also spammed how this was your match because of the draft. How did you feel he outdrafted you?
I think it's just a straight up matchup. Like the first game, I think it's a pretty close one. I am maybe favor Templar, but it's very close. I think Zushi against HRE is good for Zushi on Carmel. So at first my plan was to go HRE first pick and play it somewhere else, right? and then play whatever like left, Rus, Byzantine, or China Zushi, but we pretty much vetoed everything else. So in the end, I had to pick Hatchery on Carmel. And then House of Lancaster was supposed to be on Dry River. And then I didn't mix it up, but I was like, okay, maybe with this matchup and this matchup I can do that. But when I looked at it at the end of the draft, I was very unpleased with my draft.
And you know the B is pretty good on these as well. I feel like we haven't seen as much of B as well, but also you are not someone who participates in these smaller events as much.
Yep.
Do you still have a lot of civilizations that you're going to be surprising us with in this tournament?
Yeah, especially in best of 5 and best of 7, right? So far in best of 3s, we are all spamming the same civs, so it's not very interesting. But when it will come to best of 7, I guess we will all have different opinions on what's good or not good.
I think a lot of players have been saying that exact thing. When you're in a best of 3, it's just the same things that you're going to be spamming. Now, after the nerf is coming next week to some of these civilizations, do you feel like the drafting is going to look a lot different? Or are they going to be pretty consistent from what we've seen this week?
I mean, we have to test, but I think House of Lancaster will be slightly worse. I think Japanese will be as good as right now on water, but worse on land. So maybe it's going to be more predictable. And then I don't think the nerfs do anything. I think the HRE nerf is very small. Rus is very small too. So I don't think it's gonna change the meta. But I mean, it's nice, right? To have small nerf on very good civs. Maybe it makes them more balanced. I'm not sure.
And then my last question to you will be, who do you think is your biggest rival in this event that you foresee taking place?
It's very hard, honestly. I think it's normally between Puppy, Louis and Beasty. But I'm not sure. I feel like Louis underperforms in tournament with hybrid maps. So maybe that's not a good fit for him. And Puppy and Beasty, I think they are both... I mean, it depends, right? Sometimes Puppy is slightly better, sometimes Beasty is better. So I think all three of them are the most likely candidates to beat me, if someone beats me. And then everyone else, right? Like, you have so many good players. B, Lucifer, Wham. Pretty much all the top 10 can beat me, especially in best of 3. But I believe I'm out of best of 3 now, right? I think it's best of 5 from now on.
I believe you did survive. Yes, you did survive. Congratulations, you survived the best of 3 rounds. I actually did forget, there was one more question I had for you, and that's basically, where was Patat in all this? Is Patat sitting next to you, supporting you, or what is the situation?
She's sleeping, and now she wants some treats, because it's 7 p.m. 7 p.m, time for treats. And then she's gonna leave me.
Well,
because she's a bitch. She only comes for the food and then she leaves me.
I'm really glad Patat could take this W with you, and well, she'll keep you busy. Oh, guys, get yourself a Patat. You can see they're best in slot.
Yeah, that's very good to have Patat. Big buff.
And guys, that was Patat. I hope you guys enjoyed that showcasing of Marine Lord's skill, and Patat joining us there on the interview desk.
Yeah, the spiritual support of Patat cannot be understated, I think, in these matches especially, and we saw it pay fruit without a doubt.
So we do have a few more matches upcoming here for us. So I hope you boys are ready. And if we're going to see the same drafts that Marine Lord has predicted for us here too, Myriad, how do you feel about the draft now that Marine Lord also gave that little bit of insight? Do you think that we're going to be seeing a little bit more of those civilizations that we saw on B side, or... I'm actually just surprised. That's where I'm getting to. I'm so surprised that he did not feel that was the best draft for him. But it's just because I can definitely see how someone who's watching from the outside, we just don't have that deep level of understanding of how these matchups work. So for you, Myriad, how do you foresee the rest of the drafts going based off of that?
It's sort of a symptom of best of 3s where best of 3s are such a strange one because the maneuverability you have around drafts is heavily diminished to the point where pretty much all the best civs can be accessed, at least to some extent. You can't ban them all out. The structure itself of the bans of picks is different, right? As well as maps, which means that you pretty much always have some of the best options on some of the best maps for those civs. So a lot of the drafting strategy, is a little bit diminished because of that. And it comes more so down to the mechanical ability of playing it with those civs in those matchups as they do arise. And I do agree with Marine that we will be seeing a lot of the same civs. I think we'll be seeing a lot of, obviously, the top tier civs, Yushi, China, Rus, HRE, whichever ones don't get banned, we'll be seeing them. House of Lancaster as well, and obviously secondary strong picks like the Japanese and Delhi Salter, of course, Byzantines potentially. These are pretty much the only ones I'm going to see, really.
Okay. Guys, that is also going to be all for us for now. We're about to head into a short break, and then we'll be getting into our next stacked game between Beasty and Vortex. A pretty big rivalry, as these two are practice partners. So I hope you guys are ready. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. Now, guys, we are back intentionally this time, and you don't just see us giggling like little girls when the scenes accidentally switch back on our faces, and we have a draft in front of us. Now, Carmel, we're seeing HRE on it again. And earlier, we talked about how HRE does not need that much gold. But guys, we saw how easy it was to get gold starved if your opponent puts enough aggression on top of you. And I feel like French... it's kind of the civilization that does that, Myriad.
It's true. It's definitely true.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, HRE has had a reputation as being one of the most oppressive civilizations in the game due to that explosion of economy, allowing them to play any strategy anywhere, pretty much, right? Whereas French really have solidified their reputation, you know? I mean, they've been known since their release for their French Royal Knight, and that hasn't changed at all today, but they're able to do it better than ever before, courtesy of those pro scouts. And on a map like Carmel, Beasty, I mean, we've seen how effective he is with those knights, right? And I mean, it's kind of interesting, Beasty playing the French against Vortex's HRE, because based on the names, you'd expect this to be reversed, wouldn't you?
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. The fact that Beasty had to give up that HRE is a pretty big one. And here we have our statistics as well. Beasty being in the lead a bit here. But keep in mind, this is a best of 3. This is not a situation where Beasty can be like, oh yeah, I have a positive win rate. Game count, you can see it's a lot closer. So with the game count, it already tells you a different story. Vortex knows how to take games off of Beasty. And in a best of 3, anything can happen.
Completely correct. Best of 3s are so volatile. For that reason, you essentially have only room for one error in one game to lose, and after that, you really need to pull your bootstraps. But our series is ready as we spawn in on Carmel, Beasty in the color yellow as the French in the south side of the map, facing the Spanish bull Vortex in the north side of the map in the color blue as the Holy Roman Empire. And this is a bit of a classic matchup by now. I'm very curious to see which way we're headed, as if Minework is lucky to come out in any game, this is the matchup for it. The All Pikes, plus additional damage on Spearmen as well as Horsemen, means that the favored composition early for HRE can pack an additional punch, more so than the French is used to.
And I feel like that wood line of Beasty is quite safe compared to what we usually see out on this map. So it's not one of those wood lines where you're split up and you're worried about a knight coming from 2 sides. That's a pretty defendable wood line as far as wood lines go. So it doesn't feel like we'll have as much opportunity to get harassed on. But again, Beasty is French. That's the HRE wood line you would expect to see. And I realized as I was talking, I was imagining Beasty on HRE because that's how confusing this is. The fact that we see Vortex on HRE and also getting yellow on French and blue on HRE, I feel like this is the crime that we've just seen in front of us today. Because guys, I don't know about you, but these 2 colors, I'm already a little bit thrown off here. But Beasty, he does have the mill out here. And I think this is now something that we're seeing a lot more from the players actually going out and getting that mill because of the pro scouts on this map too. We do see the Arcane Chapel coming out for Vortex. But like I talked about the wood line, this feels like a harassable wood line for Beasty to actually be able to do some damage there. There's a market that makes it a little bit harder to just wall off as close, so it does make it a little bit wonky at the back there, but this could be a lot better for Beasty in terms of being able to get some damage done. And we have seen how good French is on this map, purely because it is so easy to raid.
Yep, the combination of the openness of the map, making it so easy to raid, just like you mentioned, the gold mines running out quick, meaning you have to shift your economy quite often here, which can be deadly against French knights. And of course, the dare, so much dare, allowing and fueling so much knight production here for Beasty as the French, means that Vortex, despite having what is, you know, traditionally considered a way stronger pick, does have to be very careful, as historically, French have been one of those civs that do quite well against the HRE, as you can often offset a stronger economy and a faster tech timing, but just not caring about it, courtesy of having a really powerful unit that can deal with any armored unit in that castle age. Vortex did make his choice. It is going to be the Archon Chapel here for him. So there's going to be no, you know, forceful shenanigans with Horseman Spearmen, at least not too severely so, instead opting for that reliable, safe, boosted economy.
That safe boosted economy is going to need to do a lot of work to handle that early aggression, though. Because with the fact that French ages up with a military building, you have the ability to get units out a lot faster, and it forces your opponent to have to invest in getting a military building themselves. But we'll see if that's the case for Beasty here, because he's not banking a lot of food here. So, oh, never mind, as I say that, he's got enough to queue up a knight. But Vortex going for Pro Scouts first, it does feel risky because he needs to get a building out to handle that first knight. But we'll see. Yeah, Beastie going for that first knight. He knows the value of getting that first knight, because with that, you're forcing your opponent to react. And you can see, as Vodka is showing us, that is a lot of sheep, Myriad. He's going to be eating for days. And I would be a very happy camper if I was Beastie. I would like to see how many sheep we've got on Vortex's side.
I'm going to get a little check quite soon here. Most likely it is.
Ooh.
Oh, not that many for him. Of course, he does eat through them quite quickly, so it may be a more respectable amount than we would think. But still, look here for Beastie. Oh my god. 27 total sheep, 5 of which are carcasses at this point in time. Beastie definitely got the better end of that stick here in terms of food. And, I mean, it is going to be pro scouts for both players here, right? Vortex, thanks to that economy, his is already finished here, despite Beastie's even being cheaper, and a barracks in tow for him as well. The classic dance will now begin, and Beastie, what I'm curious about is, do we see a second stable for an archery range and a lot of knights, or is it going to be a safe? No, it is a second stable, so he's going to try to offset this early with additional knights.
Now, that's pretty interesting to see, because I know Beastie, he respects Vortex, and he respects that Vortex is a very aggressive player as well. He knows he needs to do a lot more shenanigans to actually keep him in check. But at the same time, he knows that the way to beat Vortex is just to be more aggressive than him and overwhelm him. But as we can see now, a lot of scouts coming out, but Vortex has 3 spearmen, so he's going to keep his own base safe, and he's most likely going to be able to deny a pro scouting or 2 if Beastie is not careful. But we do see Wheelbarrow coming out and getting the mining upgrade pretty early on as well. But we see that knight does not go for the full-on charge. It does feel a little risky when there are spearmen all around. Now, it does look like this knight is going to be able to run into one of the pro scouts here, tickle a little bit, but the spearmen are in position to shut this down. The knight now just forcing more spearmen production coming on through. Now, Beastie, he's still making scouts. And guys, ooh, I was saying that, but then he cancelled that bad boy and he put another knight in queue. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a knight bonanza. I hope you are ready. With all of those villagers on there as well, and the archer range now being added, he's going to look to shut down anything coming close. But that's the thing about the HRE. When they start to get a lot of spearmen, and they start adding those horses too, things get quite difficult to handle, especially when your micro needs to be perfect to ensure you can actually shut them down.
It's true. We have seen this time and time again, right? Horsemen and spearmen up against knights and archers. Theoretically speaking, the knights and the archers should be favored in the long run. However, in these small numbers, it gets so scary when you can't one-shot those spearmen as French, as the archer player. It becomes so easy for the spearmen and the horsemen to just completely envelop you and overwhelm you. The burden of micro is much heavier on Beastie here, playing with the Royal Knights and the archers, because you have to focus the spears whilst kiting at the same time, whilst screening the horsemen with your knights as well, to keep your archers relatively safe, and also at the same time not taking too much damage from the spears that catch up as well. And it's even harder against a civ like HRE. The marching drills means that the spears will be even faster than regular ones. For Vortex, feeling comfortable enough to go straight for the castle H here.
And this is usually not something you want to do against French, because it feels like French has an answer for quite a while. The spearmen, though, they are in position, and those knights are not going to be able to connect anywhere anytime soon. The horsemen, though, they do run a little bit faster because they do not have to carry heavy armor around. So we'll see if they can keep those knights occupied. But the villagers are now out on the map. They do pick off a spearman here as well, and pretty good micro here. But this signals to Beastie that the units are out on the map. and they can potentially get a little bit of damage done. With the heavy amount of knights that he's got in his pocket and the archers making their way across the map, this is going to start getting harder and harder, especially because Vortex's horsemen did take quite a bit of damage. Now, unfortunately, a second stable is going to make this harder for Beasty. That cathedral now up to 10, but now up with 10. But you guys need to keep in mind, you need to be able to get the relics. And I don't know about you boys, but I struggle quite a bit to get those relics when I'm playing against the French, because those knights, they will find you. And let's see if Beasty is going to smell that one. He does get one villager kill, as we do see one of them hit the ground, but it does look like the one relic will go uncontested. It doesn't look like he's moving any units that way just yet. He's got his eyes set on the villagers because he knows where they are.
Yeah, you have to be very careful in this position as Vortex. You have the tech timing. You spent all this res on aging up to that castlage. The relics will bear fruit if you get them in, but you have to be so careful with how many units you dedicate to bring them home. And oh, we do have a bit of a miss rally on the TCA for Vortex. A third villager now on his way towards that relic. Definitely a bit of an issue for him. He needs to fix it quite quickly, but at the same time he's being pressured as well by Beasty as the archers and knights are looping around the edge of the base. Pressure is mounting here for him because Beasty, he's just dedicated to feudal for now.
It looks like at Beasty, he knows he's got the units in his pocket to do this with. He does notice those villagers. And guys, this is the problem when you get to this level. These players are just forcing mistakes out of one another. Knights are so good at forcing mistakes because you know that those things can delete your villagers so quickly. But now there are knights of his own, and Vortex is looking to take this fight against the archers. But the thing is, the French knights are pretty much ready for this. They do need to be careful here because those spearmen are going right through them. The problem is just those archers are kiting, and they are going to be taking down a few of them. Again, knights charging in, trying to get as much as they can on top of these knights from Vortex as well. You see them going in and out, trying not to get impaled, but yes, they are. And the spearman mass is doing pretty decent here from Vortex. But guys, if you look at that villager count, we can now see with French's ability to just get villagers faster, Beasty is okay economically. Now the question is just, is Vortex going to be able to keep this push going, especially with this little bit of superiority on the units? A few of the archers now getting picked off as they do run a little slower, and we see another relic making its way back, but the knights, they look like they want to say something about that.
Yeah, and this is already okay here for Vortex, getting at least 2 relics. That's literally the bare minimum. You can't accept any less. And very good engagement there for him. Pinches the charge from the Royal Knights and picks up 3 of them. Vortex now in a commanding position just like that. This is the issue in such volatile matchups. You don't pay attention for just a moment and your knights get braced. They fall. And in turn, you're left quite behind as a result. Beasty now is reinvesting. Now Steeled Arrow is coming in for him as well. Will be desperately needed up against these spears, but the knight count from Vortex is also looking very healthy. And I mean, these knights are way better at this point in time than Beasties.
The problem is, when you lose 3 knights like that at this stage of the game, it feels like you just threw away the whole game by losing those. They were so expensive. It's almost half an age up right there. And this is a tough position for French to be in. Now, we do see Beasty is trying to get a little bit of damage done, and while Vortex has his guard down, he is able to get a few charges off, but it does look like he will be able to not get a single villager. Hold on. Vortex beautifully moving those around, does shut down one of the pro scouts here, but honestly, this has gone as well as it could have here for Vortex. We see those knights, they're looking for more damage and they know where the villagers are. But the thing is, it's not just Vortex's gold that was in danger. Beastie's is also almost running out, and he does not have a lot left on there. Now the archers are in position to shut this down, and feudal age French knights still do pretty well against this. But with those the knight group there at the back, you know Beasty needs to be careful. He cannot keep losing these. And there's another spearman to make this a lot harder. More spearmen following through. Now Beasty, he is banking a bit of resources. I would not say this is looking like castle just yet, but when you start floating 500 food as French, you know that there might be a transition coming. But Beasty loses focus for just a second and loses 2 more knights. This is massive. And it's just because there's yet again another raid there at the bottom. Villagers trying now to get that wall up, but they might be paying the price here, and the knights are locked in.
Oh god, there's a very big pinch here for Beasty. Desperately needed, without a doubt, but at the same time, he lost a few of his knights additionally to those spears, and the veteran spearmen, obviously, they do even more bonus damage against the knights than they would in feudal, so you have to be even more careful as BC in this position. And like you mentioned, Mareka, the bank is building up. Castle Age is definitely on the cards here for Beasty. You can't stay feudal forever here as French. And, you know, in an ideal situation, you age up with like 20 plus knights and go for Royal Institute and then kill the HRE outright with bloodlines. But I feel like that's no longer an option here, Mareka.
It definitely does not feel like the option Beastie is going to go for, because if you're going for the Royal Institute, you're going for the kill. Beastie is very comfortable making sure that timing is right. And I don't think this is something that he is very... Actually, he might double down on this. This is going to be an interesting one, because I know he likes the guild hall. He definitely sees the value in it, especially in these situations. But we'll see now, because 10 knights is still a lot. No, guild hall is the one he chooses. I actually asked him about that specifically. And the guild hall does feel a little bit safer in a scenario such as this. The thing is now, he is going to struggle getting the gold to go Imperial. But the reason you want to be going guild hall on this map is purely because of the power to go Imperial when your opponent lets you. But this is an HRE on now 4 relics. This is not a match you want to be fighting in this position. And a few more knights take a few shots and another knight goes down. This feels so tough. Beastie is about to hit the age up. Another knight paying the price, but now the archers are ready to try and focus their spears.
Yeah, and at this point, Vortex could in fact just go for a blatant dive. I mean, actually, only now is Steel Darrow on the way for him, so diving, yeah, may not be quite as cost-effective out with those spearmen as well. So he's just going to loop around with the knights, knows exactly where Beastie's gold is, discovers the villages, another one falls, a second one as well for him. Now Vortex, tied up in worker kills with Beastie. Of course, Beastie does have that additional, faster passive production of villages, that's the French bonus. And the knights do get trapped here, so it could be a decent little fight for Beastie, but the upgrades are still ways out. Now, there is a gate on that war segment, so he will be able to get away here just fine. But the issue is, 4 relics, like you mentioned, Mareka, 4 HRE already. And I find it hard to see the way that Beastie's going to be able to contest that northern relic. He does have 1 knight patrolling it, but, I mean, Vortex can quite easily shut that down. And 5 relic HRE is something to really and truly fear.
Now, the question is just how Beastie is going to be able to produce anything against this. And as I say that, he's not going to be investing any more gold into this. You guys can see he's getting horses now. He realizes, I can just not afford this. Village is now ready to make a little bit of a mass migration here. Now, those horsemen, I don't think they're upgraded. Those look like feudal age horsemen to me, but it's just because there is no gold to upgrade those bad boys. The problem is, you can see Beastie floating so much food right now, and just getting more horses. No, he's not going to be able to take these trades so well, especially with them being feudal. Vortex is looking so confident, and you can see the supply does not lie. And he's going to be able to kill everything. Beastie is trying to get into a little choke to make sure that he can get those knights to do the work. They do have their upgrades, but the spear numbers are too much, and Beastie calls it. He realizes HRE is still HRE, and I cannot give that to Vortex. I am not the king of HRE. Vortex can do it too.
Yeah, Vortex doing great work here in game number 1 in this series. And, I mean, with the HRE, right, their power was on full display here after all. I mean, so many deer coming home for Beastie and for Vortex, but the extra gathering rate for the HRE just pays so much dividends in the long run. And have a look at resources gathered, maybe we can see just the difference there starting to spike up, especially in that mid game. However, Beastie put up a great fight. You have to stay feudal for a longer time than you would normally as the French here, but in the end, yeah, the HR economy just proves to be dominant.
Now, Myriad, I honestly did not have Frisian marshes with Lancaster and Mongols on my bingo card, and I'm so excited. Now, guys, the reason this is such a good match is because Mongols, you guys have seen what they do recently. They just go for that fast Imperial. But Lancaster, they do the same. And now we're going to see the Imperial Age show off. We'll see if both of these players will allow the other to do it, though. Because when you're in a situation where you're going imp versus imp, there's so much room for punishment, especially on Frisian marshes. Now, is this going to then be a little bit more aggressive than we usually see out of these bad boys? Or are we actually going to just see two greedy gooses going all the way to Imp?
It's going to be a very interesting one to witness. I mean, I generally don't know who it favors if they both reach Imperial relatively unharmed. I mean, you have Mongols who just produces upwards of 7, 8, sometimes 900 resources per minute of the most expensive, luxurious elite units possible.
Yes.
At the same time, Lancaster, with that passive income, they also get tremendous value from that Wingard Palace. And, I mean, in the long run, Mongols typically in the late game is really known for their Mangudai as one of the best late game units in the game. However, if any Civ can deal with it, it would be those yeomen from the Lancaster. So we'll have to see which way it does go as we load into game number 2 here in our series between Beasty and Vortex. Beasty spawning towards the western side of the map, which is in fact Frisian Marshes, as the Yellow House of Lancaster, and his opponent, Vortex, in the color blue as the Mongols, spawning towards that southern side. And
now, that spawn though.
Yeah.
Myriad.
Huh, look at that.
What is your take on this current spawn that we have here? The golds are pretty close to each other, both on the same side here. It feels like a little bit of a mirrored spawn between these two, because we do have the golds right next to one another. So if one gets shut down, both get shut down. The stone on the other hand...
It really is mirrored, isn't it? Look at it. It's like identical.
Yeah, just a little bit moved to the side there. And that was my question to you. Is this something where Vortex scouts this and he's like, oh, actually, let me show you what this is supposed to be like. But the thing is, he's not going to be a greedy goose. He's going straight on the resources. No early game shenanigans for him.
And Frisian Marshes is an interesting map. It went through several changes, and we are witnessing its newest form here in EGC Masters Summer. Notably, in the past, there were those corner neutral markets for either side. That is history. That is no longer the case. We see now just one single central market. So trade is much harder on this map than before. Sheep count has also been reduced quite tremendously. So previously, you know, staggering sheep counts that we have seen on Frisian Marshes is no longer the case. Now there's quite a standard split of sheep. And alongside that, the ponds slightly further away than they were before. And the deer packs have also been reduced in size. So quite a few factors to consider, which is why we're seeing, in some cases, we're seeing seeds that we haven't seen before on the map. I mean, in this case, notably, it's Lancaster, as the last time the map was played, Lancaster wasn't in the game, of course. But on the other side, Mongols, of course, historically have been a really potent pick on this map. Historically, with the trade, with Fast Imp, the newest strategy on the block, has also found tremendous success when allowed to... No. Well, it's essentially, if you don't kill them, it pays fruit, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, my Myriad, I don't know if you noticed, he pulled off of gold pretty quickly. He got his wheelbarrow, got just enough of age up, and he left only 2 to keep mining there. He was very intentional about doing this, because when you're playing against Lancaster, you know they're going to give you the time to do what you need to do. And him getting that wheelbarrow is going to make this a lot easier for those villagers to get around and run from side to side when they do get under siege. But it's definitely an interesting choice here from Vortex. He read the civilization matchup pretty well and knows that wheelbarrow will pay off in this scenario. Now, he's got quite a bit of sheep here at home, and you can see now he is going to be aging up pretty soon. But do you still age up with the deer stones here? Or is this a viable situation to go for trade?
I don't think trade is much of an option here, yeah, he knows it. The market is just not the right position for it. Oh wait, no, it is actually Silver Tree. Crazy.
Yeah. I can't believe it. See, I'm glad it wasn't on your bingo card either. This is finally a little bit of a different Mongol that we get to see from the usual, though. It's not something we've encountered for a while, because the deer stones, they've just made it so easy to get those pushes going, especially with the Mangudai play. But with the Mangudai play, you are a little bit susceptible to those little bit of arrow fire from these manners, though. Now,
yeah, I gotta say, like, I'm a little bit surprised here by the trade, right? I mean, historically, it's worked so well here for Mongols, but that was with that corner market, and I mean, although Silver Tree gives you those cheaper traders that paid themselves off very quickly, especially if you do go for those towers for the Yam ore as well, it's definitely going to pay dividends. But, I mean, Lancaster, they can very easily just go Castle Age, as the traders do take a while to come online, and it slows down your units in turn as the Mongols. I mean, a Castle Age into some knights here, I think could be a real struggle for Vortex.
Oh, and Beasty is just enjoying the last time that he gets to deer push before next week, when deer pushing becomes a thing of the past. Now, the deer pushing definitely very signature Lancaster recently as well. Villagers are migrating to a different part of the world, it seems. But guys, those guys don't mind running because they've got wheelbarrow. They're running just that little bit of extra, with a little bit of extra speed, going for that food. And now, going for those traders, we'll see if that is going to be paying off, because Beasty, he hasn't scouted yet. And I feel like this speaks to when I play the game and I'm like, hey, I know what my opponent's going to be doing. Nobody goes for trade anymore. And then all of a sudden, you're up against a bunch of traders and you're like, where did this come from? So this is something that Beasty should not underestimate. And if he does, this could bite him pretty quickly. Now, especially with Vortex going out there on the fish, Beasty is going to know that, yes, you are most likely going to go out on the map to get some work done. But now we'll see if that scout is going to be spotting the trade. We do see that Vortex is microing it downwards a little bit to make sure he catches the attention of Beasty, and I would love to see that vision, and if Beasty does spot the trader pretty quickly.
I think what you highlight is incredibly important, Wham. And this trade, historically for Mongols, they have the best trade in the game, and it now does get spotted by Beasty. If you paid attention, you would have seen that trader just on the edge of the scout's vision. And this is so crucial, right? Because, oh, no, he definitely knows now. Now, if this trade is left uncontested for too long, those outposts go up, that vision goes up, access to those little ponds grows for Vortex. That is, we're talking about late stage Mongols, which is one of the scariest things you can get with full online trade in the mid game. Very, very difficult to beat for any civ in the game, even something as oppressive as House of Lancaster. So trade has to be respected here for Beasty eventually. But the question is, how much is he going to respect it, right? So we know there's at least 4 mana, so the secondary mana upgrade has come in, so we'll go for 6 at least. And then, does he stay feudal to contest this, or does he go straight for castle and use knights? Both choices can be very good.
Honestly,
it's tough to say which is the right one.
With the spearman he's now getting, it does feel like he wants to feign a little bit of pressure here, but this could be the moment where Lancaster does go greedy. We see he's almost got his gold in the bank for that secondary upgrade. And honestly, we haven't seen a 9-mana Lancaster in a very long time. So the spearman now making their way across the map, but with the amount of Keshiks we have on the field, Vortex is going to be able to clean these bad boys up. But Beasty, he's got a lot of gold in the bank, and guys, you know what they say about a Lancaster with gold. I don't know yet, but we'll make it up on the spot. They're gonna be teaching you some manners, boy. And more spearmen are getting their upgrades, and more manners getting placed down. We'll see what this push looks like now, but those spearmen are gonna get picked off pretty quickly. They're just gonna force Vortex to feel like he needs to react to this, though.
Yeah, so it is going to be open field systems now for Beasty, as you predicted. 9 manas is the choice for Beasty in this game, and I'd be not surprised at all to see Muster the Nobles being called in, just to give him the space he needs to then potentially go for a Castle Age, which, once King's College is online, Collar of S's, giving not only the Demi-Lancers but Knights as well, plus 6 additional damage against heavy units, is going to force these Keshiks to be so careful about their engagements and where they take them, and might even force Vortex into some spears. As charge does coming out to gold, Beasty spots it in time and reacts, so no damage done outside of some idle time.
The thing is, this is quite oppressive. You can see that is a lot of horses in front of your face. It's not something you get to do that easily. But now Master of the Nobles has been clicked up, and we're going to see if those manners are going to be in time to actually get the full value, because he's floating quite a bit of resources and he has not placed those manners down. He does click another one now, but Myriad, do they actually count if they're not finished yet?
No, they do not. So we have 6 built now, so 2 more on the way. That will take it to 8 out of 9. So Beasty does have, yeah, just now the last one gets placed. So that will be 9. Actually calls in the nobles early, which is a little bit surprising, I have to say. I mean, they're not going to do too much work if you have 3 extra from the mana. So, you know, it's not a huge issue. But it's going to start forcing Vortex back on his side of the map. I'm very curious, the archers being added here by Vortex. I think he misread the situation a fair bit.
Yeah, now pulling that trader back too. He knows that this is going to be quite hard to defend, because with those archers, he's going to struggle. This does look like they get that perfect surround, get a trader, but you can see those lancers are taking so much damage from these Keshiks. The thing is, these lancers, they just don't poke the same way a Keshik does. And you can see Beasty, he respects it. You can see 2-2, as Vodka is showing us there at the moment. They are not that great at soaking up the damage with the 3-3 from the Keshiks. And the Keshiks, they heal as well.
They do. So these Lancers essentially have no chance up against these Keshiks. It's like Horsemen against Keshiks without the move speed, essentially. It's not a fight that they will ever win, even with Collar Vesses, which is why they will need the padding of the Knights. Some deals do get discovered, though, maybe unknowingly to Beastie, as they pass like thieves in the night in that stealth forest. Not that the Lancers can really do significant damage to those villagers at this stage. You might be lucky to take 1 or 2 at best. But White Tower actually being the choice here for Beastie. And this makes me wonder, right? Because this should mean that there's not going to be much fighting in the Castle Age. Is Beastie just going straight Imp?
It feels like a pretty risky move to do, though. We know this White Tower is not the same White Tower we see from English. This bad boy, it does spawn a few units. That's going to be great. But it's not going to allow you to just sit back and relax, get your attack speed aura, making sure that the few units you have can protect this. Beastie is getting a lot of spearmen. It feels like if he does go for this, he is doing it a little bit more responsibly than we would see from your usual Lancaster player. Now, the 3 Earls Guards coming on in, and we'll see what that first building is. He's going straight for a lot of gold. Myriad, I think you were right. That's a lot of gold, boys.
Yeah, and the positioning gives it away as well, right? Both golds beautifully protected by the White Tower, as well as the Lancaster Castle protecting the manors too. Kurultai on the way here for Vortex. No surprises, when you do have trade, you do opt for the Kurultai instead of the Step Redoubt. And essentially what we're seeing here is whether Mongol trade, relatively uncontested here, can withstand the fast imp from House of Lancaster, which is not something I've witnessed before, that's for sure. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. I mean, theoretically, Vortex should have some pretty good tools for himself, right? The Kurultai is really going to help in those fights, and Beastie has to contest the trade, so Vortex will be able to place the Kurultai wherever Beastie wants to strike. Now, the tech advantage is going to be, of course, in Beastie's favor here, but the trade income is slowly starting to come online here. The outposts as well. We can have a check just on the... Yeah, it looks like all the outposts are up, so YAM network fully underway for him here. And, I mean, the income is still definitely heavily favoring Beastie here, but we're going to see that gold spike quite aggressively for Vortex in the coming minutes.
Now, that's going to be really nice for Vortex, but the thing is, if Beastie hits Imperial Age here, the question is just, is Vortex going to be able to do enough damage to let those manors not do the talking? Because when they start generating gold as well, it's going to put them in a pretty solid spot. Now, I was pretty shocked about the Kurultai because we just haven't seen one. We haven't seen trade from Mongols. It feels like these two players have been playing strategies in secret we just never assumed they had in their pocket. Now, another stable getting added here, and this just tells us that Vortex is feeling pretty confident in getting these Keshiks to do the work. The problem is, Beastie has a lot of spears, and when he does go Imp now, this is going to make sure that these Demi-Lancers do survive even just a little bit better. Now, with the relics as well on the field, he is starting to make a play for them. We do see a few of them coming back to base now, but Beastie is about to click up. And the question is just, is Vortex going to be able to punish this? Because he's quite far away from doing anything with that.
Yeah, he really is. It's not like Vortex can, you know, go for his own imp here. His income is just not there yet. If you're investing in trade like this, you have to commit to it. You have to stay in this Castle Age, play around the Kurultai, really swell those trader numbers, and eventually your economy will be better as the Mongols in this position. But it takes a while, right? So the question is whether he can withstand the onslaught of spears that are going to be coming his way here, which is undoubtedly going to be the unit of choice here for Beastie, I would assume. Now, Vortex is swelling archer numbers pretty quickly here, which is very good for him. I'd love to see a double broad axe in for him as well, because he will need many, many more of them, of course. There's already 15 spears on the field, more of them to come soon, and Beasty is prepping accordingly. Veterancy on the way, Steel Arrow, Undermesh level 2 in as well, getting some of his other upgrades too now as well, with the space that he has. Vortex wrapping around with almost all of his Keshiks, trying to find a raid.
Now, you can see those Lancers. They are going to be of the elite variety pretty soon. So being out on the map does feel pretty good for them. The problem is just that's a pretty scary Keshik raid that's about to hit Beasty's base. And I don't think Beasty is emotionally or physically ready for that. He does spot this, though, and it does look like the villagers are going to be able to retreat. And there is wonderful White Knight Tower waiting for him to protect these villagers and keep them safe. But we've got a lot of spears ready to protect the vills, and that's a lot of damage on the Keshiks. Now, not a lot go down, but it does feel like this was a pretty big amount of idle time. The question is just, is that enough?
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of idle time here from Vortex. He didn't really expect to find too much worker damage here, unless Beasty, just did not see them whatsoever. Then that would have been good. But the idle time is very useful for Vortex here. It buys him time, right? Time is needed here to keep growing the traders. You can see 20 economic count lead now for Vortex, of course. It doesn't include manners, so it kind of almost neck and neck here in terms of economic strength. We can see the income now for Vortex is looking much healthier than it was 2 minutes prior. The gold especially, and of course, the more traders he has, the more resources he gets, not only courtesy of extra traders, but the YAM system as well. Now he is gaining food, wood, and stone from these traders as well soon. And actually, no, I think the stone is only an imp, if I'm not mistaken, with the upgrade, so pardon that. But Beasty is going to be Garrison Command. No surprises there. Elite status on the spears, only seconds out now for him. And I think once that's in, he's going to start to really press towards that trade line.
This is a little bit out of position here with the archers, and we can see those spearmen now upgraded. He does not want to take this just yet. We do see +3 range defense coming in as well, and he keeps picking off a few vills here and there, definitely allowing him the time that he needs for Mongols not to be too far ahead. Now, with these Demi-Lancers, he's trying to keep as many units busy as possible while he gets that spearman count up and running. Because keep in mind, guys, with him getting +3 range defense, those 6 Ul's guards are going to do a lot of work. Demi-Lancers now running for their lives straight into the traders. And we'll probably pick off 1 or 2 here, but they will be paying with their life if not careful.
Yeah, they do take 1 with them, so decent little hit there by Beasty. He's actually done a pretty good job of keeping the trader numbers down so far. This raiding with the Demi-Lancers and the 1 knight, finding great value so far. Another trader goes down and looks to be another again. 10 eco kills already for Beasty. Definitely something he's very happy with. We can see that the income from Mongols is to be respected. I mean, there's 31 Keshiks and 26 archers. Beasty may have imp, he may have elite spearmen. I don't think that's a fight that he wins just yet. And Vortex himself is getting pretty close to his own imp.
And now Beasty has 7 Demi-Lancers. Now, I'm actually wondering if he went for the yes, he made them from the Wingard Palace, because you can see with the 2 Hobbelars he's got in there as well, so he sees the value of these. But the Kaganet Palace has been clicked. The problem is just Beasty's army is really scary, and the whole point of Mongols and getting that Kaganet Palace up is that you are in a strong enough position to defend yourself. And I feel like this is one of those moments where Lancaster is not going to give you the time to defend yourself. Now the spearmen, they aren't of the variety that you want to be running into a bunch of archers yet. But the moment that palace gets upgraded, I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a timer for Beasty, where he's like, oh, I gotta go. And then he's going to go.
Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, Lancaster income is, incredible to witness. However, Mongol trade is fully online here, right? This is something he has to respect. We see straight away elite upgrade for the Keshiks coming in quickly. The archers will follow soon as well. He just needs a bunch more gold for it. And Beasty knows this kind of go time. He distracted a lot of the Keshiks. He can go in now, but the archers are still here. He pushes the Kurotai back in the trade line, but the trade line itself is still mostly safe. And Vortex himself has found a little bit of damage on Beasty's side too behind this. Discovering now the boar, I think. Actually, no, it's just day there for Vortex. decent number of pastures in for him as well behind this. The first unit is going to be the Hui Hui Pao. That's a staple.
This is going to help him push, and you guys can see he really wants to push right now. Getting that Hui Hui Pao is definitely not what Vortex was banking on. And stone commerce now coming through as well, which is going to mean that that stone is going to be trickling in from the trade too. That's going to make these trades extra effective and make Beasty need to stop them pretty soon. Elite Knights being the next unit coming out of there, and that is the type of unit that you hope to get from your Covenant Palace. Now, Beasty does have 3 relics, Vortex 2. I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference here because Vortex is a pretty healthy trade going on, but this is still annoying to handle. We do see 5 Demi-Lances total left from all of this. Now, arrows are also going to be getting their fire emplacement, as I'll call it for this, because this is going to be so necessary against those archers. Now, he does try to shut down a few more, but does not manage to find an extra kill or 2. Ooh, I say that as he finds an extra kill or 2.
Yeah, well timed there by Beasty, proving you wrong in that very instance of the little Demi-Lancer raid. They do end up falling down, but they take some workers with them. Now, Vortex knows what to prioritize very well. We see stone commerce coming in for him, so additional stone income from the traders as well as the Uvu. And behind us, of course, we did get a batch of elite Rus Knights, complete with poleaxes as well, so definitely not a unit to underestimate. And our warrior monks following suit here, be able to capture those sacred sites and buff his units. Definitely a good little secondary and third batch here for Vortex. More than happy with that, I'm sure. And his own incendiary arrows is coming in fast as well behind this, so his archer mass is going to be able to contest all those spears, which up to 83 now for Beast.
You say those archers are going to be able to contest it, but Myriad, if those archers kite perfectly, there's still a wave of spearmen that they're not going to mind taking this at all. They do not have +3 penetration either. This is going to be not enough of damage to put on them, especially with the synchronized shot for Beastie as well. If he gets a deadly shot here, it is going to be really hard for Vortex to remax, because we can see Vortex's income is looking solid, right? But he's spending every bit of wood he's getting. Ooh, and Elite Palace Gods makes that extra spicy, but the question is just, is he going to be able to keep this up and running, especially with the wood lines running out? I'm wondering if that corner wood... No, he still has the corner wood as well, so he should be all right. But this does feel a little iffy now with all the villagers out here on the map trying to get some food too. It does leave a little bit of an opening here for Beastie to be sneaky, and it looks like that's his plan. He wants to be sneaky.
Yes, he got the incendiary arrows. He got the lightly padded armor as well. Padded jacks, I believe it's called, for these spearmen and the yeomen. Additional melee armor, which would definitely be useful up against these Keshiks. Vortex does spot it. He moves into position. Kurutai should be there as well. Yep, it's in position. He might need to move it forward just slightly here. But the armies are about to collide. There's so many Keshiks, so many spearmen, yeomen, and archers behind to complement for either side as well. Incendiary arrows is in for both players, so the fight is pretty even. Beautiful dodge on the synchronized shot by Vortex, and BC knows that that's a mass that he might not be as well prepared for as he'd hope.
Now, getting something like this, a little raid onto the villagers, it doesn't hurt as much as it usually does, because those villagers are substituted by more traders. We see those traders are looking very healthy. But thing is, this is still a very scary army. We'll see if Vortex does find a way to kill that big load of units. But we do see a little yellow blob going into Vortex's base as well. So Beastie now looking like he wants to try and split up these units here from Mr. Vortex, so he can take a more appropriate fight. Spearmen now probably not going to get allowed to do too much damage here, but at the top they are doing work. Hui Hui Pao now actually doing what it was made for, attacking all the way from China.
Behind this, however, look for Vortex. Improved biology coming in for him. The regular biology cost, as well as 1,500 stone invested into that upgrade, is going to make these Keshiks monsters. An additional plus 10% extra health, up from the regular 25%, a total of 35 here. And, you know, that's a lot of extra health. And Beastie is looking to raid on the side flanks now with the spearmen, doing good damage to the traders, but that means that his main mass here in the center suffers as a result. The Kurutai Order is not fully underway here. It's not in position, but most of the spear numbers go down tremendously, and Vortex is taking great trades. And these spearmen, sure, they're doing damage with the Razor, but at the end of the day, they're... Actually, no, they've been doing tremendous damage. So many of the traders went down. The economy is now nearly neck and neck. Wow.
It's neck and neck, but the difference is this is an unlimited eco that we have here from House of Lancaster with the manors in there too. So they are not dependent on villager numbers necessarily to pump out as much. A Beasty right now, quite a bit ahead. Now, you have to keep in mind that Vortex is on the Cognate Palace. He's getting some free resources per minute right from there. But the problem is just, this feels scary. Oh my goodness. And as I say that, Vortex finds the most delicious raid for those horses. And Beastie's villagers are left running. He doesn't get to pick up all of them, though, because the boys are in position. It looks like the Rebaldequins are here to just plow through these horses, doing amazing work, but there's archers behind this as well. It just doesn't look like the spearmen are here to do anything but the beautiful synchronized shot on top of all those archers. I just don't know if this is going to be enough. It feels like Beastie's army has been cleaned up significantly, and those are not replaced so quickly. Does try to get another cheap shot in, but it just does not land as hard. Beastie's raid, amazing. The problem is, Vortex was ready to counterattack.
Yeah, that was an absolutely stellar engagement by Vortex there, finding the yeoman from the back behind the villagers, and then instantaneously focus firing the Rebaldequins, the only thing separating his Keshiks from chomping down on those yeomen with voracious hunger. Raid behind it for Beastie found further good damage, keeping the trade somewhat in check here, but there's still upwards of 30 traders here for Vortex. A very healthy number for him. More production being added now for him as well. 68 archers and 54 yeomen on the field for these players. Clearly we know who's dominating at this stage of the game with this unit of choice for sure. Now, spearman numbers have dwindled severely for Beastie, but the Keshik numbers have fallen as well. Now, only slightly overshadowing the Keshik's numbers, the spears are. And Beastie is forced all the way back to his home turf here, under the White Tower. Clash comes in, Vortex feels confident. He has a Hui power to start working it down if he so chooses. Nesta Bees as well is going to be able to help this front line, but he can't linger for too long, right? The Keshiks pretty much all end up falling, and yeah, he is forced back, but as long as the trade stays alive, as long as the trade keeps flowing, Vortex is pretty happy, I think.
The problem is, these guys are going to start pushing back, and Beastie has pressed the button. We are about to get a lot more units out of Lancaster here. So this could be a little pivotal point here for Beastie. He needs to get that Shire Levy to do some work. The Hui Pal is doing a lot of that as well. And we'll see if he's going to be able to close this out, because now there's a nest of bees here too. Still Beastie raiding behind this. Spearmen on the woodline, spearmen on the traders. But it's still a pretty healthy economy for him here. Shire Levy coming now. We're going to see if that is going to be enough to take down this huge army. Where are the units? Oh, there they are.
Well, yeah, I mean, they just appeared. A lot more yeomen now for Beastie, exceeding Vortex's archer count, which is definitely a good spot to be in for him. However, the issue is that he doesn't have much room to maneuver here, right? The raids have found tremendous value at the end of the day, but he did not stop the trade. And if you can't actually stop the trade, or at least, you know, halve it, or do absolutely horrendous damage to it, then the Mongols will just keep pumping. Cognate Palace behind this is also working. So, you know, we're talking about Cognate Palace against Manners in the pregame, but this is Cognate Palace and trade up against Manners here for Beastie, and of course Wingard. The Rebaldequins get instantly sniped out by the archers. You can see the extra range from the Khan's hunters. I think they actually outranged the yeomen, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just barely outranging them. And that's so significant in these fights. It means that these archers can actually trade out favorably, and the only real danger against them is going to be that synchronized shot.
And it looks like Beastie has landed quite a few good synchronized shots, but the question is, how many does he need to actually shut this down completely? Vortex is spending every bit of resource he has, but Beastie now doing the same. You can see every single one is being invested into a yeoman. He does get a synchronized shot off. It does not connect with as much as he needs, but we still have those spearmen at the back of the woodline there, and we'll see what those bad boys find an opening for, but that's a lot of yeomen. Oh, and you can see the trade is now trading. Vortex trying to get as much as he can. We just see a massive army of yeomen. And is there a way for Vortex to actually clean this up? We do see Beasty having a bit of stone in the bank as well. We'll see if he tries to go for a second TC with that, but at this point was 64. I don't know if is that something he needs. At this point, Maria, do you go for a position to get your economy back on track, or do you think the Lancaster economy is strong enough to just stay on that singular TC and go there? Because I've been seeing a lot of people going for that second TC, especially after not being ahead enough.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need it sooner or later in this kind of a position, right? It's just this trade for the Mongols. You already took some eco damage here as Beasty, and you're kind of struggling to push out as deep towards the enemy as you would like. So you definitely have to pad your economy somewhat here, because I mean, it's good to have a bigger army, and that is what Beasty is going for here in this case. But at the end of the day, the superior income and economy from the Mongols is definitely gonna really start hurting in the long run. Now, the good thing for Beasty is that food. Vortex, the pastures aren't fully online yet, and you know, there's no shrine, there's no monastery here from Vortex to boost the income of those pastures in terms of sheep. The gather rate of the well, not gather rate, the production speed of those sheep, let's say, from the pastures with the monastic shrines. But Beasty, he has, I mean, 100+ yeomen here for Beasty, right? Like, this is the kind of army that he's gonna trade so favorably as long as it keeps kiting. And Beasty, I think, he tried to push him towards that center map in order to stop the trade, but is now looking to form a position on the sacred site instead. So he's gonna try to go directly for Vortex's base instead, I think.
And getting into the base is definitely going to be a problem. We do see the Culverin here at the front line. He does not want to lose that guy, but he does pull him back. The Yeomen not trading as well as they like to against all of these Keshiks, but he does try to split up that synchronized shot. Vortex doing amazing work at breaking this down, and it doesn't look like Beasty needs any more eco. He actually says, I just need more Yeomen, and that's exactly what he's going to do. A beautiful synchronized shot there at the back. But is it going to be enough? It does look like Vortex is feeling confident, but I don't think he needs to feel this confident right now. That is a pretty scary point to push into, and Beasty at the same time, he's doing more damage. We do see the Spearman now under those bombard towers, not doing too hot, but he's trying to split Vortex's attention so he can get a solid synchronized shot onto this army.
Yeah, the trade out of the archers is actually quite favorable here for Beasty in this position, right? We can see it working out, pushing Vortex's army back. It's just the level of yeomen is so much, and the raids have really paid food for Beasty. Vortex was just too slow on his pasture transition, and you can see half of the food income. He's finding himself struggling to remass here in turn. And I do wonder whether maybe Horsemen would be a better choice than Keshiks here up against this type of a yeoman mass. Of course, the additional melee, the additional ranged armor on the Horseman could pay real fruit here alongside the improved biology, but is it too little too late? I mean, Vortex is really getting pushed against the wall at this point in time, and I'm not sure he can remass fast enough to contest.
Honestly, I'm absolutely loving this type of playstyle from the Lancaster. We've been seeing Lancaster being pretty dominant, right? But we haven't seen yeomen only, and that's kind of what we're stuck with right now. He does go and get a few more spearmen in the mix just to offset things a little bit, but a lot of the Lancasters that we've been watching have been so focused on the eco and making sure that the eco is always ahead that sometimes they lose control of this game. But Beasty is just investing into the military, making sure that he's constantly pushing forth, but he does need to be careful here. This is still horses that are getting on top of those. The thing is just, I feel like Vortex is in this position right now that we often get into when you're under pressure and you don't have the right amount of units, and you know you don't, but you keep needing to take these trades. Now, losing focus for just a second, and you can see Vortex instantly taking a deadly shot here from the synchronized shot. Now, Keshik's on top, but with a little bit of mix of Spearmen and Earl's Guards, they're actually under control.
They are, and just look at Vortex's upgrades behind this. Part of the reason why this is happening, I mean, he just doesn't have most of his ecotech. Several of his blacksmith upgrades are missing as well, and combined with the raids from Beasty, this is the result, right? GG gets cold. The series is equalized. BC lives to fight for a game number 3 here in the upper bracket, Very well played by either side. Very interesting idea from Vortex. I think it was looking great for a while there, but just wasn't quite able to consolidate his food income, his upgrades, and took some engages that definitely didn't favor him, and Beasty showcasing why House of Lancaster and he himself are forces to contend with as he secures himself a third game.
Well, we would need to count the amount of farms, because I think that was definitely a 10-farm building situation that Vortex found himself in. Losing to buildings and Yeoman, definitely over-pushing a bit there into the White Tower as well, trying to feel out to see what damage he could do. But we can just see that Yeoman composition being slightly different from the usual decisions. Beasty almost lost it here at a point. But it does look like he let the demon civilization hold on and ensure that that eco does the talking. So we'll see what this last matchup is going to bring, but what it brings is Archipelago. And honestly, I feel like either of these players could take it, because Vortex, he is a demon civilization on water. It doesn't matter what civ he uses. So Beasty now playing Vortex on Archipelago, I don't think Beasty is going to feel too confident going into this. I know he says he's pretty good on water, but Vortex, it's like Vortex is from a whole different breed when it comes to those water maps. We remember the days where Lucifer and Vortex were just absolutely dominant, and we'll see if that's going to be the case too. But absolutely a different style of play we see here from both players. Mongol trade, Yeoman only, and the raiding just kept coming.
Indeed, I really think it comes down a lot to those raids by Beasty. He really did a lot of damage. We saw, I mean, Vortex should have eventually been pretty much double of Beasty's eco count. He would have loved to get up to that 110, 120 or so total villagers and traders, but Beasty just kept it down, right? Combined with that, Vortex was unable to get most of his eco upgrades that he needed. We see even now in late imp still on horticulture level 1, double broadaxe level 1, blacksmith upgrades missing as well, all because of those raids, forcing him to reinvest in units, reinvest in traders, not able to afford as much as he would like. And in the end, the demon civ reigns supreme again, as we saw, and it's just, I mean these yeomen, it's just ridiculous. So many, so much move speed, so much damage. Reboldequin's behind it as well, the nail in the coffin really at the end of the day. However, this game number 3, Marika, oh my god, this is going to be spicy.
I am so excited for this, and I love the fact that in this draft, both of these players were not like, oh, we're going for dry Arabia like every other best of 3. No, they're seasoned veterans. They know what tournament maps are. They know exactly what their capabilities are, and their capabilities are playing everything. So very happy to see that we get to see a little bit of spice here coming from the two, and both of these guys getting strong civilizations on water. Now, Myriad, because you are the actual pro player, and I am the person currently struggling to get Conk 1 this season, so can you tell me a little bit about Chinese and Zushi on Archipelago?
It's a very interesting matchup. I think historically, Jushi has looked incredibly dominant on water since their inception, really, right? Meditation Gardens allowing so much income, giving you a pump early on to afford many fishing ships early. Of course, they also benefit from, similarly as the Chinese, additional building speed on the docks, faster fishing ship production as well, if I'm not mistaken, and of course, building landmarks faster. Combine that with the Tang Dynasty bonus, they can often sneak in a castle age very, very early, earlier than most sails, which on water can either win you or lose you the game, depending on the timing. It's a very fine margin to strike. Chinese, however, they have been kings of water for a long time as well. The imperial officials that they do not need to produce from the TC, like Jushi's legacy, they get at a discounted rate from the Imperial Academy, which also severely boosts income of taxes as well for buildings nearby. Chinese economy can run away a little bit in that sort of mid-feudal age against Jushi, I would say. Jushi has a stronger, earlier timing, but Chinese scales a fair bit better. So I think Vortex will be hard-pressed to find a fair bit of damage and good trades in that early water, either leveraging it into an all-out feudal win on water or an earlier castle timing. And the way that will manifest, I think, we're going to see Beasty try to get as many fishing ships in Dark Age as he possibly can get away with, whereas Vortex will want to strike that balance of having a fair few for a good economy, but also trying to undermine Beastie's timing a little bit and maybe get his ships out ASAP to really put on the hurt.
Yeah, this is something I've asked Beastie about as well, to try and understand how to play water maps, because I know you guys, and Twitch chat, YouTube chat, I know you guys are here with me. We don't know how to play water, and one thing that he said to me that I resonated with is, the person that goes castle, they lose. Because you stopped investing on water. Now, that's not true for all situations, especially if you've lost a lot of ships along the way. But we'll see if that is going to hold true in this matchup, because I know that you do need that time. The moment you hit castle, where your ships, you're waiting for the upgrades, and this is usually when your opponent strikes. Now, Archipelago, it does have a lot of options when it comes to directional demolition ships as well. So I'm a little bit worried for both sides here. I think both of them feel comfortable in the water. But guys, let's go and see, because the boys, they're on water, and they've just spawned. Vortex in the red, beautifully chopping them wood, as we can see. And most likely, Beastie doing exactly the same, because, you know, that's what we do on these maps. Look at that man. He's going to go build a dock, Myriad. How wonderful.
Never saw that one coming here on Archipelago, for sure. Nice little close deep sea fish for either player here, combined with a shoreline for the villager to not have to walk all the way back. An interesting note on Archipelago specifically is going to be those shallow brushes in the water. It can make it very difficult to be aggressive. There is no vision in those, and it can be so easy to hide half your fleet, or even, of course, some devastating demolition ships in these brushes on the water. It can make it very scary to attack on this map, as opposed to something like a Baltic, or perhaps Boulder Bay, other maps like this where they are not as prevalent. But this early game is going to be mass fishing ships from both players. The opening for water for both of these saves is a little bit more complex than others because of those officials, because of the additional cost and building speed on the early wood for the civilization. So Vortex already on the wood line, no surprises there with the Jushi. You do start with that official, so you want to go to the wood line ASAP. Beastie, however, I'm curious whether he's going to go for the old school build, where as you chop through all the 3 trees, you have an Imperial official ready to supervise the lumber camp that you're about to build on the wood line. That would be quite old school, but quite effective as well. And I think that's probably still the best thing to do as Chinese on water.
Yeah, this is something I think a lot of us leave unexplored here, right? Because you don't really know when to balance, like, between, like, hey, I'm going to make that fishing ship versus I'm going to need to idle that bad boy for a second and get a lumber camp. But it does feel like there is that little bit of a switch off. And I think the pros have mastered it, making sure that there's absolutely no idle time here. As we see the ship being queued up yet again, and now the wood just being a little bit too little for the next. But now, what I do see the difference in a lot of players here is usually that moment where you go for the second dock. When do we go for the second dock? What is the ultimate timing for the second dock? Now, we do see that lumber camp going down now, and this is where I'm super interested. Is that dock going to get idled, or is Beastie just emotionally and physically ready? Oh, it does, to continue producing. Yes.
It's unfortunate. I think as China, if I'm not mistaken, it's essentially unavoidable to have at least a little bit of idle time as China on water. If I'm not mistaken, someone may correct me if they have a better build than what we see Beastie doing, or what I thought might be optimal. But I think that is the case. It does have secondary docks in the Dark Age. I mean, Beastie's definitely going to go for a second dock fairly soon as you can afford it. It depends a lot on the level of investment you do on wood. The more you have on wood, the more fishing ships and the more docks you can afford, right? For a fast age up, we typically see 6 to 7. For sort of a mid-tier age up, we see that, 8 to 10. And then sometimes when birthplace boom, we can go upwards of 10, 11, 12 in that Dark Age just on wood. Pull off of food completely just to afford even more fishing ships from 2, even 3 docks potentially. But yeah, as expected, we see Vortex stopping early, prioritizing the faster age up instead, going for a timing here, potentially with a double ship. And I'm curious to see how well he executes the timing, because as we mentioned, these civs are quite complex on water with these early builds and timings. You can get a nice fast age up here as Vortex. The question is, how much value are you going to gain from it? It would be really good if you can time it in such a way as to have 2 docks up and pump an archer ship and springboard ship from it straight away. That's pretty tough on the macro, and looking at the split, I don't think that's going to be possible for him here.
What I absolutely love to see is that both of these players are aging up with 5. For those of you who don't know, the variety of Chinese civilizations, they build a little bit faster. So this shows clear intent of getting to feudal age as quickly as possible. The problem is just, usually if you do this, you don't have enough wood to actually produce a ship the moment you hit that age up. So we now see Vortex very close, being basically 1 second off. He is ready for it. And now they have to go figure out where the other one is, right, Maria? They don't know that they usually spawn in specific positions, so it could be a 50-50, correct?
Exactly, yeah. So you will always spawn next to each other, but it's either the left or the right. I'm not sure whether either of them. Typically what you can do, you can send a fishing ship down to one side and scout at least half of the shore. If you don't see anything, the chances are they're on the other side. And if not, then you're kind of aiming blindly. But Vortex, either he guesses correctly or he's scouted already. He goes straight to the right side where Beasty is, and he's going to find a fair few fishing ships to snack on. They're not likely to go down. Yeah, I mean, Beasty's timing is pretty comparable, right? Fishing galley comes out just in time. We can see Vortex already with the sails dancing around. Getting great value here. Dodging a good bunch of the archer fire from Beastie ship, adding out some of the fishing ships there, but of course, no severe damage either side just yet. It'll take a little while as these numbers start building. Vortex does have his springboard ship out first. He may look to press across with it already. Yep, that is the case. And actually, secondary springboard ship, not demo instead.
And what I wanted to point out here is he's been producing from one dock only. So with this, he's had the ability to afford that springald ship just a few moments earlier, which means that Beastie is going to struggle right now. This is one of those advantages that you decide on, like, hey, am I just going to invest into the springald ship, or am I going to have to give up that second dock? Beastie now going for his third dock in this scenario, and it does look like he is going to find a way to push him off for now, but Vortex, he does have another springald ship to join his army, and now 2 demos joining as well. So this is going to start getting very wonky as Beastie goes for that extra dock and not for an extra military ship.
You can see the meditation gardens from Vortex really paying fruit in this early game. The berries alongside the wood, additional food and wood, exactly what he needs to invest on this water. Demo ships now in position. Beastie's navy is really far behind. Vortex is still at this point in time, but the demo does come out in the clutch and takes out one of the springald ships instantly. The other one is barely left hanging on that shoreline there, but demo comes in turn from Vortex, takes out 3 fishing ships instantly.
That was an absolute destruction back and forth, and that's water in a nutshell. You can be winning. It can look completely dire, and then all of a sudden, a demo changes the game. And Beastie now losing a big chunk of that economy. But at the same time, if we look at the villager count, which includes fishing ships, he's probably pretty okay with this. Now, I'm taking a look at the income per minute, though, and the food has plummeted because, of course, we just lost a significant portion of all those fishing ships that was supporting that economy. But Vortex, he's getting more springald ships, and he's getting another demo. Beastie, though, he does not have the resources for this, and it feels like Beastie's production here is slowing down significantly. He needs to get ships out, because what's happening now is Vortex is massing up, and Beastie just cannot match this.
That's what you have to be so careful about as Chinese in this early game. You know, it's so easy to afford those imperial officials, but they cost wood, they cost food and gold. Food that you need for ships, gold that you need for upgrades and ships as well. We do see him sneaking in a wheelbarrow now as well, which will be very helpful, but his navy is really, really suffering. And Vortex, we know Vortex, he saw the blood in the water and now is looking to, like a shark, soak it all up. Demo hiding in the shallows here for Beastie, as Vortex has a very similar idea with 3 of his own, preparing for a grand flank. I mean, Vortex's navy is so much more powerful at this point in time. 2 galleys compared to Beastie's 1, 4 springald ships compared to Beastie's 4. Beastie seeing the mass reinvest instantaneously. 2 additional demos and another springald ship coming in, but the demos coming from the north side. There's so many exposed fishing ships, and the galleys, the galley goes down. There's nothing left here for Beastie to defend. His entire navy is finished.
Oh god, Myriad, everything's dead. Everything.
It's
Fishing
dead.
ships.
It's finished.
It's all dead.
It's all sunk.
And this is why we veto water maps against the man called Vortex, the king of the sea. Definitely a pretty strong showing here from Vortex, taking down Beasty on a pretty good map for Beasty as well. I know that Beasty has been a pretty good water map player as well, but Vortex, he just brings it to a whole different level. We can just see being absolutely ahead at every point here. Vortex, he showed his prowess on water.
An absolute destruction there at the end of the game. Vortex showing exactly why he is Poseidon incarnate when it comes to these water maps. Clinical execution, punishing Beastie's slower Chinese with his tempo-oriented Jushi flawlessly in this game, taking advantage of the additional investment into those Imperial officials, into those fishing ships, and just such tight timing, such understanding of when and how to strike here for Vortex, finishing off Beastie quite cleanly in this last game. And man, what a way to do it. Vortex, never to be underestimated on these water maps, without a doubt.
Oh, and you can see every connection he made. He knew exactly what he was doing. The amazing micro there on every single ship. He knew what he was doing. He moved them with intention. And that's just what happens. I mean, he's from Spain, right? He grew up next to the water. Beastie raining all the way from Serbia. The water's a whole different ball game for him, IRL as well. So now we see the supremacy of the Spanish Navy on top of everything. Ladies and gentlemen, look at those explosions. They're all dead.
Absolutely horrendous hits there for Beastie to take, right? It's just... Oh.
Okay, and guys, we have a little surprise for you. Mr. Vortex has joined, is here with us today. So let's go hear from the man himself. Why nobody should trust him on water. Vortex, why did Beastie give you Archipelago?
Hey, so actually I was wondering the same. In fact, I prepared the draft thinking I wouldn't get a single water map, which also is bad because I didn't practice water at all, thinking everyone would ban it. But yeah, apparently my skills in water still remain. So I don't know why he played Archipelago. I guess he practiced it as well.
I know he's been feeling quite confident on water, but I know that you have a reputation. I remember the early days of EGC when you and Lucifer just absolutely destroyed everyone on water. Do you feel, I was making a joke about it being in your blood. Do you feel like that's the case here?
Yeah, actually, I live like 30 seconds away from the beach. Like I go out of my home and I'm already on the beach, so I guess it has to do something. Nah, I mean, obviously.
So now that you've made it through the best of 3 stages of this tournament, do you feel a lot more confident in your abilities going forward here?
Actually, I think best of 3 suits me quite well. I actually really like this draft system in best of 3. So I don't know, in best of 5, I guess it's also better because you get to pick one water map if you want, or it's easier to get your home map because they only get to ban one before you pick the first one. So in that sense, I'm okay going into best of 3, but I think actually best of 5, sorry. But I think actually best of 3 was really sweeting me here.
You've been known as a player that knows how to, adjust the meta to what you feel like, and you are aggressive, you know when to attack. And I know on the first game when we saw Beastie on French and you on HRA, I felt it was like a betrayal, the ultimate HRA betrayal. Do you feel confident in your HRA usually against French as well?
I think right now I'm much more complete than I used to be. Like if I have to take the defensive role, I think I'm fine with it. Maybe not when the game is like 50 minutes long and maybe I like to be on the pressure inside. But I think I've learned very well how to play these matchups where you have to be on the defensive side. So, I mean, it kind of feels weird, right? I would expect it the other way, me French and him HRE, but that's how it happened.
You also just completely threw us off with the colors. So that yellow-blue pick, I was lost. I was like, what is this? Where's the chapel? Wrong civilization. Okay, and what about your chances? Because I know that you were gone for a while and you've come back pretty aggressively. How do you feel about your chances making it through all the way? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago or so, I was feeling really burnt out from the game. I think I'm feeling great now. So yeah, if I'm motivated, I think I can do really, really well in tournaments. It's just I've been struggling with motivation oftentimes. But right now I'm really feeling it, so I actually feel confident with going through.
And my last question will just be about the changes that are coming in now. Do you feel like with the nerfs and the buffs that we're seeing in the next patch launching next week, do you feel like this is better for you or better for the others?
I think the meta is going to be pretty much the same, even with the patch. I don't see many changes happening except, well, maybe English and ABA are going to be a little better, but I think that's it. And actually, I really love English, so I'm happy with that one.
Yeah, you gave me a lot of inspiration to try English again on ladder. Every time I cast one of your games and I see English, I'm just like, yes, make it work. I need it to work. Well, yeah, congratulations, and we'll see you then in the next round.
Thank you, thank you.
There.
So, Gigi Dog, what do you think about this draft in front of us? Do you think China was a good pick against Rus? I don't think so either. It feels all over the place. She's confused. Myriad, tell us more. We have China versus Rus on Gorge. Hey.
China versus Rus on Gorge. Not sure what Gigi Dog's opinions are on the matter. Maybe he can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think nowadays, Rus is relatively happy about this one, I think. Now, China can put up a good fight, I think, against Rus. One of the few civs that can in the game, I would say. Not many. Just side note, we actually have Scandinavia picked, which I'm also looking forward to. But here on Gorge, yeah. You know, it's. I think in the past, there was a struggle for Rus in the late game, especially. Chinese late game is something that has been... you know, something to be feared since their inception, really. But nowadays, Rus, I think, can handle it way better than ever before. But we will find out as we load into game number 1 in the losers bracket. Wham faces Lucifer, who spawns in the north side of the map in the color green, playing as the Rus on EGC Gorge. And his opponent, Wham, or One of Canada's prides and joys, as the red Chinese in the south side of the map. And yeah, this matchup promises to be quite explosive in that mid game, which I'm really looking forward to. And also looking forward to specifically how Wham looks to answer the question of horse archers.
I absolutely love how you described Wham there. I'm like, I'm going to Canada. You know what I'm seeing over there? I'm going to see myself some Wham. Because Wham's, his playstyle is beautiful, guys. This guy knows what he's doing. But Lucifer, Myriad, you remember how deadly Lucifer used to be. He's been gone for a little while, but he's back. So I'm really hoping to see him give Wham a pretty good fight here.
Yeah, I mean, historically, Lucifer, much like his brother Vortex, has been known to be an unrelenting force of pressure in these games. Just the level of aggression that these two historically have dished out is second to no other Age of Empires 4 professional players. And, you know, that's still been the case a lot nowadays. We had Vortex on earlier after his win mention how he feels he has become a lot more rounded recently. And that's something I definitely agree with from seeing him. Lucifer, however, as you mentioned, he's freshly back just a month or two ago from a hiatus, excited to play some of these tournaments. I spoke to him about it myself. He's really looking forward to do his best in these tournaments. As to whether he'll stick around after is something he hasn't determined yet. But Lucifer, I think he's been lagging just a little bit behind Vortex recently, which I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying. And it's true. I mean, obviously a break will do that to anyone, right? No matter how talented they are. Whereas I think historically he has been looking generally a little bit stronger than Vortex at their peaks. Now, how Lucifer comes back into form, we'll have to see. He has been struggling just a little bit recently, namely losing out on the Copenhagen LAN to CSO. However, he's looking to make his mark here after qualifying for EGC Masters Summer. And with Rus in game number 1 against Wham's Chinese, it's looking to be a really strong start for him.
Oh, definitely. And I'm so excited to see this. I was actually asking around about this matchup before because I'm an avid Rus player, but I don't win as much. But China is definitely a civilization that I struggle to do damage against. But once you do get on them, they really struggle to get back. Because I feel like with Rus, you just build such a tempo in castle that if China gives you a little bit of an opening, it does feel like you can overwhelm them pretty quickly. It's not like Zushi that you usually they strike back a little bit harder. Now on Gorge though, it does feel like a map that China can benefit from because you can easily make sure that your area is quite safe against horse archers and the map is kind of split. So just because you get on one side doesn't mean you're gonna easily be able to harass the other. So now I guess the early game that we all know and love, guys, we're going to be seeing what pro scouts are going to bring us. And for now, we can see Wham is not condoning any deer pushing. And this is something that's quite important if you are playing in this matchup. Because with Rus, they try to minimize their time that they're out there on the map trying to collect the deer. But that's how they just do deer pushing. But now with Wham killing off those, it just means those deer are going to be in a little bit more of an exposed point than they usually would be.
Exactly right. The main thing here for Rus and Lucifer is to get those 2 deer packs in ASAP, nice and safe, ideally without needing to make a single unit to defend them. That is why the deer pushing is so important. If you get your closest one in for free, then there's absolutely nothing stopping you from bringing in your second one easily and resulting in an even deer split, which both civs are going to be pretty happy with, of course, but especially Roos, as they can then race towards that castle age. However, with this first deer pack denied from being pushed in here by Wham, that means that Lucifer may need to invest into at least a couple of spears, or maybe archers potentially if Wham opens spears, just to make sure that he does bring back all of those deer safely, as we see Wham does prioritize those spears. So Wham definitely wants to deny these initial safe packs from Lucifer and at least force him to invest in something here in the feudal age, because the longer this feudal age goes, the better it is for Wham at the end of the day. He can have a slightly better economic setup, he can get more value out of the Imperial officials, and not be as out-tempoed by that castle age as he would like, because the longer he has to prepare for those horse archers, the better he will be prepared for them, of course.
Now, denying the deer, I think, is critical, like you said. But the biggest problem here is when you're up against Rus, they easily come and steal your deer pack as well, especially with the amount of scouts they can get out. With Wham going for spears, he does not just stop that from happening, but he also will have that little bit of pressure out on the map, which is probably going to be critical in this scenario. Now, we do see pro scouts coming out from both, started at different times, but Wham being China, he's going to match that pretty quickly. Now, he's getting a horseman instead of making that scout that early. Now, this horseman is also going to try and allow him to just stop a little bit of that deer gathering on the side of Lucifer's base. And you can see that's exactly where that first spearman goes. He doesn't just try to protect his own deer. He's actually trying to shut down Lucifer's deer, which is a pretty massive move. Archer range instantly coming out. Pretty big value here for Rus. Because when you get that archer range out, your horse archers will benefit from this timing as well.
Yeah, I've got to say, I really enjoy Wham's approach here, right? Delaying his pro scouts, specifically to get some spears out, get a horseman out, put some pressure here on Lucifer, and not allow him to get away with the greed that he normally would like. We can see how hesitant Lucifer was to actually add in any units. Now finally being forced to overcompensate by adding an archer range and a barracks in turn. So definitely going to delay his timings a little bit somewhat here. Meanwhile, Wham is now moving with his own pro scouts in turn. And yeah, ooh, the scout just barely manages to get away there. Some DC fire does secure that spear, however.
And getting that spear down is pretty critical. The thing is, horsemen, they do well against those archers. The thing is, that's not just going to be a singular archer. That is going to be an annoying amount, which is just going to mean that he's going to be able to secure his deer pack. But we don't see green dots on the side of Wham's base, which is, I think, exactly what his goal was here. To just ensure that his deer are untouched. And if he picks up an archer along the way, that is a pretty massive situation for him as well. Now, he does get a scout in all this, and he might get another one, because we can see those scouts are mindlessly running to their own death. He does drop it just in time, but another scout does fall to the ground.
Yeah, this is really nice damage caused here by Wham. These might not be like the most cost-effective trades that he can hope for, but really, as long as he delays Lucifer as much as possible, without, you know, trading out too badly, securing his own deer pack behind it, and, you know, in an ideal world, you maybe steal away some of Lucifer's deer, but that's really hard to do in the current Pro Scouts meta because of how slow the scouts are. How slow the unit turnaround is. Obviously, you'd be fighting onto the opponent's side of the map, where they're going to have the advantage as well. And even China, with their supervision, can't always hope to match that. But delay has been caused, right? A few scouts went down, Lucifer's reinvesting, even now going up to 7 scouts, which I would say is probably just a little bit overkill, I would argue, but he's probably not sure about the level of investment in units that Wham is still making at this point. Surprisingly, none of those scouts are actually actively scouting. We do see one, I think, starting to move across the map now, just there towards the southern side of the gorge. See what I did there? As a few more of the deer in the north are being now carried safely back home.
Now, we say safely, but there's a big red blob coming our way and a lot of archers coming out of Wham. Now, he doesn't have Song Dynasty yet, but that will just mean that he's not going to make some Jiganu. But those archers that were rallied all the way, they did not expect to run into 6 Rus archers. And that, unfortunately, is going to be pretty expensive for Wham. But Wham behind this, he's going for Castle himself, which, again, was not on my bingo card. I feel like China Fast Castle is not on many people's bingo cards. Now, we do see with all of this pressure coming through, He is able to keep that one scout on the bottom side to just see if anything else is coming his way, but it does look like the deer have been brought back, and the scouts are now idle under the TC. They have now decided they have worked enough. They will go for the high trade house, but Lucifer, he is going for a very exposed high trade house. Now, most of us who've played Rus or against Rus knows an annoying high trade house is one close to the TC, but that one is going to have deer running all around. So if Wham is pretty active in this, he might actually be able to punish it. Now, the question or the situation here for him is he doesn't have a lot on wood. So this is not going to be a Rus that pumps out horse archers from 3 stables like we usually see. And you can see he's instantly spending every bit of wood that he has as well. So we'll see what that answer is going to be. It just feels quite risky. Now Imperial Palace also coming on through.
It's interesting what you mentioned earlier about the Lost Castle for Chinese sakes. I think there is a world in which if the Rus does get greedy enough, China can actually keep up a relentless pressure and get a lot of damage done if the Rus is not careful, and especially if they have some exposed infrastructure, either some houses or maybe some production buildings on the front there. Some ramps can do very quick work of that one. Asia does come through though. High trade house, as you mentioned, in for Lucifer, and as you correctly highlighted, there was a bit of a slow turnaround time for the wood for Lucifer here. You can see it manifesting in the bank there. A bit too much food, a bit too much gold. No double broadaxe in for him yet, but it is going to be a night priority for Lucifer as well, curiously. Probably because of the sheer amount of archers on the field here already for Wham. So he's looking to really have an archer blob here to contest the initial horse archer mass, but very well responded by Lucifer, moving into knights as well. One stable on the field now, maybe a second one soon to be added as well.
Now you can see Lucifer is quite active on the map when it comes to scouting, but so is Wham. Wham scouts, you see red dots everywhere, and now with that first warrior monk coming out, he's going to be looking at picking up 1 or 2 of those relics, at least initially, but he sees this huge amount of archers, and this type of archer investment tells you that the knight was the correct choice. And now, having 3 more knights in queue, that's going to make this a little bit simpler for Lucifer. The problem is just he needs to secure a relic or 2, because that already was a pretty large investment. Double stable now, as we can see there, and on the other side, very similar composition. Very nice. And another archery range now being added. So now Wham, he is going to be doubling down on these archers, it seems. But with the lancers on his side too, he's going to be a happy camper. He does go for one of the relics that are it's quite aggressive. But, of course, you want to be able to go as deep as possible while bringing them safely home. Now, Wham, out on the map, does pick off yet another scout. And you can see Wham knows pretty much where everything is on the map. His vision, him, everything is just very aggressive. And he looks pretty confident in what he's doing.
Absolutely. Vision in this kind of a situation, especially with these cavalry units from Lucifer, with the relic war heavily underway, is the importance of that cannot be understated here for Wham. And Wham has great advantages with that. Not only the Tang Dynasty vision bonus on these scouts, but of course the Imperial Palace as well, revealing the entirety of Lucifer's economy at the press of a button here for Wham, on top of giving a tremendous amount of vision on that backline as well for him. I've got to say though, I think Wham has to be quite careful with his unit choices here. I mean, the Lancers, I think, initially can do great work here for Wham. I feel like it's not something you want to invest into too heavily, because not only do they not do great up against the horse archers from Lucifer, but of course, Lucifer's own knights are just superior to Wham's once that Boyar's Fortitude comes in just every way. So, nice little pickoffs there by Lucifer. Takes down some villages, maybe even an Imperial official. You know, a Lancer finding Lucifer's archers on the other flank from Wham here. The early crossbowmen are actually going to get picked off here if Lucifer notices the micros appropriately, and these early crossbows are very important to help stem the tide of these knights that are going to be coming in from Lucifer here. And it's like a few do go down, but not all of them. Relic secured now for Wham as well. Oh,
this looks like it could be a pretty befitting fight. Yeah, that was almost secured, definitely. Now, the villagers here, they do at least survive for now. It does look like the Source Archers were quite pesky, but it does look like a pretty good connection is about to come through here, Myriad. And I don't know if the Lancers are going to be enough, especially with the amount of archers we have. We have Lucifer with a very mobile army. He doesn't mind sacrificing those archers, but he is going to be able to kite and pivot from here. So right now, I think Lucifer is in a pretty good spot, although Wham has +2. And +2 can never be understated. Lucifer, though, he plans to get 4 relics. So that's a pretty good position to be in, I would say.
100%. I mean, already the Rus passive gold income in that late game exceeds China's if we just count purely hunting cabins, high trade house, as well as taxes. Rus just severely outdoes it, really, when it comes to that. However, in this mid game especially, securing 4 relics already, great spot for Lucifer to be in. And this composition, I think, is really going to favor him as well in the long term. I mean, Wham, I really want to say that he needs some horsemen to start blobbing and deal with these horse archers, combined with a backline of crossbows. That's a composition that can do quite effectively up against this knight horse archer combo from Lucifer. Of course, you still have to be so careful with your fights and with your mobility disadvantage. Wham has good things going for him though. He does have the Barbican now up in that northern side, securing the berries as well as the ball behind it somewhat, and gives him an angle towards that large stone vein as well. And he's now getting some of his equal gears. Wheelbarrow coming in for him, but meanwhile, Boyar's Fortitude on the way here for Lucifer, and Steel Darrow as well. It's a double blacksmith blade, which means he's looking for a pretty hardcore timing here, Whammon.
And what I absolutely love about this is how even this looks. Wham and Lucifer being neck and neck in absolutely every manner possible, except for the relics, of course. So this definitely speaks to how precise both of these players are. And exactly, oh my goodness, look at all those berry gatherers. That is going to be a very depleted berry patch. But the knights have found a connection. We see them getting on top, and now the horse archers are going to be able to be that mobile unit I talked about. They're going to be able to kite forward and pick things off. Now, all of a sudden, it does not look that close.
No, Wham gets caught with his pants down, his ranged mass exposed at the front of his base, allowing a clear way for Lucifer's Night Mass to charge in, and the Horse Archers to deal tremendous damage as well. Lancer connection from the back will push Lucifer away for now, but that's definitely a fight that he's more than happy with at this point in time. Having the eco lead as well in this position as Rus, despite the Imperial officials, despite the Song Dynasty, is something he's definitely more than happy with right now. And Wham is still building archers, still building lancers, but I just don't think these are the units that he needs, frankly, anymore. He just needs more crossbows and horsemen to be able to stem this tide, but with the food running out, makes me wonder whether it's a little too late. The upgrade advantage is going to be slowly matched here by Lucifer. He only needs Steel Darrow level 2 to have the same amount, and of course, Boyar's Fortitude is in at this point as well. Lucifer is on the cards to make a ball play, but there is a well-positioned scout there by Wham to spot that. However, I don't think Wham's in much of a position to actually stop it.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough spot to be in. Like you said, with the food, everything just feels like it's snowballing from here on out. The knights now, they don't care about those archers. There's a few crossbows in the mix as well, but it just does not feel like enough. The horse archers, though, they're face tanking a little bit of that TC fire. And as we know, the Chinese TC, it fires pretty heavily. Now, it does push him back, but that villager lead is significant already. Now, keep in mind, as you guys know, Wham is China in Song Dynasty, so he's probably going to recover with the count. But the problem is, the resources will not replenish themselves, and this is going to be a very tough transition if he does get there. Now, it does look like that Wolf and Boar are both fighting for the same cause to not be slayed today, but he does go for the ball, which means Wham knows that he's out there on the map. He could potentially try and do a little bit of raiding, but you can see Lucifer is aware that he's aware. So he does make it a few towers to make sure that those units do not get picked off. Now, again, the horse archers with their mobility, they're pouncing on forward.
And the message does not favor Wham whatsoever. Not only is he behind in army count, but this is mass premium cavalry coming in here from Lucifer. The army value more than double at this point in time for Lucifer, as he just dives relentlessly. Saint's Blessing aura coming in as well, buffing all of these knights, all of these horse archers. Wham has little left in the tank, and he knows it. GG is cold as Lucifer takes game number 1.
This must feel pretty good, because that felt pretty convincing for Mr. Lucifer here. Wham has been at the top of his game for a while, so Lucifer snagging a win this quickly from Wham must feel good. We know that he was on 4 relics here. I know our graphic does not exactly show that, but guys, this man, he was snacking on gold. He was ready. And that's the thing about Rus right now, right? So with Rus, you're just in a position where you get all this passive gold from your high trade house. You don't even need to touch your gold. And this puts you in a pretty good position to just stay on the resources that matter, that will actually allow you to produce units. And that military value lead, it feels like an exponential graph. It is absolutely disgusting.
I want to say it's really, really intriguing to watch Lucifer slowly de-rust and get himself back after his hiatus. Every series I'm watching him since his first one, I remember, was in Knights of Cross and Rose, actually, after the DLC. That was his first tournament, I think, being back. Every series after that, he just looks sharper and better, regaining his former form. And it culminates to this point now in the elimination bracket of EGC Masters of Summer, where, I mean, he has a very tough opponent ahead of him in the form of Wham, and taking game number 1 here with a great pick up against a really strong pick as well from Wham in the form of Chinese. That's got to be such a good win here for Lucifer, and it definitely is. Wham, however, with a bravery, takes us in game number 2 to Scandinavia, and I mean, we know how these brothers, well, the Spanish brothers, are on water maps, Wham, and this is a brave choice from Wham, but the matchup is good for him.
And we heard it from Vortex just now. For those of you guys who don't know, these two are brothers. They live close to the beach. We talked about this. It's in their blood. They were born on the water, and we've seen them for years now, just dominating water maps. So Wham, a very brave man to be going up against Lucifer like here. But the thing is, Wham is also decent on water. We haven't seen Scandinavia as much as we'd like, but it does feel like a good taste of the water, especially with how Mongols plays this as well. I think a lot of people have seen Mongol being extra spicy here. This is also the map that we might see Fast Imperial. Against Japan, it might be a little bit harder though. Ladies and gents, we're about to roll on in. So, Mongol versus Japan.
It is game number 2 in EGC Masters Summer elimination bracket here, as we find ourselves on Scandinavia, with Wham taking us here in the color red as the Mongols spawning in the northern side of the map. Looking to equalize against his opponent, the Spanish Bull, Lucifer, spawning in the south side of the map as the Japanese in the color green. And good choice as well here from Wham, right? Sniping the Japanese with the Mongols, historically a very tough matchup for the Japanese. They struggle a bit with that early tempo from the Mongols, not only in the Dark Age historically, but also in that Feudal Age. The double production of what is initially superior archers here for Wham, as well as those Keshiks, historically heavy cavalry, something Japanese really struggles with in the Feudal Age. A lot of things going for the Mongols in this matchup, and especially on this kind of a map. I mean, historically, it's very hard for Japanese to get a foothold on water because of that Dark Age. That has changed somewhat recently, however. The cheaper barracks, easier ability to mass spears for the Japanese means that they have been able to put up more of a fight than before. But often, I think, they still find themselves struggling in this matchup in particular. And on a map like this, there's so many ways this can go, Emin.
I think we just missed it, but guys, there was a sheep kill right there, where the Khan was about to pick up that sheep, and Lucifer was like, no, you're not. And he just killed the sheep there at the south of the gold. Beautiful play there by that Japanese villager. We do see this little picture-in-picture as that dock being built, guys. Look how majestic it is. Wow. A villager, he's going straight for the fish. Now, Lucifer, though, he is not looking at water just yet. And we'll see now if this is going to be the Cocker Township, because Cocker Township has been usually the choice on these types of maps, because it does allow you to get ahead on the water and take control of an eco that might run away from you as Wham, and that's exactly what we see. Now, Wham going for a dock, I'm actually a little bit surprised, because I know that very often Mongol does not go for a dock in Dark Age. I say this, but it's just because out of tournament games, we have seen Mongols delay that a little bit. Now, Wham does need to macro up to Castle Age, but he's doing that, or Castle Age, Feudal Age, pretty quickly. We do see that he's getting his gold as needed. It does look like there's about 2 villages on gold based on the income there, but we'll see if the Cocker Township is going to be there fast enough to stop that dock from doing anything. Because now you're putting yourself in a position where the Cocker Township, it's going to pop out a Shinobi. It's going to send it out to your dock, and your dock is going to get sabotaged. You are not going to be able to get a unit out of that dock to actually defend it in time. So this does feel kind of snowballing when you are the Mongol player here. So I would love to see how Wham follows this up and actually makes this work, because Lucifer alternatively could just go to the other water and try to dock there. But of course, with your Shinobis, you want to punish your opponent for going on water themselves.
Absolutely, and that snowball effect is something that can really put a hurt in the long run here against Wham if he's not careful. His own age up is going to follow suit pretty quickly, but an understated advantage here for the Mongols is going to be that Khan. The Khan, you can see already, even as the Vil makes his way towards the dock, this level of damage is not significant, but it's very, very annoying. And in combination with the villager, it means that this villager is definitely not getting a dock up, so he will have to wait for the Shinobi, which does take a while to pop out and then make his way here as well, by which time Wham may already be up in the feudal age and may also have a second dock down as well. We'll have to see. And also on this map, I mean, there's two sides to the water. It's like Holy Island with two sides almost, so denying all sides with the Shinobi is going to be pretty difficult, I think, and might force you to invest into even more Shinobi than you would normally like. And the villager, a second one, is following suit to try to secure this dock, and the Shinobi behind it will make sure that happens. I don't think Wham's villager is long to survive. Yeah, Shunshin comes in, one hit, only two more needed, and yeah, it's definitely going to go down.
That is a pretty tough spot for Mr. Wham here, because as we can see, there's not a lot of wood coming in on Lucifer's side. The Master of the Sea says, actually, I'm just going to be making Shinobis. 3 Shinobis, that is a pretty hefty investment. They aren't cheap. 4 Shinobis, excuse me. But this Khan is doing work. You can see that villager, he's on his last legs, but he will be able to finish his dock. And now the Shinobi has more dead villagers on his mind, and I don't know if he'll be able to catch another one, but the Khan definitely will. Oh, never mind. Oh my goodness, the scout is destroying him, that poor Khan.
Yeah, the scout actually does more damage to the Khan than the Khan does to it. Like, if they both stand still, the scout will actually win in this feudal age up against the Khan. However, the dock, yeah, galley did get queued up on that side, actually. I was wondering where that galley was queued up. So Wham abandons this right side pond entirely. Probably the right choice. He wasn't able to get up that second dock as he undoubtedly wanted to. So instead he's going to opt to pivot to the left side. As long as he can keep Lucifer off of that pond, which may be easier said than done with so many Shinobis on the field, then at least the food income will end up being even in the long run. Villager does go down to the Khan in the end, who then speeds away with the arrow boost.
Oh, how sneaky of that Khan, just to get in, get out, speed away. Disgusting. But now, with him getting the water back, you can see that singular galley, he is committed to getting the water going, because there's fishing boats on there. And I mean, when you lose a bunch of fishing boats on that side, this must not feel that good for Wham, because this is just a difficult position to put yourself into. You've invested 210 just in fishing boats. So it does feel like a pretty big investment to lose, especially when your opponent hasn't had to give up anything. He's got 4 Shinobis on the field, he hasn't lost any of them, and he's going to be able to do more damage. It's not a situation where these guys have gone to waste completely. And your fishing boats, they're going to be the next targets on there, so even if you do redock, you're going to have a pretty hard time to make this worth it. Now, the second dock does come down for Wham, but Lucifer has the same idea.
Yes, I think if this dog goes up here for Lucifer, then Wham is in a world of hurt. He has no hope of contesting the right side pond. So if he now gets contested on this left-hand pond with those Shinobis, then, you know, just a few sabotages will make Wham's life so difficult here. It does seem like the galley might be moving into position, if I'm not mistaken, and there are Mangudai on the field for Wham as well. So the Shinobi will not be able to find as much damage as they would like eventually, and the dock does get denied, and this is really important here for Wham. He needs to prevent any kind of dock here from Lucifer, because when it comes to a water fight, even though he might not, you know, lose it entirely, it just forces him to invest. Meanwhile, while Lucifer invests into fishing ships on the other pond, so it's a losing game in the long run for him, even if he trades fine up against the enemy ships in the naval battles. That galley, currently the MVP for Wham.
The problem is that singular galley, it is the only military ship he's got. And those Shinobis, there's a lot more than one. So they get to deny those docks, and those docks are not producing any other military ships. He does get the villager, but now there are 2 docks for 1 galley to deny. So Lucifer does lose a bit of a shinobi here, and this is the usual playstyle we see out of Mongols. They go for a few Mangudai, and then all of a sudden you have a lot more problems on your field, because now all of a sudden they're fast Imperial and you have no way of shutting them down. So it does feel like Lucifer did a good amount of damage, but is it enough to deny that fast Imp Mongols? Now the galley does come back for another villager kill, but Lucifer has taken 5 vills down himself, and I know 3 of those fishing boats, but it definitely still matters. We do see at the bottom there, he's only on 1 dock on Lucifer's side. So we'll see if Wham can actually do some damage here.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's a slightly modest investment into fishing ships here for Lucifer, right? I would have loved to see a little bit more just to pad his food income, especially having chosen to go for the Koka township, is that there's no Kura storehouse to generate free farms behind this. So he'll be reliant on that fishing income for a while, needing to expedite it hopefully here. But he is on his way to the castle age. The Mangudai do go in directly, not caring about the tower at all. One villager instantly goes down, second one to follow suit. Nice macro here by Lucifer on the tower, just to jump in and out. That's very important to do in these kind of situations to save the villagers. Very quick with it as well. Does cost some of the Mangudais their life, but idle time caused, damage done, and Wham knows what Lucifer is planning now.
Oh, he spotted it. I mean, Wham now, everyone knows what he was planning. But the thing about Lucifer is you don't know when Japanese switches over. With that information, you do. So those mounted samurais, they do pretty well when it comes to tower diving, though. The problem is they're quite expensive, and it doesn't feel like he's going to be given the space to make those expensive units with the amount of units we see here from Wham. Just getting that one Keshik also is going to force Lucifer to be a little bit more reactive, and not in a way that he wants to. The shinobi going down, and he did not get a villager there. We do see 6 villagers dead from Wham's side now, so he definitely caught up here. Another villager going down, and this must feel pretty good. Lucifer, though, he did manage to dock that lake, and we do see a galley not paying too much attention, and all of a sudden, this is a pretty scary pond to be on, and Wham is going to have to invest on this lake.
Yeah, exactly. Just a single springboard ship with now galleys being queued up as well for Lucifer. Definitely going to be really annoying here for Wham in this position, as he himself is trending towards that castle age with the resources now half needed in the bank. Lucifer, however, is about to click up any moment now, using likely that floating gate. But there's a decent military presence here from Wham. There's only Mangudai, however, mainly. Only 1 Keshik, so it's not like diving is much of an option here for Lucifer. And you can see his, his fear somewhat about a potential dive and investment here from Wham. A second tower now going up. He fears the potential of a Keshik dive with no spears of his own to defend in turn. And Lucifer, floating gate on the way up. The name of the game surely must be Mounted Samurai here.
Getting Mounted Samurai on this map is going to be so nice, because the map, again, very, very open. And Wham, he's going to be reliant on... I would honestly say he's going to need to be reliant on those outside resources for a bit, because this is not a lake that he's got for free. There are ships. He's going to need to work for this. You can see Mongols, usually they can match pretty well what their opponent is doing when it comes to hitting Castle Age. But Lucifer, he just looks like he wants to shut this down before it becomes a problem. Those Mangudai running around trying to find some damage, but now 2 Mounted Samurai in queue. And those Mangudai are just not finding the damage they need. But beautiful, beautiful hit here by that demo ship. And that Springald ship might go down in a few moments.
Yeah, nice optimal hit there on the Springald ship by the demo. Secures the takedown by Wham's own Springald ship. Yeah, and realistically, there was not much Lucifer was going to do on that pond. Just a bit of a delay, a bit of idle time on the fishing ships, the best you could hope for, because he's going castlage behind it, right? If you wanted to take full control of that pond, you would have definitely stayed in feudal for a while longer. But we do see 2 Mounted Samurai on the field already, a 3rd one in queue, and these are going to start moving across the map. Wham's still a decent way away from castle, only now preparing to drop the landmark himself. But he has a respectable military force, right? 2 Keshiks, some Mangudai. They're gonna stem the tide of the initial few Mounted Samurai at least. And actually, it's gonna be Kurutai for him on the way.
Does this mean we don't get fast Imperial? No, I'm actually pretty happy to see this. never mind. Never mind, guys. We got excited for no reason.
He's like, what am I doing?
I'm playing Mongols, dude.
Yeah, I guess he deems it a little bit of a mistake. And I gotta agree. I mean, sure, you have food income, but foregoing that gold income is not much of an option in this position. You don't have trade or anything like that, right? And I think in the Castle Age, you know, even with the Kurotai, Mongols, I think, would really, really struggle up against these mounted samurai. So, ideally, Wham just wants to get up a bunch of crossbows, maybe some spears here, some emplacement on some towers here at the front for the gold, and then he can start going towards that Imperial Age. But Lucifer is quick on the draw here, right? There's already mounted samurai diving, preventing even the Castle Age up, so he's not gonna get imp as freely as he might hope.
The thing is, that is almost finished, and I feel like Wham is about to double down here and say like, hey, I'm just gonna pull the villagers and go for it. If he cancels this is such valuable time. And he does pull the last few villagers trying to get this thing up, but at what cost? Myriad, there's so many dead vills. Behind this as well, 50 dead villagers now. Some of them were fishing boats as well, but this is a destruction. A lot of dead vills. Lucifer very happily on the water on his side as well, and it does not look like he's going to stop. More mounted samurai in queue. He is not going to let you go to Imperial for free. Another mounted samurai, he's just taking Mangadai fire right now. With +1 range defense, he is able to do so.
Yeah, that's a crippling amount of damage caused there by Lucifer, right? So much hurt put on just on the Castle Age up here from Wham. Never mind the Imperial Age up, which is starting to look like a bit of wishful thinking at this point in time for Wham. He does stabilize somewhat though. A lot of the mounted samurai did go down as well for those villagers, so Lucifer has to reinvest here. Now the Yumi are on the way for him as well, and Wham senses this somewhat, right? I mean, we see men-at-arms being added in for him, which should serve as a decent front line, but no real solid answer to these mounted samurai just yet. Yeah, the crossbows are now in queue. It makes sense. Wham does love his crossbows, and those are going to be the unit of choice here. And Wham really has a bit of work to do to stabilize this position with that frontal goal if he wants to get Imperial Age, because the longer this fighting goes on, the better it is for Lucifer.
Lucifer is definitely feeling quite comfortable in this position, because with the amount of units that he can pump out here with that water eco, he is in a pretty decent spot. And we can see Wham is just idling on that gold non-stop. This is not a position you want to be in as the Mongols, and your opponent is sucking up all the relics from the map. He's just walking around picking up everything he wants. But Wham investing in all these military units, it does slow down that Imperial Age, but it shows he knows how to be responsible about going imp. A lot of players, they feel like, oh, I'm going imp, I don't need anything. I'm thinking about Numidan here. And sometimes it works, but Wham, he's aware of these risks that he could be taking. And when you're already on match point with Lucifer holding that power, you do not want to take that risk. You know what the safer move is, and that's making some units at least. But we do see that Imperial Age edging just a little bit closer as time goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely edging for sure for Wham as well at this point in time. I mean, he has half the food needed. The gold is there already, but that's a lot of food to muster up. And, you know, you don't have the crazy food income to just keep producing units while getting closer to imp as well. So Wham, yeah, I mean, he's dancing this line, right? He has a fair bit in the bank. He wants to go imp, but he also recognizes the threat that he can't let himself just die if he goes in. So he decides to push across now, gauge the level of investment from Lucifer, and see how well of a fight he can take. To be fair, the army looks pretty good here from Wham. There's not that many Yumi, not that many mounted samurai to the point where it's oppressive. And just taking that little good scuffle there might be enough for Wham to go in. But as I say that, sneaky raid on the woodline.
He might still be able to go imp, but it would not be as difficult for him to maintain imp with that big mass of his. He did lose a significant amount of units. The Shinobi follow-up is absolutely brilliant here by Lucifer. Just making sure that he has one more Shinobi on the field to actually try and do some damage, constantly raiding. Wham is about to click this up, and then the RNG gods are just going to be watching and seeing what we get for Mr. Wham. But now he's got enough gold in the bank. We'll see the food trickle in a sec. But are those mounted samurais ready to dive under the TC to stop this? Because we see +2 coming in, Myriad. And Lucifer strikes me as the kind of guy who will definitely dive under your TC to get things done. The thing is just, Wham seems prepared for this.
Yeah, there's definitely a timing here that Lucifer is waiting for. Ideally, he strikes right as that Kagura Palace is like halfway done. Just as those villages are building, as they're getting idled out, that's the optimum time to strike. But there's no scout for Lucifer. He will not be able to see this unless he already commits. I'm curious of the level of Springo towers in Wham's base. I think that's quite important to see here. Because although he has a pretty solid army, I don't think it's actually enough to contest this fully invested composition from Lucifer here. One tower is up, but it's only arrow slits, so that will not last for very long. Yeah, Wham knows he might be in a bit of trouble here. He's rushing another outpost on this wood line, but it's not up yet. He doesn't have the stone for a cannon emplacement either, if he so chooses to go for it. Kagura Palace is about to finish here. So you see, Lucifer doesn't want to commit too much, but the imp is now in. He knows that the lights are green to go. However, the mass from Wham is looking pretty damn good here, even with the upgrade advantage that Lucifer has. And he doesn't have much of an angle to strike, putting actually so many villagers trying to dock.
He knows that this is something he needs to shut down, and RN Jesus was watching. He got Palace Guards, Myriad. This is such a good first set of units to get, and Lucifer knows, if I let this go, I am going to die. So with the Mounted Samurais, he's trying to take the fight. He's focus firing every crossbow he can, trying to make sure that these Mounted Samurai live to fight another day, but there's not a lot of them left. The problem is, Wham also doesn't have a lot left. Now, the Palace Guards could not be coming any quicker, but those towers are barely making a dent in these units. Now, the numbers, they thin out a little bit, but that may just be for now. It does look like Lucifer is still investing. He does not have enough food to keep this pump going, but he's still getting military upgrades as well, and now the Palace Guards are going to be swinging. And unfortunately, Lucifer does need to back off. But at the same time, we see Lucifer being Lucifer. He is just absolutely raining havoc down on this eco as well.
Yeah, great damage on the flanks found there by Lucifer. But the food is such a problem right now for Lucifer. He cannot keep the pump up fast enough. He needs to fix his macro here in this game. I mean, 1,500 wood, 1,100 gold as well. It's a real problem here for Lucifer. And imagine if most of that was converted to food, he would have double to almost triple the units he has right now. It's a real issue. And I wonder if that miss macro might be a problem that costs him this game and this timing here in the second game, as we see Bautron on the way for Wham as well, just to fully secure that water. He might even opt for a counter-dock play on Lucifer's own pond and go for a Bautron there as well, which would be pretty tough for Lucifer to answer for sure in the Castle Age. And Lucifer, he's reinvesting somewhat, but the army counts are not looking in his favor at all.
It seems like Lucifer is going to be struggling against this push from Wham that is inevitable. We can see he got 2 loads of warrior monks, which is not usually the best situation to be in, but when your units are this damaged, I honestly feel like it could have been worse. Now, this feels pretty safe for him, having 4 of those. He's going to be able to heal up that army that is slightly damaged. But Lucifer, behind this, he went for a farm transition. We saw him get the TC upgrade. He's slowly making farms around the TC. Mangadai, the elite variety, also joining the fight. But now towers from Lucifer too. The thing is, when you're up against Mongols, they get a few units, they get ahead, and then they get a quick repel and make your life even harder. And it doesn't look like Lucifer can actually break through these towers that have now secured those villages on all the rest of the golds.
Yeah, the towers combined with the Bautron there means that that position is off limits for any raiding here for Lucifer. And I think the timing and the window has closed here for Lucifer in game number 2. There, he just wasn't able to find the damage needed. I think, I mean, the Cognate is going to keep working overtime. We now see elite crossbows on the way in for Wham as well. The army numbers are going to keep swelling. I mean, he got double Palace Guard and now triple Warrior Monk behind this, which are actually very capable fighting units as well in Imperial Age like this. And on top of it, they'll be buffing the army for Wham as well. So, you know, the most possible outcome, these are really, really good rolls that Wham has had on the Gamba of Kagana Palace. And Lucifer, I mean, he's trying to get his own Imperial Age behind this. It's kind of clear as day, but I do not see him surviving a concentrated push here from Wham.
Definitely not. With this amount of units that you have, it just feels like an inevitable death push. You can see the kiting, the Khan, everyone's just yelling, and Lucifer is about to be when he gets that push coming his way. Let's see what he goes for with. Now, the gunsmith has been the choice. Yes, I was going to say it's been the usual choice. And 23 building it as well. He wants this, and he wants this now. Now, with the gold that he has in the bank, is this somewhere where you just prioritize the Yumi and hope they can just shoot like rockets at the enemy and keep you in this game? Or what is your comeback mechanic here?
I feel like that's kind of the only choice you have, really. I mean, you have 24 of them on the field. The economy from Lucifer is not looking all that healthy. I mean, it's a bit better than Wham's by a few hundred, but we gotta keep in mind the Kagana Palace is 700 to 900 resources of your army passively every single minute as well for him. I mean, it is going to be Yumi upgrade here. Steel Arrow level 3 coming in for him as well. I think it's called Plate Cutter Point, if I'm not mistaken. But he will need incendiary arrows behind this as well to really put up a hurt against these men-at-arms, which have now obtaining elite status as well as these Palace Guard, combined with Warrior Monks doing a good job to tank as well. This is going to be a hard push to hold here for Lucifer, and gold access is going to become a real struggle for him very soon.
Oh, and he's hoping to get this up. Ooh, the Khan firing arrows all the way from China. He knows how important it is to get control of this lake, because this is Lucifer's last hope of staying in this. He does lose a villager or two in this case, but the warrior monks have served their purpose. He's got 6 of them, and they are healing up everything they need to. The problem is Lucifer does not have anything he can make to ensure that this is a safe region for him, not with that economy difference. Now the Yumis is trying to move forward and trying to take a semblance of a good fight that they could. Maybe the only moment they might be able to, knowing that this army is completely split. It does look like the tower gets denied, just barely. But this army is pretty scary here at the front.
It's very, very scary. And Lucifer, when I see, wait, did I see that right? Is that one of, what is it, Atakebune, the Japanese Imperial ship? That's quite a way to spend so many resources, I have to say. It's, I mean, not to break anyone's hearts, but it's notably weaker than the Baochans and even Carracks for that matter, unfortunately. We'll have to see how well it does on that water. But I mean, this is the plan is clear, right? With his limited gold access, the only real thing he can invest into here is going to be mass Yumi and the additional upgrades that follow them. That's kind of the only thing he can afford. When your gold start like this, you essentially just have to pick one unit that you fully upgrade and fully commit to it to try to break through and then resecure gold and move into a more rounded composition. But Wham has all the right answers here. He has the elite men-at-arms, the elite palace guards, crossbows behind this with a very mixed composition as well. I mean, we can see the Kagana Palace allowing that 3 lines of unit variance on the UI there. And incendiary arrows on the way for him as well, which is something that Lucifer is just foaming at the mouth to be able to afford, but it will not be the case as Wham decides enough is enough. I have what I need to end this fully, as he dives directly past the Daimyo Castle there, moving underneath the TC, underneath the tower. The Yumi, with their superior mobility, are going to kite for their lives and for the life of their master in this game, as Lucifer looks to make a desperate final stand here in game number 2, but Wham smells the blood, smells the victory, looking to secure himself this game and take it all the way the length to that game number 3. But yeah, it's just too much quality here for Wham, too much income, trade behind this as well. It's too much to withstand. Villages running and dying left, right and center. GG is called 1-1.
And this feels like such a tough spot for any player to be in, because you feel like the moment that Mongols ages up, there's no coming back. And you guys can see the military value lead. This was something that Lucifer put up a decent fight against, but Wham, he was responsible. And I think this is something we haven't seen much of in Mongols, understanding exactly how much you need to invest to actually stay alive against a push such as this. So beautifully played here by Wham, but also Lucifer putting up a pretty amazing fight here. He denied some of the villagers, but it just feels like the Kaghanet is in a pretty good spot at the moment. And I actually asked Beasty about the nerf that's coming into the Kaghanet, just ensuring that you have that 10% decrease on the speed. He is not convinced that it's enough. How is the general consensus on this? And I guess I'm asking this to Twitch chat as well, but I know that all of you guys are basically semi-pro players. With the Kaghanet Palace, is this something that needs a lot harder of a shutdown, or is this just something that people are going to need to learn to counter?
I think the nerf on the production speed in and of itself is not enough to offset the strength. No, normally the issue isn't how fast the units come out. It's more so that if the landmark is up, it's normally an uphill battle anyway, really. But what I'm curious to see is that with the decrease in dare pushing, whether that in turn will weaken it quite a bit as well, right? Because to go imp as Mongols, you need a lot of food. You can't just go naked imp and hope it survives. I think, against a decent player, you'll actually die every single time doing that pretty much. If you just go naked as fast as possible. And with limited food access, especially if you have no access to dare, no fishing, no boar, nothing like that, it's just not something that's going to work. That is why we see Mongols, when they do dominate, it is often on these maps where they have access to a lot of food, either through fishing, like here on Scandinavia, or even on a map like Carmel, courtesy of something like Pro Scouts, which is something they don't do as well anymore, but on Carmel, it's very easy to do for a lot of civilizations, including them, and they have decent bonuses for it as well. They can double produce scouts. So, with the ability to dare push with Dark Age space for Mongols potentially removed, that in combination with the production speed nerf may actually be enough to offset its superior strength on these hybrid maps, especially. But we'll have to see.
Now, we'll see what that next matchup is going to look like, as guys, Frisian Marshes with Lancaster we saw a little bit earlier today against JD. Myriad, if you are a betting man, and I'm not saying you are a betting man, but if you were a betting man, where do you land on JD actually shutting down Lancaster?
I think JD honestly might be the best civilization in the game at having a chance of putting real pressure onto House of Lancaster in the feudal age. House of Lancaster, often this is something we sort of speculated on a while back before testing it as to, sure, Lancaster, we were discussing, it's really strong once you get those manners online, but if they agree, just kill them in feudal age, right? Like, hey, it's that easy. It's not that easy. It's not that easy to kill them in feudal age. Even if they agreed for those 6 manners, right? You have muster the nobles, you have yeomen, you have the spearmen, even hobblars just to shut off any archers can be so effective. And because of that, doing an all-in with Rams is, especially because of how tanky those manners are underneath that Lancaster castle, it's so difficult. However, JD Whammon is arguably the best feudal civilization in the game, I would say.
Now, we got a little statistic in front of us here, and it looks like Mr. Wham significantly has an edge here in terms of series. But if you guys look at those recent results, those are best of 5s. So best of 3s, they definitely have a different taste to them. And the game count is pretty close between these two anyway. So Wham looking strong, but we'll see if Lucifer can muster enough. I guess Wham is the one mustering. If Wham can muster his way through to the next round, into getting into the safe best of 5s. Now, we do see the lobby is still in creation. So I would actually like to ask if we can look at the bracket to see where everyone else is standing. Oh, we can. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love this. I love not doing production. Guys, look at this beautiful bracket. Myriad. Where do we land here? Who takes this whole scenario? If we're looking at Marine Lord Puppy Ball, this is probably going to be a very stacked match. I'm so excited for that.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be like, it's a clash of big rivals at this point in time, isn't it? Similarly, like Marine Lord and Beasty, Marine Lord and Puppy. I mean, notably, of course, Puppy Paw, the finalist in the Red Bull Wololo, went up against Marine Lord all the way to Spain, and did not quite have the success he was hoping for, but still, Puppy Paw, just an incredibly skilled and feared player for a long time now, and coming back in force in this tournament, taking down Anatan 2-0, not an easy achievement whatsoever. And here we see the low bracket where we are right now. Wham and Lucifer on neck and neck at 1-1. Beasty Baltune is going to be coming up as well. Anatan Voldemar will be facing, and B and them are actually tied neck and neck as well. Such tight series.
Yeah, this is quite competitive, and I absolutely love to see how these players are just shining. We see a lot of players like Numedan now joining the bracket for the first time and actually taking a game off of Demu, but Voldemar taking down CSO, that's phenomenal. It's actually showing us that when you get outside the top 4 to 6, there's still so much competition between these guys. And Baltoon also 2-0 in Kiljardy. I'm actually quite surprised that Grandpa could not take down the Tuna. Grandpa has been known to be a very aggressive player as well. For those guys who don't know, we always make fun of Kiljardy for being the grandpa in our community. So it's a pretty good way to see that we still have all our golden oldies at the top every now and again, and the young blood, they're fighting for their lives. But I'm really happy to see it. So a lot of us in this community, I would call us the boomers of the current era. So Myriad, you're one of the newer crew, I would say. Do you think that the younger players like MSN and Voldemar and that you guys are going to have a point where this does overtake all the grandpas like Beasty, Marine Lord, Demu, and Kiljardy?
Yes, it's already starting. I think all of you oldies are on a timer, and it's only a matter of time till we, the young blood, take over. It's one of those things, right, where it's something that's really common in pretty much all esports, right? As the years go by, there's a kind of generational shift that happens. It's just something that's normal, and people have different peaks, right? Obviously, age is an advantage. Like being younger is an advantage in any sport. Esports is no different. You know, the strengths of youth, so to say, but then you lack the experience and the wisdom that older players often do. However, people have different peaks, right? Some people play very well in their early 30s, then play better in their 30s than they did in their 20s. Some players do better in their 20s than they did in their 30s, right? It's very different for everyone. Life circumstances come into effect as well. It's tough to say. We'll just have to see how committed we all are, right?
Well, I'm really glad to see we get to experience the players at these different levels. And honestly, when we do see people like MSM also coming in and absolutely destroying his way through these brackets, it just shows us that there's a lot of opportunity for Age of Empires to just keep that talent shifted. And yeah, I'm honestly still waiting to peak. So I would really like that to kick in at some point. Otherwise, we're always going to be where we are. But now we do have the maps in front of us today, and I want you guys to now see these are the consistent maps that players keep picking, because of course you have your major map pool that everyone has an opinion on, but there are some that people just constantly vote in. I think those we would look at is Frisian Marshes and Gorge. I think Scandinavia is more of a, what should I can do kind of map that people do bring in here. So with something like Frisian Marshes, I just want to ask you, Myriad, specifically, why do you think this is such a consistent choice among the top players?
You mean as a map to to pick to play or as a favorite
Yes.
map for tournaments.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of expression possible on this map, you know? I mean, I think the backwood line especially allows some room for plays that otherwise might be considered greedy or out of the box. Normally, early pressure against something like frontal wood can be really detrimental to any kind of booming element, especially. That's not the case here at all. And that's been the case historically on Frisian, right? You see picks that otherwise wouldn't be as strong on other maps, sort of like English, like Abbasid, right? Even slightly more boom-oriented to China, doing quite well, and obviously the Lancaster as well. These civs that have a slower build-up, when they do have safe resources available, is something they can really use to their advantage without dying. And the result, you know, that's also been impacted by the reduction in the amount of sheep as well on the map, means that, you know, civs that just have so much food to work with can't just keep barreling you constantly with units and doing too well. But that kind of barreling is what we're really going to see in this matchup. So I think this promises to be incredibly exciting. I mean, Lucifer, historically the Night King. A title that's recently been contested by CSO, who has been eliminated, very well done so by Voldemar in an earlier round. So only Lucifer is left with that title at this point in time. And I mean, Lucifer on JD on this map with Fish, I think Wham is probably shaking in his boots a little bit.
Because JD and French, they've been civilizations that kind of handle the fire from Lancaster quite well. It's because the knights are extra chunky. And I can just imagine that does contribute to the ability to shut down all those thousands of manners in front of us. So I am excited to see exactly what Lucifer brings, and if that aggression is going to be enough. Ladies and gents, it's time for us to go into the next one. So let's hop on in. I think.
Just in time, eh? As we are on EGC Frisian Masters here. Yep, after a little bit of a delay, we are in game number 3 here in the lower bracket of EGC Masters Summer. We are witnessing Lucifer playing as Jeanne d'Arc, spawning in the western side of the map, facing Wham in the color red as the House of Lancaster. And already Lucifer is wasting no time. He wants to get that superior food in ASAP. Not very surprising, actually. I mean, dock play, actually. That I did not have on my bingo card, at least for JD.
I think for our LAN, we definitely need to have a community bingo card, because this one, we are missing so many bingos here. Docks, at this stage of the game, against a civilization that's known to make a few spears every now and again, especially against those French variants, or French in general, where you can actually do a lot of good damage. But we'll see if Wham is going to scout this dock, because this thing might actually be quite free. Now, once Lucifer does spot it, he should be able to pull enough villagers to get some work done. But what then? Because unfortunately, due to the spawn, ladies and gentlemen, if you shut down one gold, you are also going to be shutting down the other. And the spearman will be finding an interesting second position to go harass. We see that spearman going straight towards the dock. He's like, you are not getting that for free.
Yeah, this is pretty scary all of a sudden for Lucifer. I mean, this is part of the reason I'm so surprised. We know Lancaster's penchant to open for these Dark Age spears, to push in that there, put on the pressure, give themselves the space needed to get those manners in quite safely, especially against the Knight Civ. You know, denying the gold, denying those initial Knights is so valuable. But here for Lucifer, I mean, this Dark is... Yeah, and Wham's reinvesting. This dock is not going to be long for this world. There's just no way Lucifer actually ages up and this dock survives at the same time. Now, a good part for him is the fact that, you know, because Wham is so focused on this dock, it does mean that he's going to be able to get in the gold needed to age up quickly, which he so did already. But as a result of that, his age up is going to be somewhat delayed, even more so than before, as he shifted onto the gold prematurely, as opposed to the food, just to make sure that it doesn't get pushed off of it. And I mean, JD is a very tanky villager at this point in time. She can fight spears pretty well, like 1 or 2 she can deal with pretty effectively here. And she can run away and be relatively safe, very high health pool. But there's a limit, right? Like, I'd be very surprised if this dock stays alive.
Definitely. The fact that you have these 2 spears out here on the map, oh, I mean, 2 there, but there's 4 more on the map. Wham definitely is looking to punish this. 4 now on the dock. This poor dock it definitely has seen better days. JD as well, she's taking quite a stick to the head there and will heal herself back up. She's got the inspiration to do so. But Lucifer, he's gathering every bit of gold he can because this man knows if those spears shut this down, they're going to have another target right after. You can imagine where those spears are going to go, and it's most likely going to be on top of gold. So we'll see what that gold looks like, but this dock is not looking too hot right now.
School of Cavalry, the landmark of choice here for Lucifer, definitely prudent. We were, I was half wondering whether Chamber of Commerce might be on the cards here for him, but yeah, I think these early spears are definitely going to put a hamper on that pretty effectively. The School of Cav is on the way for him. Likely going to be Lancaster Castle in for Wham as well. He has a pretty nice spawn at the front there for it to cover the berries, the stone, and the gold if he so chooses. And 7 spears on the field. Yeah, this dock is not long for this road. There is Lancaster Castle. Lucifer now pushed off of the gold as well. And I gotta say, I think Lucifer, it pains me to say, but is already quite severely behind.
That must feel quite difficult, especially in this scenario where you know that this is match point and you're going to be forced into another best of 3. But just like Vortex, I think Lucifer also benefits from a format that is best of 3 because Lucifer, he can be kind of wild, just like we are seeing right here. Going for a dock on a map like this, it does feel pretty risky. Now, I would like to see that gold. Yes, the gold has been denied. And now, even if Wham went ahead and followed this up with a villager, which it does not seem to be the case here, he would be able to shut down that second gold as well. But with those spears, you're already going to have such a difficult time to shut them down.
Yeah, exactly right. Lucifer did manage to get enough gold for the one night, but the one night, I mean, how much damage and value can he really afford? Archery range follow-up straight away, definitely the right choice here for Lucifer, but as I say that, it is in fact cancelled. Is he gonna opt to use his wood for something else? But, like, is there anything more useful they can go for? Okay, there is a mill on the way.
There's a mill, but is this just going to be one of the... What are you going to do with this mill, Lucifer? I feel like this is exactly what I meant. Lucifer, he's just cooking things. We weren't ready to get served, but now those boys do back off. The archery range is going to come through. Is that an archery? Yes, it's an archery range. I was about to say. So getting that archery range is going to still be the plan, and that's most likely what you want to do. You want to try and find some damage on these spears so JD can also thrive. But with that singular knight now, he's going to be able to run around and try to force those spears to go back to base. Because you still don't want Lancaster to get ahead too far, because they're just going to snowball completely, and you're going to have an impossible time. Now, going straight onto the gold here, he does feel confident enough because, JD is ready to attack as well, and with these archers, he is not going to stay around for too long.
Oh, for sure. The archers are going to be on the way, so the spears, if they want to keep their lives, they have to back off now. Gold access has been re-established here for Lucifer, so the night pump will continue quite soon, but, I mean, just like Wham delayed himself with the spears, Lucifer delayed himself with the dock, so we're back to a relatively even game in this position, but as Lucifer, really, the pressure is on you to make something happen here with these knights. You have no trade behind this. You have no superior gathering rate on deer or on shorefish, for that matter. So, yeah, we do see a move out now. So Lucifer is just going to opt to get that superior food income in quickly, extend the lifespan of his sheep, and start pumping numbers up aggressively high. And I think maybe with access to this food, he might be able to get some good damage done if he really knows how to place his aggression. But it still won't be easy up against the House of Lancaster. We mentioned the choices they have. The Yeoman, the Spearman, the Hobble are all really effective in this feudal age at dealing with the mass from JD. But JD, unlike French, really, really benefits directly from these early game exchanges, doesn't she?
Oh, she does, and she loves a good spearman fight, especially in this position. Now, Lucifer has this very unique time where he can do some damage, because the thing is, Wham has invested in more manners, and that might be a little bit greedy in the scenario when you're playing against a civilization that can possibly produce a ton of units pretty early on. Now, with you shutting down the dock, you're most likely in the driver's seat, and you get to make these decisions. But again, it can cost you dearly. JD now, she is heading on in, but the problem is that Lancaster Castle situation is not going to be an easy one to shut down. Now going onto the wood line, though, that was not something I would have predicted here.
Yeah, although the wood lines on this map are always tucked away at the back quite safely, they are on the edge, diagonal range of the town center, so they can come exposed quite early in terms of town center range, and Lucifer definitely knows that and recognizes it, looking to put on the pressure quite early here. And well done in doing so as well. Manages to kill one of the villagers, and now looks to kill another one. As the knight's going directly, that villager's definitely dead. Any more to follow? Likely not. More XP going over to JD at this point in time. And shutting down the wood so early is really great damage. I don't think Wham has the wood needed for the additional 2 manas. We can have a quick look at his base here. I think he only has the 4 and can't afford any more yet. Okay, there's a 5th one on the way, and he's going to have the wood just now for the 6th one. So not too bad for him. Muster the Nobles is on the way as well, off of 5 manas. So that's going to be a total of 8, I believe, Demo Lancers, if I'm not mistaken. And
might be 7, yeah. We'll see. From my it's okay, Clara.
So
yeah,
8,
you might be right. Okay,
it's
7.
Never mind.
Oh, it's fine. It's okay. We're here to all do math. Twitch chat was also calculating there. They were ready to correct you. They were all sitting there like, actually. No, though, 7 Demi-Lancers is pretty scary. I know against 5 knights, they might not be trading too equally, though.
Yeah, equally is a dream for the Demolancers to trade against these knights, that's for sure. Even in advantageous numbers, 7 against 5 at this point in time, that's not going to be a fight that they win nowhere near due to that severe stat difference. However, idle time and villager kills is something they can do quite effectively as any other units. One of the bills gets trapped straight away and dies quickly afterwards. Meanwhile, Spear Raid on the Shoreline Fish as well. Pretty big, and the Demi-Lancers are going to connect. This is actually crippling here for Lucifer right now. This is not only idle time, but villager losses as well. Good kiting and movement here from Wham ensures that he stays on top of the villagers, and all of them are going to go down, Wham, and this is so much damage.
It feels like such a tough spot to be in as Lucifer, because when you lose this many, there's no answer for you to actually get back in this, and he knows this, and that's why he's just doubling down. He's like, okay, I have a lot of units. I'm going to try to use the resources that I got, but I know this is it. So if he cannot find significant damage on this economy, he is going to struggle so much. So getting that ram out, trying to do some work now, but that white tower is quite optimistic. Protecting that second gold instead of protecting these manors might actually be Lucifer's only option. So with that white tower being completely out of position to provide some level of protection here, he might have a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Wham already planning for the mid game to secure that gold there, but as you mentioned, the manors are left exposed. The Lancaster Castle is going to buff them up pretty nicely here for Wham, so there'll be, a while for this world still. But there's very little mass here from Wham, right? We do see knights in queue now, but there is no collar of Estes. So even though they are superior to Lucifer's knights, they're not as good as they possibly could be, right? So first mana has fallen, plus 30 XP for Jean, who's almost halfway now to her 3rd form. And Lucifer's going to pivot around the Lancaster Castle to go for these other manas on the flank, but yeah. Classic pathing with the Rams. He has to slide into that gap a little bit so that they both can hit. And, Steeled Arrow is in for Lucifer, so the arrow fire isn't as bad as it could be, but it's still a lot of arrows to keep eating here. And, Ram's economy is still pretty healthy. He can just keep adding knights. Lucifer is content to stay feudal age behind this.
Lucifer is investing every single bit of resource that he can. The thing is, the crossbow numbers are not increasing. Wham has not decided to invest in those, instead just going for his own knights, knowing that Castle Age knights historically do a little bit better than the feudal age ones, even if they are of the French variety. JD, though, she's loving this. She is just... Oh, never mind. She is not loving this anymore. Guys, I curse Lucifer, and I am so sorry for this poor man. JD has gone down, and so... as the chances of cleaning this up effectively, because now you have JD dead, and this was her time to shine. She needed this experience. Now those Castle Age Knights are going to be running right through you, and he knows this.
And just like that, with one horrific raid that Lucifer just did not anticipate, 7 villagers dying on his most crucial economy, the food, the superior food with that shoreline fish, and his gold as well. Too much damage, and when the dive did not yield the results needed, JD falling short there in the fight, falling behind the knights against the castle age is a horrible spot to be in as the knight player in the feudal age, that's for sure. And GG is called. Lucifer will get taken out from this side of the tournament, but I think he's not out yet. Is that right?
Yeah, no, he is now going to the loser bracket, where he will be facing off against the next challenger who also got knocked down. But we'll see if Wham can make this a pretty clear victory on his side, because he looked good. He knew where to invest. He did make a few slip-ups, but the thing is, they were so small in comparison with the plays he made. And that just shows you, Wham, he's back. He lost a few vills there on the wood line, but he knew, I just need to do the counter damage. He knew where to find it, and he read Lucifer perfectly. Absolutely amazing work here by Wham. Love to see this, and I love to see that aggression coming on back.
Just really solid understanding of his timings, right? I mean, knowing that despite all the investment from Lucifer, he's safe to just go straight forward with those Demo Lancers, straight forward with a bunch of the spears to idle out even more of Lucifer's economy, knowing that behind it he's just going to throw up a white tower and he's fine. Understanding Lucifer's ram timing and how it was delayed because of that dock play. I really think that dock play set Lucifer back so much. Maybe he just did not expect the spear play, or maybe he thought Wham would be too focused on shoving in his deer and not discovering the dock, but it really did not pay fruit for him. And you know, it's a very unfortunate way to go out like this in this series, at least. But he put up a great fight and really had Wham sweating.
Okay. Yeah, and we're ready with Wham. Wham is waiting for us to bring on the interview. So guys, let's hop on in and see our champion. Now, Wham, you played... I feel like with your Lancaster right now, it was quite aggressive. Is this what we're going to be seeing from Wham? I remember on Steel Series one time, I made the joke of the Wham walls, and it stuck. But this didn't feel like a Wham wall kind of series. So what's going on? What's up with the playstyle?
I think the meta is very aggressive right now. And I do wall, but it's usually... You know, at certain points when knights are killing your villagers, that's the signal to wall your base, you know?
You've been very tactical about them in the past. I know the reason I bring up the Wham walls is because I love it so much. Every single time I see a wall, is that a Wham wall? The thing is, even when the knights came into your woodline there, I saw those walls. They were there intentionally, and I think you've perfected the art. But you know exactly when to be aggressive and when to pull back. Do you feel like your game now, where you are in the game right now, is a lot further than it was at the time around Wololo last year? Do you feel like you're a very different player? Or where are you at right now?
I think everybody's a different player. The meta has just changed so much with pro scouts and deal pushing and stuff. Personally, I feel kind of the same, you know. I feel like I'm just as strong. I haven't evolved that much. I've gotten a little bit better, but everybody has. So it's just like the constant competitive aspect of the game at the moment is really, I think, driving up everyone's level.
I can definitely see that, because I remember when the divide at the top was very clear, but now you guys are kind of getting blurry. And it's starting to get a lot more competitive, especially for the viewers as well. And now you're heading into the best of fives. Where do you think you shine more? Best of threes or best of fives?
I'm going to say best of fives, but the thing is with the best of fives is that you're up against, like, everybody is good in the best of fives. Like, obviously, in best of threes, everyone's good as well, but it's kind of, you know, for me personally, it's like I don't feel as confident going into these best of fives just because I'm playing against better players. But the format is fine for me. I don't mind the format at all.
Okay. And who do you think is your biggest opponent here, except for Marine Lord? I'm vetoing Marine Lord for this one. Except for Marine Lord, who's your biggest opponent in this tournament right now?
I think Puppy Paw's my biggest opponent. This guy he's just so good, you know? Like, I would be scared if I was Marine Lord. Yeah.
So you think Puppy is the favorite to take it this time? Oh, if it's not you.
He's in my book. He's usually the favorite to take it, but I mean, I think I played against Ruli in my previous series, and he played very well as well. I mean, he always plays well. Marine World always plays well. Beasty always plays well. I mean, so I would say Puppy Paw, Marine World are probably the favorites right now, but any one of those people I mentioned can take it.
All right. And my last question would basically just be on the meta for you right now. Is Age of Empires right now what you think it could be in its best state, or what do you want more out of the game right now?
That's a difficult question because I mean I'm gonna be a little bit critical just because like this is my personal opinion. Obviously, you know, you feel free to disagree with me, but I would prefer if the game was a little bit more towards second TC, a little bit of a slower paced game. At the moment, it's really fast paced, and you saw it, I think, in my opinion, in the first game versus Lucifer, the Rus and the China game. If you are not keeping up in the food, in the army, it's very easy to die. And just my personal opinion, I'd prefer more of the 2TC meta.
I see Twitch chat is saying 2TC enjoyers. Yeah, I know that there was a time where it was just 2TC every game. There's no way to kill it. So I think we'll have to ask the chat how they feel about that one. But I think there's a lot of pro players that favor that as well. And I do remember you being a pretty good 2TC player too. But yeah, congratulations. And I really hope to see you in the next rounds also kicking butt. So yeah, see you soon.
Yeah,
in the next
thank
one.
you.
And guys, we're going to break. Bye. Oh. The buttons. Oh, we're stuck in a loop. It's okay. Guys, we have GG Dog here for another interview. GG Dog, can you believe it? Voldemort got KT. How do you feel about that? She does not feel much. She says this is Dry River. She says Katie is not unbeatable on Dry River, but that's okay because Gigi Dog is actually just gold, and that's probably why she feels this way. But he's also got Mongols. Oh, she doesn't like that one either. She says the Fast and Pure was kind of disgusting earlier. So Myriad, we got Katie on Dry River. Thought they're not feeling great about that either. How do you feel?
This matchup in particular on this map, see, Mongols is really oppressive on these water hybrid maps when they get that food in and go for that aim. But Knights Templar's early economy and aggression can be relentless on these maps. And honestly, I think it really favors... Okay, Knights Templar's always favored on these maps. Let's just get out of the way straight away. But specifically against something like Mongols, you know, I think they'll really struggle to offset this this early game pressure. So Anatan, you know, he may be the higher seed. I think definitely the favored player going into this by most player standards, right? So if you're going to gamble, keep that in mind. However, the matchup, I think, favors Voldemort here in particular. So although his odds may be lower just on terms of seeding and raw ability, the matchup certainly favors him in this regard. We see the head-to-head displayed here.
Now, we do see with these two that Anatan has a 75% win rate, game count, still pretty heavily Anatan favored, which makes sense. Anatan has been pretty highly ranked and taken down the top of the top, but Voldemort taking down CSO earlier in the series, Anatan is not going to have... He's going to make sure he doesn't underestimate what Voldemort can do. So all of our series have been... None of them have been stomps, let's say that. So I don't think that Voldemort is going to be an easy target by any means, even with that win rate.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, like, players' abilities and actual rankings, it's something that, honestly, I mean, we have the ATR, we have the in-game leaderboard. It's something that is somewhat set in that regard. Like, that's how we determine seeding, that's how we determine, you know, how players match up against each other. But if we're being completely honest with ourselves, player ability, one compared to the other, is something that changes hour by hour and day by day, you know? Something happens one day, player eats some bad food, they have a bad stomach, suddenly they drop 10 ranks in ability, right? It's just one of these things that can't always be accurately measured, right? And anything can happen in any series, really, even though the seeds may really favor one player over the other, and especially in terms of past matchups, like they do here, right? I mean, Anatan is, you know, I'm sure what Mo would be saying is definitely the clear favorite. I'm sure he would agree. Anatan just has so much high-level experience and, you know, has done really, really well so far in his placements in previous tournaments. Voldemort has been improving a tremendous amount lately as well, however, since going full-time. So he's having some of his best results ever as well. So really, this matchup should be the closest we've ever seen it before.
And we might actually get to see Byzantines in this tournament all of a sudden. I actually, when I see that little purple flag, I get a bit excited, but it does feel like it might not see the light of day after looking at the map pool for a second longer. Voldemort's draft, I feel like he probably is pretty happy with what he's got. Having Zhu Shi and Roos, when you have Frisian Marshes and Gorge left, he is probably a pretty happy camper in this scenario. Roos, very clear pick on Gorge. What do you pick on Anatan's side to actually counter a Roos?
It's tough. I think it's tough. Interestingly enough, I believe Byzantines can do decently well up against Roos in terms of timings, because Byzantines, they have... I think what really makes them suffer in the current meta, at least, is their really slow build-up that they have with the Sisters, with the Stone, with the Olive Oil. But Roos has the same issue to an extent. Obviously, they just do it a lot safer, right? Yes. They need the Pro Scouts, they need the Castle Age. So when both players are just given, when both civs are given this ability to just sit back, it can sometimes favor Byzantines. And then we also have HRE as well, which can be really effective against Roos as well. I would favor Roos slightly. It's something we'll have to see. But I think Anatan has choices somewhat here. Japanese, not so much. It's something we're going to have to see. But it does appear that the game is ready as we load into Dry River for game number 1 between Order Esports is Anatan, spawning in the north side of the map in the color yellow as the Mongols, facing his teammate, also Order Esports is Voldemort, spawning in the south side of the map as the Knights Templar. Well, on Dry River, like we mentioned, the main point of the map is those 6 spawns spawning with ample shoreline fish to gather from for both of these players. And both civilizations really capable hybrid map picks, without a doubt. Mongols historically one of the best, specifically to count out other civilizations. However, KT, I think not many people would disagree with this at this point, that frankly, they are the kings of all hybrid and water maps.
Letting them through was definitely a very brave move here by Anatan. Now, Anatan is going to go over there on the water and we'll be docking. Voldemar, he's going straight into feudal, which, this is usually the thing that sets the tempo. Who goes for what, and what is the follow-up behind this? He does delete one of those fishes there on the sides, so poor little shoreline will not be making it to the next game, and this means he only has access to 4 of those. Now, you could potentially put another dock on the other side later on, but usually we do not get to that point of the game. So usually on these ponds, I said that word way too many times. Sorry, guys. It's 6 hours in. That's probably why. But we see 3 ships per dock on these lakes. And the thing is, if you overcommit onto these, it can cost you significantly. Voldemar, though, he's not KT. He's going to be able to shut this down pretty quickly if Anatan lets him keep going. Now, he did not get a lot of sheep here, so it probably does not feel too good. But both of these players, equal amount of sheep, although Anatan is the one who's running at the front, and Voldemar might be trailing him for a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Sheep do still matter, even on a map like this. There's only shoreline fish. They're all up for contention by either side. There's no deep sea fish. There's no heavy water investment. So, food really does matter even on land at this point in time. Kingdom of France on the way here for Voldemar. And this little dock play from Anatan should be pretty decent for him. I don't see Voldemar being able to shut down that specific pond whatsoever, really. But this early age up does open up the possibility of him going for some of his own earlier docks as well afterwards. Or maybe putting in some pressure here on Anatan, but look at this spawn. I don't think there's much pressure being put in here. Interestingly, Anatan prioritizing saving his gold and his Uvu on the TC range and exposing his woodline, which is normally, not a very common choice for most Mongols. However, that woodline is very far at the back, so it could be okay.
I would say that is a beastie spawn right there for Anatan, moving that TC quite far away, which leaves him open to quite a bit of harassment. I think Voldemar can quickly ensure that he snowballs this if he does get in on that woodline. The woodline is going to be definitely a massive weakness here for Anatan. Now, we do see the first Pilgrim being upgraded, and that's going to mean that this bad boy is going to be generating all the gold he needs. And we do see a blue dot moving towards one of the lakes there, I believe. So that is going to mean a dock there for Mr. Voldemar. And now, with getting a dock, he's going to be able to stay up to date and kind of match that economy pretty quickly. Because as we can see, Anatan hasn't even started aging up yet. And this feels pretty good for Voldemar already. That he hasn't gone for the dock in the early stages, but the age up timing was pretty fast, and we'll see if he starts to put any aggression out on here, because now you're playing against Mongols, and Mongols, especially with a stable coming through, is going to have a lot of land prowess. So with you having a Pilgrim out there, you need to have the ground presence to actually do something about this.
Yeah, I mean, I do gotta say, right, like, obviously KT is just incredible on these maps, but I do think this opening favors Anatan just a little bit here, right? I mean, he has a dock that he gets away with completely for free. Voldemar is unable to do any kind of damage with his earlier feudal timing. So in a way, he could have just opened docks himself and then he was fine in the Dark Age and would have extended his lead a bit further. But I think Voldemor's doing the right choice here, right? He's not investing into any units, knowing that there's no real damage that can be found. Instead, going for that double dock play, to expedite his income further. He sees, okay, well, you started dock, you're going for a slow age up, I see your spawn. I can't do damage, so let me just compensate by going double dock instead, get my own income up to scratch, invest in that Pilgrim like you mentioned. That's going to give a nice little boost of gold, 130 per trip for him as well. And Voldemar, if he can start matching those equal numbers, he's going to be in a pretty healthy spot.
Now, with the age up coming through, we're probably going to see those Keshiks being clicked up, yes, instantly. And Keshiks, they are tough to handle, especially in this position, where you do not necessarily have your eco set up or a production building set up to do something about it. So now we see a beautiful screen there on the Pilgrim. The man is walking for his life, but soon the Keshiks will have something to say about that. And they're almost a double stable now from Voldemort. Oh, not Voldemort, from Anatad. And Anatad is just going to do what we usually don't see people do against Knights Templar and out-aggro them completely.
And I think this is actually the right choice here from Anatad. I think 1v1, if I'm not mistaken, a Keshik just beats out a Chevalier Confrère, or at least it's quite close. And as the numbers start building, it's pretty good for the Confrère in terms of the extra health. However, these initial trades should really favor Anatad here. Of course, the Keshiks heal with every hit, and they're gonna be, tremendously useful in these. The healing is going to be tremendously useful in these early fights here from Anatad. So the double stable up already. The double production is going to be really good for him as well. The other thing he has to be careful of is to not get outscaled too severely here in terms of food, as Voldemort is on 2 docks with additional fishing ships, matching the eco numbers now, which is a good spot for Voldemort to be in, considering that, of course, he loses villagers for the age up as well as for the Pilgrim. Idle time on the fishing ship is definitely going to hurt, though, and yeah, Voldemort respects it, and this is smart. He needs to respect the Keshiks and is going to go into space of his own, but Anatad already predicted it.
Now, this is quite surprising for me, the fact that he's just focusing on these fishing ships. Like you said, idle time. Idle time's great, right? But, oh, never mind. He actually had ulterior motives here. The Pilgrim does get shut down, and that's a pretty nice pickup. The problem is, as we know, those Pilgrims are free, and they will just keep spawning. So once you pay it, once-off fee, and they will respawn at will. Now, we do see an archery range here, and archers that follow suit. The thing is, when you're up against that many horses, it does get tricky. We saw this in an earlier game as well. Now, horsemen joining that party as well, as the gold income has stopped a bit. And the spearmen's getting their upgrade too, just to ensure that these Keshiks don't have a field day with them.
Yeah, I mean, Anatad actually ended up cancelling that stable in order for the second archery range to go right as the scout was passing by for Voldemort. So really nice fake out by Anatad, and it might pay fruit here if these archers do not get spotted by Voldemort, who stopped investing into Chevalier Confrère and is now instead opting for those horsemen, which could be a decent choice, as they do actually fare better against range units than Chevalier Confrère per se, thanks to the additional ranged armor and of course the bonus damage that they have as well. However, Anatad, he found decent damage. He took some early good trades, killed 2 Pilgrims as well, if I'm not mistaken, or it was a fishing ship and a Pilgrim. Now finds the woodline as well. Voldemort is slow to react, despite the forewarning there from the TC about the Keshiks, and that ends up losing 2, maybe 3 villages. Yeah, 3 villages went down in exchange for only 1 Keshik.
That is a massive pickup here, considering that those Keshiks can be regarded as slightly free here and there. 1 we can just throw away because it definitely got its value. 5 total dead villagers. And now I do believe the Pilgrims also count into that. So 4 technically do go down, and that is a massive position for him to be in. So Voldemort now, he needs to keep control of these lakes, because as Knights Templar, we know that they have an advantage, but he needs this advantage to stay there. The problem is those Keshiks, that mobility is going to be so hard to actually shut down, and it doesn't look like we have Voldemort ready to do so. He's got a blue blob there close to Anatad's base, but it doesn't seem like they're finding any damage just yet. That exposed woodline I talked about, they have not found those villagers out there just yet. And there's 1 tower to protect all million of those. And now Blacksmith joining the fun as well. Voldemort now getting +1 range defense, and Anatad getting an additional dock. He feels confident enough to do so.
Yeah, after finding such economic damage and pressuring Voldemort back to his side of the map, he feels comfortable enough to have a secondary dock of his own, which is definitely something he needs here to further expedite his lead in this game. We see the issue of investing on fishing ships on these small ponds is that you can't quite garrison all of them, and some are left exposed, but Anatad is there to meet the mass with his Keshiks, Archers under the TC getting a little bit exposed, but some spares are there to meet them, and of course the TC is going to help aid with fire as well if Voldemort oversteps, but that is not the case. And we're slowly getting locked into a full melee composition here by Voldemort with no real infrastructure for archers. Meanwhile, Anatan is steadily building up a tri-composition which should win out in the end, although it will take a little while for that to be the case. But Voldemort definitely struggling a little bit in this position, right? That's one of the issues from that woodline raid, is that you have such fantastically efficient wood gathering as the Knights Templar, but the lack of walking time also means that the villages are even more exposed than for other civilizations. So it's a risk they have to be very wary of.
And it doesn't feel like Voldemort got... Ooh, I was about to say, didn't get ahead as much as he needed to, but all of a sudden Anatan's just like, take my units, please. Runs straight into the army of Voldemort, and he is ready. Taking down a significant portion of this, and now Anatan's aggression doesn't feel like it's going to be long-lasting. The archers are next on the chopping block. Horses will get out, but they can't arrow, ensuring they can run around just a little bit faster, but it's not going to be fast enough. That is a lot of dead units on the side of Anatan. And now we can see the army value. It's telling us a story, and it's telling us a story of a nice little snowball that's starting to get packed. And you know, when that snowball, you just keep adding the snow under the TC, it's going to roll right through, and those horses, they're just creating an avalanche.
Yeah, with just one lapse in attention there, Anatan completely throws his entire lead as he just wasn't looking in the right spot at the right time, and Anatan and Voldemort takes complete advantage surrounding the mass from Anatan here in this game. The horsemen and the chevalier on top of the archers cleaning up most of them, and the Keshiks are forced to run and abandon them to die. Very few of them are left alive still. Like you mentioned, the army value now firmly in favor of Voldemort. His dive may have been just a little overzealous there, maybe losing more units than he should have, not finding as much additional value, but is still quite comfortably in the lead at this point in time. Now also adding, looks like to be a third dock on that pond next to the left of the sacred site. They're now going to look to cause further idle time, raiding the wood line, picks up a villager.
And that must feel pretty good, just getting another vill. But I want to point out here that Voldemort has killed one villager out of everything. Anatan's still very much in the lead regarding villagers killed here. The problem is just this army loss is so significant. And KT, they're just a civilization that can snowball a little bit harder. The thing is, it's not over yet. With this eco lead, I would say you still have an opportunity to get back into it. The thing is, those villagers really want to keep this alive, and the villagers keep repairing as they can. Keshiks going in and out, trying to trade effectively. Tower firing too. And Anatan doing a pretty decent job here at keeping this alive. Those archers are just focus firing every single spear. And all of a sudden, Voldemort is not in the military lead anymore. As we can see, the army value is now solidly in the favor of Anatan. A little bit of an overcommitment here, I think, because Voldemort probably felt like, hey, I killed a lot. I got this.
It was a bit too much, I think. Like Anatan, the only reason that dive looked so sketchy at first there for Anatan in terms of damage being taken from him is he had most of his Keshiks going for a raid, maybe anticipating a castle age from Voldemort behind this, or just looking to do some counter damage. So most of his forces were away from the base, allowing Voldemort that room to enter the woodline and deal tremendous damage. But once the Keshiks reconnected, Voldemort was left severely overextended, and it's something you have to be so careful of. I mean, you know, as Voldemort, you have this lead, and sure, you want to press it, but you have to be so careful with how you do it. Otherwise, you end up throwing it like you did in this case. So, still not out of the game. Voldemort has a relatively capable army mass still maintaining. Yes, triple pond now. It is getting harassed, but definitely lost a bit of his tempo at this point in time.
And the problem is now these counter attacks that is coming through from Anatan. It's going to be so hard to shut down. You see now Voldemort out on the map trying to get a little bit of resources here because the food is looking a little bit dire. Anatan, though, he's thinking about Castle Age. And as he's thinking about it, he's being told stories of villages in faraway lands all around the map just being very greedily gathering from those outside resources. So this man, as we can see those yellow dots going straight towards the Pilgrim now as well, he knows that this is a man who's out on the map that he gets to harass. Voldemort's army looking scary, but not scary enough against the sheer amount of Keshiks roaming around for free.
Yeah, the mobility afforded by these Keshiks really gives Anatan the room to now feel confident enough to go for that Castle Age, which will be coming down any second now. We're likely to see Step Redoubt, most likely, for that humongous 50% additional gold income dropped off. That is just massive. It essentially means that any gold workers you have, you need half of them that you, well, almost half that you normally would. And, oh, this pond certainly got overfished. And Anatan is likely to delete those fishing ships soon, just to free up some further population. Voldemort, he might go for a dive here sometime soon because of this Castle Age, but I don't think he really has enough. I mean, we've got to keep in mind, most of his army is spearmen and archers, not units that can dive, especially from Feudal Age, very easily. They'll split off the Chevalier Confrere now to look for a raid, maybe find some damage on these fishing ships. But this Castle Age is going to be a pretty rude awakening for him.
It feels like that opening that Voldemort had to do the significant damage to the eco, he spent trying to dive, especially with an army that is not a very divey army, right? So now with those Chevalier, he's actually looking for attainable damage that's not going to cost him a lot. He's getting his Republic of Genoa as well, and he's going to pick up a single villager there. So this does feel okay, but at the same time, you have a massive army coming towards you, and it's not something I feel like he can handle right now. Especially with the units not being in position at all. Myriad, this looks like he is going to go straight for it. He does get a demo ship that does not connect. Oh.
And the Republic of Genoa is coming in hot for Voldemort in behind this. It is now finished. Upgrades getting queued. Veterancy for the archers from Anatan is very imminent at this point in time. Same with Iron Undermesh level 2. So Anatan is very determined to do a severe dive into Voldemort's base right now. Chevalier Confrere are being upgraded as well. Veterancy for Voldemort coming in too. But so many villages are exposed on the day. Undefended. There's no vision here for Voldemort. So many of them will go down. One died straight away from the charge. 3 more are getting chased hot on their heels, these Keshiks are, as they were most likely, very much likely to fall. 2 additional ones do fall down, so not as bad as they could have been. It was a quick reaction by Voldemort, so well done there. Oh, but there's even more exposed villages on these berries. If Anatan spots this, those are also very likely to go down. He builds off one Keshik, he's likely going to spot them and may turn around to deal more, but the Spearman and Mass from Voldemort is there to meet them, so no further damage besides the idle time.
This feels like such a tough spot to be in because you know that you have to be out on this map, and Voldemort does not have the option of just playing it safe. He needs this food. Voldemort now trying to get a little bit of damage done here. He is under the TC, and we saw how this went for him earlier. And all of a sudden, those archers are doing a lot of damage. Now getting +2 as well. I honestly thought they already had +2 with the amount of damage they did, but now those Chevalier are going to melt under any TC with a handful of archers under it as well.
Exactly. The upgrade advantage is really severe here for Anatan, and Voldemort just doesn't really have the gold income to match this at this point in time. Anatan even queuing up additional upgrades behind us. Horticulture as well as lumber preservation coming in now as well. Monks on the field for both players. The shamans from Anatan already bringing home 1 relic. A second one is on the way. You know, Voldemort with 1 monk of his own is going to look to make a play for the relics as well. The Chevalier wrap all the way around the woodline may find some decent damage here. Voldemort spots it. That he does. Anatan does react quickly, however. 1 villager will go down to the charge. And more might follow, but at what cost? Another villager does go down. Make that a... No, there is no third villager that goes down. However, 3, make that 4 even. 3 Confrere exchange their lives, and many of them are left badly bruised.
This is a pretty tough spot to be in because I feel like Anatan thrives at this stage of the game. Anatan is a player who is very, very comfortable sitting in the late game and trying to force you to make mistakes. And I know we're still in the mid game, but he won't mind forcing this into something later, especially with the gold bank that he has right now. We do see him pulling a few villagers off onto food, and ladies and gentlemen, we know what this spells. I see no units in production, so I hope you're ready. We are going to be served a fast Imperial. I guess this is a medium Imperial.
Yeah, most likely right. No further units in production here for Anatan. His gold exceeds his food quite a bit, and I see this seems to be a very common occurrence for pretty much everyone playing Mongols fast imp on these maps at the top level. Like, you know, even these seasoned players just don't expect the ridiculousness of that gold income from the Steppe Redoubt. So, you know, he's way ahead of it in terms of food, already having enough for the Imperial Age, whereas the food is only a third of the way there for him. Meanwhile, Voldemar looking to reinvest further here. He moved into those Templar brothers, and men-at-arms being added to, combined with crossbowmen, so he's going for a really strong, well-rounded army. I think he knows what's coming his way, that Anatan is looking for that window to go Imperial. The question is whether he's actually going to be able to shut down Anatan in that castle age, or even kill him when that Imperial comes in, which, with his current map control and the wars going up, I don't really see it happening.
It seems like Anatan has a pretty solid hold on what he's doing right now. We can see he's still making crossbows all of a sudden because he did see that sheer massive army, and he doesn't want to overcommit to something he will not be able to, you know, keep safe. So with quite a bit in the bank, he is still edging towards it, but very, very responsibly. Now, no more units in queue, and all of a sudden, that tone just changes, but we see a big blue blob moving around the oh, it's moving all over, and this could be tragic if Anatan doesn't make units, but instantly he queues up more. And this is the type of play we see here from Anatan. Anatan knows when he needs to commit. He's not ready to commit to this just yet. He wants to be safe about this. And now, with shutting down the fish here, it's pretty good for Voldemar. The problem is just those units might be overextending a little bit if Anatan does commit to this. A heavy amount of units edging their way, and it does look like he's going to take control of this pond. With those fishing ships staying alive, though.
Yeah.
He pulls back.
Anatan, you know, this type of situation we're seeing here is a very, very careful dance that needs to be honed over years of practice. It's this idea, like, Anatan had zero intention of a full-pitched fight there. He was so tactical and so well done. He just used the Khan speed arrow, feigned power, moved forward just to push Voldemar back a little bit, make him think twice, like, oh, I'm still investing hard here, you better stay back, and then straight away backs off as soon as he sees Voldemar back off and flicks that Imperial. This is just classic dance, and I gotta say, Voldemar, unfortunately, has fallen for it, as he is now under the pressure of that Imperial Age. Karganet Palace is in, and you can see Voldemar turning around instantly, knowing, oh, I think I made a mistake, as he wants to put on the pressure heavily now, and put the pressure on heavily is something he desperately needs. Siege engineering in on the way for him. He's gonna look to drop many rounds, but the army from Anatan is already pretty damn capable in this position. Elite archers on the way, elite crossbowmen on the way as well. This backline from Anatan is about to become really, really powerful. His upgrades are very healthy as well in the blacksmith. Bombard towers on the way behind this as well. Steeled arrow level 3. Anatan is getting everything he needs to make this hold smooth sailing.
And it doesn't look like he's just going to need to hold. Voldemar has realized, hey, I just lost a bunch of units. I probably just need to go imp myself. The problem is just Voldemar is going imp reactionary to this. An imp as an answer is usually not an answer you make with pure intentions. This is an answer that only gets called when you are on the back foot. And he knows that Anatan is in control here. He's got elite horse archers popping out now. A nest of bees up next. And no hui hui bow just yet. So RNGesus has been watching very, very close, ensuring that he gets only the best. More horse archers. Definitely not going to be a bad pickup here for Mr. Anatan.
Oh yeah, he's going to be very happy with these rolls from the Karganet Palace. The Nest of Bees maybe not so much. It would be great on the defense, but I guess by now he knows he is not about to get pushed. So he'd rather have some, you know, more versatile units instead of it. But still, double Horse Archer and Nest of Bees is the first 3 rolls. You can't really be unhappy about that in most cases, that's for sure. As he still looms around with these Keshiks, trying to find an opening here to really punish Voldemar for his passivity in this game. We do have Sanctuary in now for him, so it's going to be double Pilgrims, and no surprises, Kingdom of Poland now on the way for him. And the Schlata Cavalry for Knights Templar is certainly one of the units in the game, as they are arguably the strongest cavalry in Age of Empires 4. Pound for pound for that matter. And, they can do a great work up against the Mongol composition, but Anatan has pretty decent answers, right? He has those crossbows, he has horse archers, and I'm curious to see what sort of late game composition Anatan looks to fall into. He does seem to just be leaning on the range units for now, which is a prudent choice with the mass he already has. Incendiary arrows, quick on the way for him as well, already a third of the way done. And Voldemar may be Imperial Age here, but the income is just... Income is not looking bad for him, but we gotta keep in mind the Karganet income of raw units. It's pretty severe.
And him prioritizing Tithe Bonds above every other upgrade is quite a surprise here, because this is going to give him the income over time, just a little bit. The problem is just, I don't know if this is going to be enough for him to survive this, because this is a pretty scary push. We now see Flame and Arrow is going to be joining all of those ranged units, and this is such a tough position to be in. The farm transition now slowing Voldemort down significantly. Men-at-Arms joining the fight, and that's not the unit you want to be making as Kingdom of Poland. You want to be getting Schlachters. Men-at-Arms are just a unit that is not what you're going to need to shut down this massive army in front of you. Villagers now ready to run for their lives.
Yeah, exactly. Voldemort is just biding his time. He needs his upgrades to come in here. Elite status on the archers is now in, but is that realistically enough as Anatan looks to make a push here? A fairly committed one at that, but this is no all-in by any matter, as you can see. Anatan doesn't want to take any unnecessarily bad trades. He knows he's ahead. He knows he has the map. He knows he has the control. So as long as he trades relatively even here, that lead will only extend further and further as the Karganet keeps pumping the best of the best units in the game in his favor. And Incendiary Arrows is definitely going to ensure favorable trades. And STBs arriving as well, finally. Going to start teeing off rockets towards that backline. Voldemort needs to pay attention, he does. But however, it's so hard to dodge those shots here for Voldemort, so he still eats a pretty powerful volley. Now he's pushing this mass back somewhat. However, this is only the very first push. There's way more on the way from Anatan, and the Karganet Palace will not stop pumping whatsoever. 2TC is up for Voldemort behind this, but he's taking severe economic damage as Anatan is raiding behind this as well. Voldemort really struggling as the horse archers just doing so much damage behind this. 54 economic kills, Marika.
That is insane. And those horse archers, they have all the they have all the damage they need. Oh my goodness, they're just killing everything. And it doesn't feel like anything Voldemort does here is going to be able to shut down what is in his base. We do see him now switching up the composition a little bit, but Anatan is in a pretty good spot and he knows it. He's had enough. He says, let's see next game. But honestly, pretty big upset in terms of civilizations. Of course, we said that Anatan was favored here, but with KT, we've had a lot of situations where if you let KT through, there's no way to take it back. And you can see this game was quite back and forth with regards to the military value, but Anatan just came out ahead in every fight and ensured that he knew how to take it slow and steady, get to that imp, while being very responsible doing this.
Exactly. Despite being favored, Anatan, Voldemort with the Knights Templar, as you correctly highlight, this is a win pick, right? This is a pick you make on these maps in order to have at least one game safely and comfortably in the bag, right? It's the save that he banned from his opponent. It's the civilization that he first picked, so as for it, even though he banned it away from his opponent, he doesn't want it to get banned away from him the next pick ban phase afterwards. So, when you put such emphasis on a civilization, that has to be a win, and that was not the case in this situation, unfortunately. Voldemort just misreading the situation a few times in that game. He took an amazing early game engagement there, catching Anatan completely off guard and capitalizing very well off of it. However, an overextension under this TC and then later on in the woodline as well cost him dearly and set himself quite behind as a result of it. And once you're behind against Mongols and the imp comes in, it only goes downhill from there.
And that's the thing, we have God vision. So yes, we know he should have attacked the woodline, but it's not something that you can do in that moment when there's so many things going on. So Voldemort trying to keep his cool, trying to take down what he can, but in the end, Anatan, he is just experienced. He knows exactly how to survive a long game, how to get your attention focused on one side. So definitely knowing his boundaries, knowing exactly where he needs to push, when he needs to be. And we'll see what he can do on Gorge, though, because now Voldemort has a Rus. And guys, a Rus is definitely the pick you want on a map like Gorge. So I know we said that maybe the answer would be Byzantines, but Anatan feels that the answer is HRE, which, I mean, that's a pretty good answer to any question, right?
Yeah, man. I do want to correct myself from earlier. It does seem that KT was not one of Voldemort's highest priority picks. He went for the Rus instead, and Anatan actually just let KT go through several ban phases. He didn't really feel threatened by it, which is interesting to see for sure. It worked out for him. The Rus, however, I mean, obviously it's best of 3, so this game has to be won, but even just in terms of a matchup, this is something Voldemort desperately needs absolutely here with the Rus. And Rus against HRE, I think people have very varying opinions on this matchup. Some people favor HRE, some people favor Rus. I'm slightly in the Rus camp. I think it's maybe about a 55, maybe closer to 60, maybe, though maybe 55 realistically, in favor of Rus here up against HRE. The mobility tempo of Rus with those horse archers, with those superior knights, is something like HRE can struggle with, despite their, fantastic boosted economy due to the Aachen. It's just the composition, just the full mobility, especially on a map like Gorge. I think HRE can find themselves struggling against. However, that hasn't always been the case, right? HRE can do some pretty interesting things in this matchup, I would say.
HRE has that ability to shut down the pro scouting, but it does delay them quite a bit and opens them up to that level of harassment. But if he can stop the deer packs from going over to Mr. Voldemort, he might have a pretty good shot of actually outlasting. So guys, let's hop on into Gorge, and we have Anatan making spearmen early on. Guys, he is not going to give these deer for free. This is the last week of deer pushing. Anatan opening with a barracks, and Voldemort all the way out here on the left side. We have Rus with 2 hunting cabins. Now, what I want to check here is if those hunting cabins on the range of the TC, one of them is not. And based on the TC range bug, they might be able to sneak in there and burn these down. But I have a feeling those spearmen have more important deer to push this game than just denying a good old hunting cabin.
It's true. The hunting cabins, not the most optimal positioning, unfortunately, there for Voldemort. Not only do they overlap slightly, meaning decreased gold income from both, but on top of it, well, from one of them, depending which is the second to be built. But at the same time, I don't think either of them are actually safe from the spears. But that shouldn't be too big of an issue, realistically, here for Voldemort. As Anatan, like you mentioned, opening with the spears, which I think even against Rus can be a prudent choice for sure. Not only can you maybe push in your deer packs in early, but you can also prevent the scouts from pushing in their own deer pack. Voldemort spots this with his initial scout, is going to quickly start killing these deer. Now, we have to be very careful as Rus against these HRE spears because they are faster than regular spearmen, so you need to pay a bit further attention to the deer than you would against other civilizations. However, with access to additional scouts, it means that normally your sheep count doesn't really suffer here as Rus if you do that, and you can maybe even circle around with 2 scouts at once to deny the deer entirely as well.
And this is looking pretty smart here from Voldemort, instantly going directly for those deer packs. He knows exactly what he needs to deny, and he's doing a great job at it. One of those sheep did pay the price, though, but it is so worth it if your opponent was just planning on banking a bunch of deer. That is still a pretty good amount to be bringing back to your base. But I want to point out, Anatan is playing HRE, and I do not see a good chapel positioning for this poor man at all. We can see he is going to be chapeling in an open field, and horse archers love that. They absolutely love anyone who wants to go out there and try to get a few resources. The gold being this far forward does open him up to a lot of harassment, but we'll probably be seeing it there at the back just to play it safe.
Anatan did manage to get in at least 4 of those there, so that's going to be a nice little boost for him. As you correctly highlight, Wham, yeah, I mean, on this map, with the way Gorge generates, you always have this back safe wood line. And that means that there's a tendency for the rest of the resources to all project either sideways or in the forward, as we see here on Anatan's side of the map. And sometimes you may get lucky and you'll get either your initial starting stone, berries, or gold behind next to the wood line as well, which can be great for a Chapo. However, Anatan has very different plans on the cards, and he's going to be looking to utilize the mine work, which I think theoretically could be a prudent choice here, right? There's some great units and upgrades you can unit upgrade combinations you can have with the minework up against the Rus. Namely, the minework knights might enable you to make more of them than you are able to otherwise in this matchup. Of course, all pikes on the spears and the horsemen can lead to really significant damage, but you do trade off a fair bit of economic prowess for it, so you have to make it worth it in those fights when it matters most.
This feels like a very aggressive play coming out of here from Anatan. I am so excited to see what he does with this. Because with this mine work, I'm just foretelling a lot of aggression in terms of utilizing that deer for food at the back, while at the same time just trying to shut down everything that Rus tries to do. So this is now where we see what Anatan will do. And if we could switch over there to the villagers on gold instead of the gold per minute, I would really like to see what the split is going to be when we start going towards the age up. All right. So Valdemar, pretty standard split here. And we are just seeing all of the boys gathering. But question now is going to be, is Valdemar going to be able to pick up the deer he wants? Because now that spearman has been annoying. But is it going to be enough for Valdemar to just pick up deer? Because now Anatan, from here on out, he can just keep making units. We now see 3 on gold, 12 on food. And honestly, Myriad, if there's nothing else going on wood, are we seeing a fast castle? Oh, yes, we are.
Yeah,
Myriad, we're seeing a fast castle.
Yeah, this is a bit unprecedented, right? I mean, okay, now we have some shift over onto the wood. I would assume that's to at least get a tower, right? I mean, that's kind of the bare minimum when you want to rush castle. The least you can get is a tower to keep yourself at least safe with vision and some garrison slots. I gotta say, this is a bit curious from Anatan. There's definitely a bit of a cook, we can say, as, you know, there's no pro scouts for him. He got some of the deer, and that definitely helps a lot. He can keep denying some of the deer from Valdemar, which is also really nice. But the main thing is those relics, right? He's going to be able to get them in ASAP. And we already spoke before, this could be very catered towards Rus specifically. As we spoke before, that Rus typically only wants to make barely as many units as they need in the feudal age to get as many of at least their home deer in as possible. And then go to the castle straight away to get that high trade house income, get the horse archer numbers building nice and quickly. So, actually, Voldemar, as I say that though, he proves me wrong, is a knight in queue.
This is not a knight you want to be making because you're feeling happy about the aggression that you can do. This is a knight out of desperation. This is a knight you need to make to actually get a few deer. Because right now, your pro scouts have not paid off. You have not been able to pick up most of what there is here. He does get the deer back quite close to his base. But after that, he is in trouble. And he knows this. So getting a knight out here feels like the only answer that he has. And against spears, he is going to struggle because there is a lot of them out here. And now they're in position to actually deny the scouts from picking up the rest of that deer pack. And now I think Mr. Voldemort is going to be a hungry goose very soon. Archer's now joining the fight, and it is going to be quite difficult to push back what HRA has planned because you are now reacting to them having a ton of units. You have to make units a significant amount to stay up to date with this. And behind this, they're not even investing in more of this feudal age pressure. They're going straight for castle. And they already have the prelates to pick up the relics and get them into position.
Yeah, you can see that I'm pretty sure this is something Anatan has either thought of intensely or at least practiced as... And, well, now we see the late investment of that tower. biting him in the behind just a little bit as he rushes it up. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. He loses 1 vil for it, which is definitely rough, but the tower in and of itself should be enough to push away that knight, at least for now. He can always recall some spears as well if need be. But you can see just the significant delay that has been caused by Anatan here, right? Now, the day are going to be starting to come in, but way later than Voldemort would have liked in this position. And the Regnius is going to be up, whilst Voldemort is only halfway to needing his resources to go towards his own age up. And with 3 prelates on the field already, maybe even a slight overinvestment in them, he's going to look to pick up relics ASAP, without a doubt. All he needs now is the units to make it possible, and it's going to be very interesting to see Boyar's Fortitude Knights up against Steel Barding Knights, that's for sure.
I am so excited to see Anatan snack up all these relics and what Voldemort can do about this. Those prelates, not in the positions to pick them up instantly, but of course, you were playing against a man who had knights on the field, so it was a pretty risky move to move out. But he does snack up those 2 with the army to support him, and a knight of his own now joining that fight. Now, Voldemort, he's getting his high trade outs. Let's go see that position. Very safe position. And this, I think, can spell exactly what the game holds if Voldemort can do something to Anatan. Because right now, Anatan is just living his best life, getting the relics. But that high trade house is going to provide him with a little bit of safe food, at least for now. And now with that second deer pack he's able to access, Voldemort is going to be in an okay position. He just needs to keep Anatan in his own base and actually shut down the rest of these relics.
Yeah, exactly, because the more of these relics go over to Anatan, the more that the matchup is flipped on its head, and HRE is going to start coming out ahead without a doubt. Notably, Roos is undoubtedly stronger in the late game. The composition not only being better, but also potentially income passively as well. However, if 3 or more of these relics go over to Anatan, that might no longer be the case, potentially, as a third one is 100% secured, and only the 2 northern relics are left for Voldemort. And honestly, with the way these army numbers are swelling here for Anatan, I'd be surprised if Voldemort takes even 1.
This is not a game where you're going to be happy picking up just 1 relic. You know you're playing against an HRE with Regnius Cathedral. This is the toughest spot to be in. The Knights now overextending a little bit, taking a lot of damage as well. And the thing is, it's not just about them taking damage. You are against an opponent with 6 prelates. He could just move a few of them forward and ensure that those bad boys are going to be very dive ready when they are full HP again. Now, with him not having the chapel, he's of course going to keep those in the eco for as long as possible. But we have seen a lot of HREs feel very confident in moving out, getting that army all ready and fired up, and then keeping that pressure on the woodline, especially. Horse archers now, we can see that mobility that's going to be doing some work, especially against these spears, but the knights are still pretty scary once they make a connection, and a knight gets deleted.
Yeah, these bad trades here for Voldemort, favoring Anatan in this case, and that's a horrendous spot to be in, because behind this, his own safe relic is also being snatched away, and contesting it is a distant memory at this point in time for Voldemort. And 5 relic HRE is, is something that's joked about as what's the strongest civ in the game? Oh, it's not Lancaster, it's 5 relic HRE, and we have it in position here at this point in time, as the last relic is on the way home. Is not quite safely back yet, so Anatan has to be careful. He needs to keep investing here and make sure it reaches back safely as the monk goes through the stealth forest, and the horse archers wrap around the woodline just in time to not spot it, and are then met again by Anatan's mass. So very nice play here by Anatan to ensure that it does get back safely. As we can see, the day is starting to pay off for Voldemort. The food income has skyrocketed, triple in favor of him now, and he can really make an impact with this. But question is it too little too late, as Anatan is really padding himself quite well behind this. We see Wheelbarrow coming in now, as well as Benediction coming in for him as well. Additional gather rate from the inspired villagers. And I mean, with so many knights, these steel barding knights, only now is Voldemort getting in the steel arrow. You can see just how tanky they are, able to take so many shots and really take good fights up against Voldemort's knights as well.
When
The
you
question
have
is for
plus 2,
Anatans, what do we go for next? Oh,
I
as I say that.
don't think Anatan has something he needs to go for. He can do anything. This man can sit back and relax and get a cup of tea and just make more towers and put relics inside. My question is, what does Voldemort do against this? Because right now he knows it's plus 2, but he keeps making horse archers. He knows this is the way. He needs to try and find damage. But Myriad, I don't know if there's damage to find.
There's not much damage to find here. Anatan this is where you see this experience shining through for Anatan. He knew he has the lead in that early castle age, and he needs to get the relics ASAP, and then the day is really kicking in for Voldemort, and he's going to get outmassed quite severely. And that is when these outposts come in. These cheaper emplacements for the HRE, boosted by the relics, will allow him and give him the space needed to get those farms going. He doesn't have a chapel, but he does of course have Cistercian churches available for him, which is not too far off. He's gonna get that wood, get more towers, more emplacements. The horse archers will be virtually useless against them. And with a little switch into horsemen, he'll be able to deal with them quite effectively as well. And just keep getting his farms going. You can see more economic upgrades getting prioritized now for Anatan as well. Anatan's chilling.
That's the thing. Usually with an HRE and 5 relics, they are so greedy to go into into the Imperial Age. He realizes he doesn't need to. He could just stay here forever. Rus's passive economy just does not stack up the same way. With these towers all in place, he's going to have enough time to farm transition and he's not forced to spend any resources to stay safe. Now, you can see these towers are getting their second layer of protection. And with the limited amount of knights here, emergency repairs is going to make these much more viable than they already are. And a bunch of villagers are next on the menu. It looks like Voldemort is getting cooked a little bit. 7 dead villagers now, 8.
Yeah,
and these nice. Ugh,
well, that's a crippling raid, isn't it? I mean, just look at the amount of villagers falling. Sorry to interrupt, but the severity of the situation cannot be understated here for Voldemort. As his timing, right as he's being aggressive, Anatan finds the window over there and kills so many of those exposed berry villagers without wheelbarrow in for Voldemort either, so most of them lose their lives.
Now the crazy part is these horse archers, they're going to be running behind, and they're going to be able to catch up, sure, but they're barely doing any damage. And behind it, Anatan says, all right, you took a few of my knights, let me just make more. And one singular knight being able to get in on the back line there, that's the problem. The wood is running out, and there's just nothing to shut them down. Horse archers just aren't cleaning up like they need to. And the problem is, he doesn't have a wheelbarrow on these villagers. And question that I have, and I think that's a question for everyone here. If you play Rus, do you sometimes forget wheelbarrow? Because it used to be an opening in Dark Age. So, it might be a situation here.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing, right? And it's also one of those things that because you're sitting under your TC, eating from there for so long as Rus, you just don't really think, and it's not like you produce too many other scouts in the mid game, right? You just don't really click on the hunting cabin, right? You just don't really think of it. Not only a few players actively, place more hunting cabins throughout the game to expedite the gold income further, and then obviously you place more on berries potentially or the boar later as the deer starts running out to boost your food income more. And yeah, it's something Voldemort definitely needed earlier on, but even more so now, but it's still not available for him. As I mean, truthfully, his eco is stretched thin as well. We speak about how potent the Rus economy is, but this is the Rus economy at its weakest being displayed. 0 relics, suboptimal high trade house, which is, it's a symptom of the map. It's not like you have the choice, really. That's just the best way you can place it here. But, no hunting cabins behind this. The deer has run out, and you can see the income is looking anemic compared to Anatan's.
And now with those towers just being everywhere, you cannot deal with them with Horse Archers. Horse Archers just are not going to do the damage you need them to do. Horse Archers getting collapsed on. These guys are not going to be long for this world as they all fall down. The Knights.com overwhelming. The second group going for a little bit of a flank, apparently feeling very confident as those Horse Archers are kiting backwards towards that in-place tower as well. You see Voldemort. He's got his knights in the mix, but it's just not enough. And he realizes this. He has had enough.
GG gets cold as Anatan, in very decisive fashion, cleans up against Voldemort 2-0 in this lower bracket here. Although Voldemort is not eliminated yet, if I'm not mistaken. He still has a chance to claw back, along with the rest who lost in this secondary round after falling down from the upper brackets. But Anatan, the dominant performance here in this series, goes forward.
Yeah, this is looking like a pretty strong showing from Anatan, as to be expected, right? We have a player here who is an absolute Chad. There's a reason we call him Anna Chad. I'm really excited to see what he does for the rest of this event as well as the future tournaments, because we will be seeing him at a live event for the first time pretty soon. And I think a lot of these players, we're finally going to see what they can do in a best of 5 from here on out. Because, guys, now we're moving on to the best of 5 season of this tournament as the best of 3s are over. This should mean a lot less upsets, but we'll see what that looks like. We do apparently have a very nice surprise on the bracket, though, so we will be hopping into that in a bit.
Well, I'm looking forward myself to see the little surprise that we have, but here we have it. Anatan taking the series 2-0. You know, that's kind of up to par with expectations. Anatan just a way more experienced player, you know, has been at the top for quite a while now, whereas Voldemort is playing the best he ever has, I have to say. But obviously, you know, facing these big names, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. There's still a little bit ways to go. Did draft pretty well. I think he got favorable matchups, but just a few unfortunate incidents means that he wasn't quite able to break through and pick up a game. We have the bracket on display here.
Now, we looked at this one a little bit earlier. Marine Lord Papipo and Vortex Louis here on the top side of the bracket. Going to be facing off pretty soon. I hope you guys are ready for that one next week. And we have the bottom side looking at Wham Beasty at the bottom and Demu Anatan. We see Demu winning over B 2-1. Pretty confident. Damn.
Yeah,
impressive.
I don't think that's, you know, obviously we can see his name on top, right? That means that he is the highest seeded player. So he was the one who historically as well does have the edge. But Demu is one of those very interesting players, right? I think, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying, but he can be a little bit inconsistent sometimes. But when he is on his A game, it's a scary, scary level of play that he can put out there. And that has been the case in that series for sure. It's something I look forward to watching myself afterwards. But very well done to Demu for taking out B there, and yeah, a very, very good result for him. Congratulations.
Now Demu must feel pretty happy, but guys, I just got word that Anna Chad is ready for his interview. So we'll be hopping on over to that one. The man with the perfect hairline and the perfect playstyle. Anna Chad, how does it feel to go on through to the next round? Wait, we can't hear you. Oh wait, can I just not hear him? Hold on, guys.
Yo.
We fixed it. Anatan.
Okay, cool.
Bless us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy, but I'm a bit tired because it was tough series. After I freaking died with my army at middle of the map, I was like, okay. At first game, I just lost my mind. I wanted to break my monitor, break my keyboard, but I managed to win. Because yeah, if I would lose, I will not have stuff to play second game.
So you actually did not want to go into the full best of 3. You wanted this to end as a 2-0. Why do you think you didn't have any more to play after that? Your draft looked okay, or did you not feel that way?
I'm afraid of freezing marshes. Like, freaking Puppy picked Dry River, he destroyed me. I'm afraid of home maps at this tournament. It feels pretty shaky to play. Like, yeah. I have to adapt, and my opponents just playing what they made at home. Because I didn't do my homework. Yeah, homework.
You've been busy, man. You've been streaming. You've been pumping on Twitch. You've been inspiring.
Yeah.
You've been playing a lot of team games as well. So I can see you've been definitely preparing for this tournament, right? How do you feel now being forced into those maps in best of fives from here on out?
Forced in best of 5?
Yeah, you're going to be forced into best of fives going on into these maps that you're not so comfortable with.
Yeah. I feel like now I will get some water at least. Because, you know, everyone's scared on water to play versus me. I mean, I crashed Vortex last time we played Vortex water. I crashed Louis when we played water. Yeah. So I'm not scared of anyone on water. Just let me play chips. Thank you.
Well, you just gave away the one thing they are going to now ban against you. Do you think that you're going to be the new Water King going on out?
They banned it still. But at best of 3 it's 2 bans, at best of 5 it's only 1 ban. And we have 2 water maps. So yeah, now they can't have can't ban at all, right?
Now, do you still feel confident? Because I know a lot of people who got knocked down to the first loser bracket, I guess. I would say most of them still have a shot of winning this tournament. It feels pretty competitive right now. So how do you feel about your chances at the moment?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident. I mostly lose to Puppy on purpose because I wanna meet Marine Lord at playoffs. Like, you know, if I will crash Marine Lord at upper bracket, it will not matter anyone. He will just escape and enter loser bracket. If I will crash him at playoff, I mean, he will not have more chances.
Okay, so it's all about beating Marine Lord. How do you feel about Marine Lord right now? Do you think you're going to destroy him?
He was really lucky at his series versus B. Like, he should have lost it. I mean, it fucked. The way how he played the Lancaster, he barely managed to win with 20 ships and 2 Derpack. My friend, B had 4 freaking ships, seriously, like. And this guy played 1 hour game to end it, like.
Maybe B is just a Chad, you know? Give him the credit. Now, Marino definitely, I feel like he displayed a little bit of weakness in that game, and I feel like you guys are ready to exploit every bit of weakness that people show in these tournament games. Do you think that you displayed one of your weaknesses in these games?
Yeah, I think I showed that I'm playing with Lancaster in a very special way. Yeah, I think everyone will let me play Lancaster. Because only what I can do it's spam Man at Arms and throw daggers. But who knows, maybe I will evolve in 1 week.
I wouldn't expect anything less. Well, Anatand, congratulations. And I'm excited to see your games next week. Better kick some butt. But want to call out your team for all the support, I assume?
Yeah, thank you for my team, Volda Sports. My great teammate, Valdemar. Like, we played a pretty good series. We surely will play this week. And by the way, like, Volda have 3 players at top 16 right now. Right now, it's biggest AO4 team, guys. Not mate, not like... We don't have a... Not elephant, yeah. Volda. Volda, guys.
And the fact that they're supporting such a large part of the growing community, I think is so important. We have so many... teams usually snatch only at the top, but it feels like Volda is supporting the whole group and trying to raise you guys up. So very inspirational, and I'm really glad to see that. Congrats, Volda, and congrats, Anatan.
Thank you a lot.
Wow, wonderful production here, as we can see.
The man himself, huh? On the mic, spitting bars as usual, I gotta say.
Anatand is definitely, I think, an inspiration to a lot of players. I've loved watching Anatand's growth in this game, because I remember when he was just like performing a little bit. We've seen a lot of players like grow throughout, and I feel like Anatand's rise was crazy, but he's a good person as well, and I love seeing him do well. And there's so many players that they're in development. I think these tournaments are showing exactly that, because so many new players make it to the top 16 too. So yes, guys, we have the bracket one last time.
Yeah, we can see here in the low bracket some interesting results there, and those will be determined next week how they proceed. Meanwhile, the phase 2 knockouts bracket here. So these are the people who have lost most of their games so far. This is the elimination bracket here in the knockout bracket. So whoever loses here is eliminated entirely.
I just want to point out some of these matchups, because for those of you who've been watching over the last few weeks of the AoE tournaments, MSN has been cranking. I'm scared for Baltoon here. B and CSO, they've been pretty big names. It is absolutely wild to see them all the way down here. So I'm excited to see what comes out of those two, and I'm sure it's going to be wild. Valdemar, Numedan, guys, set aside 4 hours for this series so that you get to enjoy the whole time. These two have faced off recently, and we had a whole day of entertainment with them. But Lucifer and Kiljardi, I'm ready for a destruction. I think this is going to be a wild one. So some pretty good matchups coming soon.
Exactly, plenty to look forward to, and a week, give the players a chance to recharge, give us a chance to recharge, and the viewers as well. And it's only going to get more intense from here on out, Wham, right?
Oh, I'm so ready for it. And I just love the amount of people we have here and the big names, and it's a distraction. So guys, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. And hopefully the games are better than this, but honestly, I don't think they can be. So, any last words, Myriad?
Not much. It's a goodbye from me. I look forward to next week, seeing who destroys and who gets destroyed. And thanks so much for being here with me today, Wham.
All right. See you. Bye, guys.